Ayanda Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is, a yendeba. So whatever that means, hopefully it's good tidings. And if it is good tidings, then I wish you a yendeba. So a yendeba. So there it is. Here we are again. Here we go again. We're doing it again. Of course we are. We always do it every day. So of course, nothing surprises that we are doing it again. So, but what delights is that we're doing it in your company. Always grateful to have you here. Never taken for granted. With gratitude, we always receive you. So, another blockbuster session in stock. Just take that down and take that as a pledge. Another blockbuster session in stock. So another blockbuster session in stock. But before we get into the blockbuster session, administrative stuff first. So click on the like button just as you're coming in. You've never been on a YouTube space that they're not pleading with you to click on the like button. It's only really for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. You all know why people ask you to click on the like button. So please do that for the benefit of this platform. And if you're not already subscribed, correct that in that motion as well. So as you are clicking on the like, just swivel over and click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. So click on like and subscribe. Now, if you want to come and join us to engage in what hopefully will be an engaging conversation, if you want to add your voice, this hyperlink here that says StreamYard is your invitation. Just click on that and magically you'll find yourself in a studio space, and by abracadabra very soon on the screen, exchanging back and forth with the platform. So do that, click on like and subscribe, and the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's always ever ready. I always ask you, you ignore it. So I ask, then I'll go on and do as you will. So all of that. So quickly to matters and immediately to it. So let me remove the buy the coffee thing. It's pinned if for anyone interested. So quickly to matters and immediately to it. Tinubu travels to Europe to meet investors, fine-tune transition plans. So there it is right there. If you believe that headline, then there might well be that you might be suffering from some sort of a water in the head syndrome. You know, anybody that, you know, it's a special kind of stupid to believe that kind of head. You have to be a special kind of, I'm not trying to be abusive or anything, but if you believe this, then you must be a special kind of stupid, you know, really. I mean, they could have done better than that. So Tinubu travels to Europe to meet investors, fine-tune transition plans. So we'll have a read through and then we'll unpick it to see what is actually going on under the bonnet of this particular storyline. So there it is. They can't even come up with something imaginative. That is really what rankles. But it needn't have gone to Europe, by the way. Europe could have come to him. EU ambassador, we are keen to work with Tinubu to build a win-win partnership. So the king is dead, long lives the king. Nobody really cares who the president of Nigeria is internationally. The only thing they care for is that that president, whoever he is, continues to open the Nigerian resources for free and unfettered access. The only thing that could jar the international community is either if you prevent them from accessing your resources, or you are asking them to pay a fair price. So nobody cares, and the EU now aligns behind Tinubu. The EU aligns behind Tinubu, but for this last storyline, for all of his fault lines, it is his followership that will be his undoing and have been his undoing. Only as early as less than 24 hours ago, we were there. So, but substitute Wole Soyinka that we were discussing regarding Peter Obi and replace Wole Soyinka with Pastor Adeboye, the overseer of the Redeemed Church. Opposition impersonating obedience to attack, insult eminent Nigerians. So this is Peter Obi now. So it's that space again. And because there is somewhat of a predictability to how Peter Obi operates, because there's somewhat of a because we know his form, we know his pattern. So because there is somewhat of a predictability to how Peter Obi operates, he has come out to defend the obedience, insulting the overseer of our Redeemed Church with their usual vile manner, in their usual vile manner. So he has come out to publicly back them, to defend them. But you can be certain that within 2-3 days, we will see that now traditional pictures of him sneaking into that church via the back door and then making apologies to the overseer. Opposition impersonating obedience to attack, insult eminent Nigerians. So this is Peter Obi now defending the indefensible. But I think people tire of it, and people, they find too predictable that pattern now, and nobody is buying it. Sowore knocks Obi for absolving obedience after insults on Adeboye. So it's a case of whistle in the wind, but I don't think Peter Obi especially cares whether you buy into what he's saying or not. What is signaling to his adherents is that I've got your back no matter what. And they then have that then unfettered backing to go and wild it up just as much as they like, knowing full well that as soon as it spills out into the public space, Peter Obi leaps to their defense. So very predictable. And of course, Sowore, along with billions of other people, just saying this is too much of a nonsense. Too much of a nonsense. Governor Akeredolu faults APC zoning arrangement for 10th National Assembly. So you see, it just seems so unworkable the way they are permutating that assembly. Because if you look at the power structure of Nigeria, the South is completely schemed out, and it is not possible to, whether they voted for you or not, whether they hate you or not, it is just near impossible, and it's more to it unworkable to scheme the Southeast out of the corridors of governance and national decision making. Enough is enough, says the man from Ondo State. Governor Akeredolu faults APC zoning arrangement for 10th National Assembly. So I've not actually read the body of the story, by the way, but I'm presuming that it will align along the same lines that I've just now read out. So now this next headline, it actually speaks to, hopefully, I'm just making sure it's the right one. Hold on. Una momento, por favor. Una momento, por favor. Una momento, por favor. Right, the next headline that I was looking to bring you, it wasn't actually the storyline that I was intending to bring. There is a storyline of Ahmed Lawan opening up an investigation on... there's a storyline of Ahmed Lawan opening up an investigation on Godswill Akpabio's activities whilst being the lead person of the Niger Delta Development Commission or whatever, NDDC, the billions of naira he stole there. So it looks as though then that investigation then to stop him in his tracks. So there's still machinations then going on within the politicking of that space. And there is also now smoke signals in the ethers to suggest that Obasanjo has left the obedient camp and gone back to the national space. So I'll be fleshing that out in the course of this session, but certainly that is in play. So now the next and then last headline, more pressure. Yes. Right. So now, yes, so now this is not the last headline. More pressure on Tinubu as Obi'S cites articles request for live telecast of proceedings. So there's a real heavy pressure on the court space to live stream that. In fact, the counsel for article, they've made that application to court for them to live stream it. So there's real pressure then for reasons of transparency and just law and justice playing out in open glare. They're mounting pressure on the courts to let the cameras in. But what happens, I think we'll actually find out on Thursday. And also, I've heard the speculation that the Obi case has been deferred to the 17th. So somebody to confirm that either in the comment section or on the screen. So a rich and diverse menu, when is it never not a rich and diverse menu? So plenty to chew over, plenty to lean into, plenty to speak on. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Exactly as I said, click on like, click on subscribe, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So do all that as I take a micro break before we come back and go straight into it. Let's go first to the care guys.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mudódò jàre o. Erukulele Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So somebody is actually giving us immediate confirmation that Peter Obi's case has been deferred to the 17th. So the 17th is not to tell you that there will be any judgment on the 17th. It's just be another process within the court. So safely, long after the inauguration is when we're likely to hear anything. So there is that. I think that answers that and settles that. But how is that inauguration going to play out for Tinubu? The answer in this headline: Tinubu travels to Europe to meet with investors, fine-tune transition plan. So he was in France fine-tuning that transition plan for 6 weeks, barely 2 weeks ago. President-elect Bola Tinubu has traveled out of Nigeria for a working visit to Europe. Tinubu departed the country via the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos on Wednesday afternoon. Tunde Rahman, his media aide, said Tinubu will use the opportunity of the trip to fine-tune the transition plans and programs and his policy options with some of his key aides without unnecessary pressures and distractions. The president-elect is also expected to hold meetings with investors whilst in Europe. The country's economy forms a major plank of Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, and the meeting is part of his efforts to re-establish Nigeria's importance in the global economic chain and create empowering opportunities for the country's huge youth population, his media aide said. So all of it so far is just gobbledygook and gibberish. It's just gibberish so far. So make sense of that, if you will, if you can. The president-elect has hitherto promised to hit the ground running, and the visit is reflective of his commitment to the promise, as he has already begun talks with global actors in the important areas of economy and security. Before he left the country, Asiwaju Tinubu met with the House of Representative candidates for Speaker and Deputy Speaker, endorsed by his party, the All Progressive Congress, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas and Honorable Benjamin Kalu, who was presented to him by the Joint Task Force of the House. Rahman said Tinubu would return to the country shortly after. Rahman said Tinubu would return to the country shortly before his swearing in. Let's do that again. Rahman said Tinubu will return to the country shortly before his swearing in as the 16th president of the country on May the 29th. In April, Tinubu returned to the country after spending a month abroad. He had traveled to France to rest and later attended Lesser Hajj in Saudi. So there it is right there. The most ridiculous of the most ridiculous. So a better reading of that, and I think you all know what the reading really is. So what essentially is they've taken him to France, which it seems to be his preferred medical space, to go and perfect his health for the 29th. So that's really what is going on. Tinubu was in Europe for 5-6 weeks under the same banner headline, Rest, Recuperation, Fine-Tune His Transition Plans. And that was barely 2-3 weeks ago. So within that 2-3 week period, it may well not have completed his course of whatever it is that is being medicated for, or he has had a relapse of some form. And because the one thing that has to be categorically nailed on is that Tinubu does not have a full power on the 29th of May. So they have to absolutely certainly guarantee that he does not falter, he does not misspeak, and God help, it does not fall or collapse. So all of that embedded in all of these trips. So a lot of people will tell you, in fact, you don't need me to tell you that it's really a booster shot trip. A booster shot trip. That's just what's going on there. Hold on. All right, let's go to this one. Let's go to this one. Yes. Atiku spokesman reveals alleged reason why Tinubu traveled to Europe. So now let's now see what the opposition is. Daniel Bwala. The camp of the People's Democratic Party flag bearer, Atiku, and by the way, there's still quite a few spaces left in the room. If you want to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, do that now, not when we get into the heart of it and then you have something to say and then you are clicking and it's bouncing you back. The camp of the People's Democratic Party PDP flag bearer, Atiku Abubakar, has reacted to the report of the president-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's trip to Europe. Atiku spokesman Daniel Bwala took to his Twitter page on Wednesday, May the 10th, and reacted to the development. Bwala alleged that Tinubu's trip was a medical follow-up and not a working trip, as stated by his media team. We have seen this movie before. Whilst President Muhammadu Buhari's media people were busy saying the president is on a working trip or visit, PMB kept saying, I have never been this sick before. I thought Tinubu's media aide would have learned from that. Alas, if it didn't, it didn't they. Now they have learned to call the medical follow-up trip as a walking trip. Hold on, he is not yet the president, so technically it is wrong to call it a walking trip or visit. It is better his media people learn to humanize him so they do not have to make lies a statecraft. So there is, it's just, I mean, it's, anyway, it would be a real stretch for anybody to defend that it is anything outside of a medical trip. And it's almost certainly exactly as I just described. They need to perfect his health for the 29th of May. And that is just what this trip is all about. So steroids are uppers and downers, poppers and outers, and all of the accoutrements, stretch and, all of whatever they need to pad him up. That's really, is a padding up trip, a medical padding up trip. So there it is. So that's that ridiculousness laid to rest, walking trip, just ludicrous nonsense. But there it is now. So it's rinse and repeat the Nigerian state as you were. We've seen this movie before. Deja vu. This is Tinubu, like Buhari never left. So let's go on to this one. Opposition impersonating obedience. Opposition impersonating obedience to attack, insult eminent Nigerians. Peter Obi cries out. The candidate of the Labour Party LP in the just concluded February 25th presidential election, Peter Obi, has raised the alarm over attempts by some people who masquerade as obedience to abuse and insult eminent personalities in the country. Obi all right. Sorry, I just got a message there. Obi exonerated his supporters, popularly known as Obedience, as being behind riling of insults against prominent Nigerians, maintaining that they are law-abiding citizens. So this is the Achilles heel of the Obi narrative, and its downfall is embedded entirely within this obedient space. Obi, in a tweet on Wednesday, condemned the development, insisting it is unacceptable. The former Anambra State Governor mentioned Reverend Pastor Enoch Adeboye of the Redeemed Christian Church of God as one of the personalities that have been attacked. He said he eschews name-calling, insults, and abuse, just like most of his supporters. He wrote, the use of subterfuge by people masquerading as obedience to abuse and insult eminent personalities, like most Reverend Pastor Enoch Adeboye or anyone else, is most unacceptable. Obedience are by and large law-abiding citizens. Whilst differences of opinions are normal, calculated efforts to create ethnic or religious chasm, all in the name of politics, should not in any way be tolerated. As a person, I eschew name-calling, insults, and abuses. Likewise, most of my supporters. So the obedience, they eschew name-calling. Go to Rudolph's platform now and see them eschew. They will insult you, your mother, your children, and generations yet unborn. As a person, I eschew name-calling, insults, and abuses. Like most of my supporters, the suggestion that some in the fringes engage in such conduct casually overlooks the fact that the political opposition deploys such method to gain undue advantage and create confusion and bad blood. So that there is Obi. So that defense is categorical. There's no equivocation on what Obi is saying right there. Is completely exonerating his followership and blaming it entirely on the. Actually, let me bring you it from here. So this is from his verified Twitter page. So at least you can hear it from the horse's mouth. So let's hear it from the horse's mouth. Yes, the use of subterfuge by people masquerading as obedience to abuse and insult eminent personalities like Most Reverend Enoch Adeboye or anyone else is most unacceptable. Obedience by and large are law-abiding citizens. So there it is. And Reno Omokri quickly retorts, Peter Obi, please take Peter Obi, please take a testosterone shot and be a man for once. The people who insulted Pastor Adeboye are not masquerading as obedience as you claim. They are known and prominent obedience. One of them is someone you and I have discussed. Hold on. I'm not intending to send it anywhere. So one of them is someone you and I have discussed, and you know that person. Others are too popular as obedience. They have been photographed with you. They have solicited funds for you. Name them and shame them. That is why you can never be president of Nigeria. You are irresponsible. You cannot take responsibility for your actions and the actions of your followers. Instead, you cowardly try to blame others, just as you told me that those who made threats against my family were APC members masquerading as obedience. We are still waiting for you to sue People's Gazette. So there it is. I wonder if Peter Obi is turning into, I say I wonder, of course I'm not wondering really. I think now it is quite clear that Peter Obi is not even turning into, he has now turned into a joke figure. He has turned into a joke figure now. Is he not? Is he not a joke? Anyway, it's not just there for the comedy value. That's all it's there for now. It's just there to be mocked and nothing else. It's just the most ridiculous of person that element. More pressure as Tinubu. Let me have a sip of water. More pressure on Tinubu as Obi cites article's request for live telecast of proceedings. So there it is. They want to O.J. Simpson the Presidential Petition Tribunal. They want to O.J. Simpson it. Peter Obi and the Labour Party have filed an application requesting the live telecast of the proceedings at the ongoing Presidential Election Petition Tribunal at the Federal Court of Appeal in Abuja. Obi's request is in line with the request of the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Atiku Abubakar, who had initially proposed the same request in a separate application. So I think a decision was made on this on Thursday. Through his legal counsel, Chris Uche, Obi appealed to the tribunal to grant permission to his request to allow Nigerians and electorates who participated in the 2023 general elections to have access to the proceedings from the comforts of their homes and offices. As reported by Channels Television, the tribunal adjourned the pre-hearing session on Obi and the Labour Party petition till Wednesday, May the 17th, as the instance of the petitioner. So the petitioner will be the Obi space, by the way, at the instance of the petitioner. So they've made that request. So before you start launching at the law courts and whatnot, the Labour Party presidential candidate's attorney, Levi Uzoku, told the tribunal that further pre-hearing on the petition should be adjourned until later, as they have pending processes to be filed and served. Uzoku noted that it was a unanimous decision between the petitioner and the respondent, including the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and Tinubu, to adjourn the matter till May the 17th. Counsel to INEC, the APC president-elect and vice president-elect, confirmed the agreement. Consequently, the tribunal adjourned pre-hearing session till May the 17th to allow the parties to decide on documents that are not in contention and the ones that are controversial. So So, by the way, this deferment is essentially to aid and speed up the process. So, rather than coming to court with all and everything and submitting it, they can agree that, okay, you are saying this, I don't really disagree, so let's just accept that. But you are saying this, I fervently disagree, let's present it to the court. So it is for them to perfect their documentation, so really just to speed up the process. And that is something that they've asked for a week's buffer for. Consequently, the tribunal adjourned the pre-hearing session till May the 17th to enable the parties to decide on documents that are not in contention and the ones that are controversial. Present at the proceeding were Obi and the Director General of the 2023 campaign organization, Akin Oshitokun. Right. Recall that correspondents reported that the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has applied for live telecast of the presidential tribunal. Atiku says the live telecast is necessary because the issue in court is a national priority and must not elude the electorate who participated in the elections. He also prayed to the tribunal to withdraw the certificate of return of the president-elect Bola Tinubu. So that's just that was just a lottery ticket. He bought a lottery ticket there. All right. So there is that one. So there is that one. Which other one am I bringing you before we come into the room? So let's bring you Showore knocking that obedience space. Let's bring you that one. I hope the room is populating. By the way, there's still quite a few there's still quite a few spaces left if you want to join us. Showore knocks Obi for absolving obedience after insults on Adeboye. Political activist Omoyele Showore has slammed his fellow presidential candidate Peter Obi for dissociating his supporters, popularly known as Obedience, from the insults targeted at the general overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor Enoch Adeboye. Adeboye had issued a sermon in which he expressed the belief that President-elect Bola Tinubu, who defeated Obi in the February 25th presidential election, will fix Nigeria. This angered some supporters of Obi who hurled insult at the clergyman on social media. In a tweet on Wednesday, Obi said Obi said those behind the insult only masqueraded as obedience. He wrote, the use of subterfuge by people masquerading as obedience to abuse and insult eminent personalities like Most Reverend Pastor Enoch Adeboye and anyone else is most unacceptable. Obedience, by and large, are law-abiding citizens. Whilst differences of opinions are normal, calculated efforts to create ethnic or religious chasm are all in the name of politics should not in any way be tolerated. As a person, I eschew name-calling, insults, and abuses. Likewise, most of my supporters. The suggestion that some... okay, let's go on to Showore's reaction because I think we've read that already. Reacting, Showore urged Nigerians not to be deceived by Obi's statement on the attack suffered by Adeboye. He tweeted, at Peter Obi is a slimy person, unknown to many. At Peter Obi is the head of his mob. Cancellation of anyone opposed to his candidacy was part of his campaign strategy from inception. These strategies have now backfired spectacularly. Hence his deceptive remorse. Don't be deceived. All you need to understand him is to listen to his conversation with Bishop Oyedepo. #Revolution Now. So I wonder who Obi is intending to govern, because of course his followers have insulted the Ooni of Ife, they've insulted the Ooni of Ife as early as yesterday, who came out to ask everybody to sheathe their swords and let the country move on. So they've insulted him. They've severally insulted the Sultan of Sokoto, of course. They've insulted Wole Soyinka to the point that Peter Obi had to go and prostrate in front of him. Now they are insulting Pastor Enoch Adeboye. So who exactly is Peter Obi intending to govern? It's a farrago of nonsense. A farrago of nonsense. A farrago of nonsense. Let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one. We might well make this one the last readout, and then we'll invite the panelists to bring topics of their own. Governor Akeredolu faults APC's zoning arrangement for 10th National Assembly. Governor Rotimi Akeredolu of Ondo State has faulted this zoning arrangement for the 10th National Assembly proposed by his party, the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. Recall that the APC National Working Committee zoned the positions of Senate President of the 10th National Assembly to the South-South, Senator Godswill Akpabio, Akwa Ibom, Deputy Senate President to the Northwest, Senator Barau Jibrin. Others are the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Northwest, Abbas Tajuddin Kaduna, and Deputy Speaker Southeast, Ben Kalu Abia. So I'm not quite sure why the Northwest double-dipped, but I'm not sure. However, in a statement released on Wednesday, May the 10th, Akeredolu described it as a skewed arrangement that reinforces injustice. He stated that the zoning formula represented early signs of steps aimed at attempts. Yes, and by the way, Alexander Gomez, if your guest wants to come and join us on the screen and just spend a moment with us, that would be most appreciated. So, Alexander Gomez, that's to you. If your guest wants to come and join us on the screen and spend a moment with us, that would be most appreciated. However, in a statement released on Wednesday, May the 10th, Akeredolu described it as a skewed arrangement that reinforces injustice. He stated that the zoning formula represented early signs of steps aimed at attempts to cabin the hard-earned presidency of our leader, Bola Tinubu, by a few individuals with eyes on Aso Rock power button. So, you know, it's always grammar anyway when Akeredolu speaks, but I'll give you 2-3 paragraphs and I'll abandon it. I don't know who is a more labored read, Akeredolu or Wole Soyinka. Whenever you read a piece from either of them, it's always hard labored. It is tried to aver that it stands. It is tried to aver that it stands logic on its head that one geopolitical zone Northwest in this regard will be favored with 2 presiding officer positions out of 4, whilst North Central suffers the consequences for its innocence and shrewd loyalty by having none. It is an insidious permutation that the Northeast will be deprived in the face of the unsavory generosity. Anyway, it goes on along that line. I'm not going to tongue twist all the way through all that. So I'm not going to tongue twist all the way through all that. Let me just bring you this as a headline just to bring it back to normal. So everything changes because the world is not paying attention to all the noise making that we are making within our own little space. EU ambassador, we are keen to work with Tinubu to build win-win partnership. So the king is dead, long lives the queen. Or the king, rather. The king is dead, long lives the king. The European Union says it intends to work with Bola Tinubu, the president-elect, to build a mutually beneficial relationship with Nigeria. Samuel Isopi, EU ambassador to Nigeria and the Economic Community of West African States, spoke on Wednesday during the celebration of Europe Day in Abuja. Isopi said the EU is Nigeria's biggest trading partner and is looking forward to working with the new administration for further gains. A democratic, peaceful, strong, and prosperous Nigeria is in the interest of Europe and the world, as she said. The EU is already Nigeria's biggest trading partner, accounting for more than 20% of Nigerian trade with the world. and a significant trade balance in favor of Nigeria. The EU is also Nigeria's first partner in foreign direct investment, with an estimated foreign direct investment stock of over 30 billion euros. So essentially, they continue to. The Kenyan president also signaled in the direction of Tinubu, by the way, but you can all guess what happened to him, of course. The obedience went to Kenya to launch our team. So there it is, and here they are. Joining us, Bishop, the master in the house, Ajanle Koko. War Peace joins us from Japan. Des joins us in a truck somewhere. And Darati joins us from the Gambia. So we go first to Bishop, and then from Bishop we go on to Darati, who we've not really yet fully heard from on this platform. But we kick it off with Bishop. And Bishop then, so this headline that you are looking at on your screen, is this not singularly the most ludicrous thing, telling us that Tinubu has gone to meet investors and fine-tune his transition plans? Every and anybody knows he's on a medical trip to prep him for the inauguration. Bishop.
Okay. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Let me say good evening to compatriots and listeners.
No, you are dipping heavily already. Do you want to start like that? Sorry. Can we hear you? Are you there? All right. Can anyone hear me? I'm not sure that we want to deal with a bad connection.
We can hear you.
All right, Bishop, do you want me to go with Darati or Desmond, because the connection is choppy? Bishop.
His connection is bad. You can go to Dorothy now.
All right. Let's go on to Darati then. So Darati, you're up next. So my opening salvo. The most ludicrous of we all know he's on a medical trip, of course, because he was already on this walking trip just as early as 2 weeks ago. So is this now a case of trying to perfect his health for the inauguration?
Well, I would say
I'll need you. Hold on. I'll need you to speak up a bit though, because your voice is a bit low. But speak up a bit. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, man. I would say maybe. I would say maybe not. You know, there is this. I think I got that information also today. That's I think early in the morning or in the afternoon that he traveled again to Europe. So I was thinking, what did he want to go and do in Europe again?
Hello.
Okay, I was told. We were told that I think Bishop is here. We were told that he went to Europe for a working visit. Well,
hello.
There has been some.
So hold on, Bishop. Yeah. So sorry, Darati, we would need your voice to be a bit more up. It's just it's too low.
So,
yeah.
As I was saying, that we were told that he went there on a working visit. Yeah, it's possible, because he has a whole lot of plans on ground. He needs to meet some few guys, and probably he has been pressing some buttons, and we can see that also, like the EU. So also acknowledging that when they were doing their Europe Day, at the Europe Day celebration in Abuja, that they are ready to work with him. So, but you can never rule out that also. Probably he has some few things to take care in terms of his health. We didn't know. But
what do you think what do you think the primary reason is for him being abroad? What do you think the primary reason is?
Well, like I said, I wouldn't know, but I know that he's definitely working on a whole lot of things. But I cannot also rule out the fact that it's possible he has one or two things to say to, probably as regards his health. Of course, they didn't tell us, but he's most likely has something to probably to settle up with his health. But that doesn't mean that he also does not have some few things he has to settle when it comes to his policy formulations and a whole lot of things. So,
what do you mean, Polly? Hold on. Why do you have to be in Europe to formulate a policy?
That's what I have issues with.
It's
That
just
right
really
to
no. That's to tell you
That is what
that
I have issues with.
that's to tell you that the main and singular reason he's in Europe is for his health. He doesn't have to go to
Probably.
Europe. He has a home in Bodilon. He can go to Yankari Game Reserve. There's plenty of spaces within Nigeria to formulate policy. So
Yes, yes. One will expect if anything of such is going to happen at all. It shouldn't be traveling to Europe should be the your ultimate goal. But as he what as he becomes as he sworn in, probably we will see less frequent visits because you must also know that
no,
Nigerians will
hold
be our
on, no,
friend.
no, hold on. You can't say that. You can't say that. What we are seeing at the moment is that he travels for medicals every he comes to Nigeria 2 3 weeks and then he's back again in France for medicals. So what the reading of that is to suggest that they are only really looking to carry him through the 29th of May, and then after the 29th of May he would disappear behind the walls of Aso Rock, never to be seen again, just like we experienced with Buhari. They just want to manage him through that day and then disappear him into Aso Rock.
Well, yeah, well, yeah, based on what we've seen during the case of Buhari, it's normal for Nigerians to be skeptical, and as a person, I'm also concerned as well that what will have made him to uh, travel again to France,
And they are saying
or to
they are saying
whatever
so, sorry
whichever way.
Darati, they are saying he's coming back just before the 29th. So that just all of that just aligns to the fact that to the suggestion that they're just looking to perfect his health. So they will pad him up quite heavily, bring him in a day or two before inauguration, nurse him through the inauguration, take him into Aso Rock, lock the door, and then he will be giving us all these canned, recorded interactions like we had with Buhari. So this is rinse and repeat. We've danced this dance before.
Well, it's normal for Nigerians to think that way. For the fact that he probably has some few things to fix in his health. Of course, you know that these guys, the way they normally run their things, sometimes some of the times, although it's not supposed to be like that, it's supposed to be what's much more open to everybody to see. Oh, this is how we are running. This is what is the state of health of each and every one of them. But the fact is that Nigerians have gone through this, so they have the right to also feel that way. They have the right to think in that manner that, are we not going to have the same issue like we had with Buhari? So, but in my own opinion, I would say that if we are to compare him with Buhari, we are not going to see that kind of thing with Tinubu. He's going to definitely come out and bust the bubble once again. I mean, prove people wrong that come. It has nothing to do. I'm not going to be like Buhari. He's not going to stand aloof. I mean, not talking to people, not engaging. You can see even the little time he spent around, just after he came around, you can see the amount of engagement he did, he made. You compare it with Buhari. Buhari is not that kind of person that he doesn't even go on like that. It's not that not going like that, and he only manages his doing his things. So I'm not seeing Tinubu being that kind of president. He has never been like that. He has always been an engaging person. Right now, even when he was not in power or when he has been elected. But Nigerians have the right to actually ask questions. That's one thing. I have to be sincere with you. They have the right to ask questions about the whereabouts of their president or wherever he's going to, or what is the reason of his visit or whatever traveling itinerary he has is about. So that's one we cannot take away from Nigerians. But we start to see what's going to come on board immediately after his inauguration. But I don't think
Ah,
he knows that he has a lot of work to do. I don't think
Yeah,
he
yeah.
knows.
Hold on. You say he knows that he has a lot of work to do, but you are only really able to do those works as much as your health facilitates. So, how much of an impediment are you anticipating that his health will be to his ability to govern? Because it's clearly not 100. It's not right medically. So, how much of an impediment to governance do you anticipate
Well,
that will be?
for somebody like him, we one of the reasons why many Nigerians also voted for him is his ability to put the round peg in the round hole. So you can be sure that he is going to be someone that be able to put the right people in place. So actually, the presidency is just for him to what I mean. He's just the chief coordinator. The president's role is just to be the chief coordinator many of the times, but you have to be present as well. I mean, to supervise whoever you give the role the job to do, you have to supervise them. But when it comes to giving the right job to the right people, I think I would trust Tinubu more than any time, more than
Yes, no, forget all that. Buhari delegated in the manner that because the constitution even requires that you delegate. So Buhari delegated in the manner that you are suggesting that Tinubu would delegate. Whether Buhari delegated to the right persons or not, that is subjective. But the fact is, with Buhari, we saw that his health impeded him being able to supervise his functionaries, and we saw how they ran amok. All these characters, Abubakar Malami, the guy for aviation, all of this kind of, they just ran amok.
mm,
So
okay.
do you know how they feel that? That if it doesn't have the function to supervise these people tightly, then we're going to essentially get a repeat of Buhari.
Well, I would say I'll put up the positive for now. I would say that I'm not seeing we having a repeat of worry, and I'm very sure about that. That we're not going to be having a repeat of worry. So of course, he's still within his right to take care of his health. He has that right. He still has that right to at least since he has not yet fully inaugurated the president. The power has not been handed over to him. So, but probably when he gets power finally, we will have more effort, more. Not that we don't have effort, but I mean we will have more right, more ground to ask him more questions as regards. Although
Would it be acceptable to you if Tinubu comes back 3 4 days from his inauguration? If he comes back just 3 4 days, just in time for the inauguration, would that be acceptable to you?
well, one thing. Let me say that. Let me say that I don't think I have a problem with that
You won't
because
have a problem with
naturally,
that.
naturally, no matter where he is, definitely definitely contacting those guys that are working for him. And don't forget that they have already set up a committee to that effect. I mean, for the inauguration. So the inauguration committee already have their job cut out, and they are doing their job. So if there's going to be anything, if it still comes around that three, I would not like it to be a day before. I would not like that. If it's still 4 days, 4 days before, I think we still have about some few days. I think that still makes sense. But if it's a day too, I would not like that. I have to be sincere with you. I would not like that because it will look more. It will speak to that space. That people have been saying, oh, probably it was staged to just take over power and then just like what you said that and it disappeared. So but if it's still 4 days, I think it's not that bad. But if it's a day, no, that doesn't speak well. It doesn't speak well. It doesn't speak well for him, and it's not a good thing for him. It's going to be a minus for him.
All
It's
right.
going to be a minus.
All right. One more question before I move you on to another talking point. Do you have concerns around Tinubu's health being an impediment on its capacity to govern? Do you have concerns that he may be impeded medically for us so that we're not able to get the fullness of his capacity, of his ability?
Well, uh, for me, I do not think he would be that impeded to what to carry on with his job. I don't think so. I do not think so. So, and he's a kind of person, right from the get go, he's a kind of person that he gives jobs to people. Don't forget when he was even fine. We can't compare him in the last 20 years. We might not be able to compare his strength when he was a governor to when he's now running for the has run for the office of president and he won the election. But then we know that he gave a lot of jobs to people, and they did it well. Many of them were the ones that are serving as commissioners. So always one of them, all these guys that were with him, they went abroad for so many things, and they brought something reasonable back. And those are the things that we are seeing today. So I don't think it's else we stopping from what like people were talking about. Even at the point when the people were saying probably the obedience piece and some other guys are saying no, this guy is not strong. Some people were saying we need his head. His head and his ability to coordinate things is what we want, is what we need. So and I don't think he's going to give us short of that. Based on my own I mean what I've seen concerning my own analysis of his antecedents and what he has been doing and how he went about his campaign. He had the most tedious campaign in this last election cycle. That guy visited everywhere that can be visited. I never knew he could have that kind of strength because
Amma, can I interject?
he went to Badamatu, went to
No, hold on. We want to be managing. If the interjection is intelligent, then yes, but we don't want to be doing silly interjections anymore.
So he did a lot of engagements all from north to south. Just mention that area that this guy did not get to. Even sometimes he's not even. I'm not talking about campaigns. I'm talking about town hall meetings, meeting people, meeting the who is who, the harbors, the different stakeholders within the economy. He did a whole lot of engagement.
All right, all right, Dorothy. Take an interjection from Des, and then I'll move you on. Des, come in.
Yeah, it's not more of a question. I believe Tinubu. I think it's been like a week. He just came back from Europe, from France, wherever he went to, and for us to actually have an assumption the whole 1 month or 36 to 37 days he stayed in Europe, that he didn't do all the whole financial or whatever he was supposed to do there. And now he's trying to travel again to do it. But also have an assumption that, okay, he just came back and he spent 1 week in Nigeria and traveling back to France again for some whatever they try to make it of, and we try to believe it. I think it's basically false. Oh man, I don't know. Sometimes when you hear people talk, you can't help but to laugh because they don't know how to defend the undefendable. The truth is that, yeah, we know this man is sick, and yes, it's God that gives health and all that stuff. But I have a problem. The problem I have is not with Tinubu being sick. The problem I have always is the Constitution of Nigeria. Because when you have a constitution that says if someone is not medically sound, if someone is not medically sound, then he couldn't govern a state. And you have that in a constitution, and there's no actually labeled out way to find out
who is not medically sound. What are you talking about?
I didn't say Tinubu was. We just said Tinubu is sick, right? We are making a statement that Tinubu.
No. We're speculating.
That's what I'm saying. Speculating that he went to, get a treatment, and in the constitution, there is a place in the constitution that states that if someone is not how did he put it? It's not on the right state of mind or a right state of mind.
All right. If you don't know how it's stated, then
no, I don't know how it's stated, but we know.
Well, there you are. We don't now.
No, one man. The Constitution basically says if someone is on unsound, it has an unsound mind, that is how we put it, then it shouldn't be governing a state. But now the problem I have is if you make that statement, how do you know someone that has an unsound mind? That is the problem I have with the Constitution. Do you understand me, one man?
No.
I'm not blaming
There.
Tinubu for being sick or being whatever. What I'm blaming is the Constitution that if you state this out.
No, you've made the point. Thank you, Des. Well, just a brief response to that, then we'll move it on.
Yes, I should ask this that.
No, don't ask him. Just respond to it. I don't want to label that way.
The Tinubu that I saw during the campaign, and after the campaign, after he has won, has been declared, and his engagement, does he look like somebody that is not of sound mind?
Of course. Let me say this. If a statement, if I come and make a statement, and I'll go back, I know one man will take a jab, and I'll go back and say bala blue blabba. That is a perfect example of an unsound mind. No. We are talking about it. It's an example of an unsound mind. And
no. Well, how is that? Did you? Yeah. No, let's not go there. It's just a nonsense. We've addressed it already. Hold on, Darati. Des, the context of that balaboo, if you go and watch the fullness of that interaction, there was nothing out of sequence in that comment. It was essentially saying that not in a place that they talk gibberish. We've done countless sessions on that, so we don't want to revisit it. If that is your example of an unsound mind, then I think you have to keep on searching.
No. Like I said.
I don't want to stay here for too long, or because it's just tedious.
One man, can you answer this question?
Right.
How do you know someone that has an unsound mind? Please, can you explain how?
Well, yeah, you need a medical expert to explain that to you. Are you one? Are you one?
Thank you. Are
you one? Are you a medical?
No.
All right. So there it is.
Answering that question, one man, because that's why I
can even give you some.
If a constitution. Okay. Can you explain, please?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for examples.
The Tinubu. Wait. The Tinubu that you saw in Port Harcourt, does it look like someone that is not of a sound mind? You know that? Do you see the what? Did you see the distance it was to people that were far away from him? He was standing alone with his ADC. And
it's just Darati. Sorry, Darati. Sorry, Darati. I'm going to move on from there. It's just the most ludicrous of things. The Tinubu that defeated Rotimi Amechi, Fayemi, or Shibanjo, and Ahmed Lawan, all of them in the primaries, and then went on to defeat Shore, Atiku Abubakar, Prince Adebayo, Peter Obi, and a whole retinue of others in a presidential campaign. Is unstable mentally. It's just.
You haven't answered.
No. I'm not interested, man. Just.
What is?
All right. So sorry. Don't wind us up now. Des, it's too early in the session to be on a wind up. It's just move us on to this headline, Darati, please.
Yeah. Obi was talking about opposition impersonating obedience to attack. Insult eminent Nigerians. I was very, very angry when I was. Let me not say I'm angry. I was kind of. I was not happy when I heard that word. That he sent that word on his Twitter handle. What people should understand something. You cannot be in the glass house and be throwing stones. He himself is beginning to make people to hate him the more. You need to understand that. Just yesterday, they insulted the Oni of Ife. Do you know who Oni of Ife is to the Yoruba people? And they also move on to Badeboye. The same thing they did with Wole Soyinka. And you are saying that these guys, that it was the opposition that was under one kind of subterfuge impersonate the obedient space and so. It's better for him to even hold his peace than even defending that space. Let him go onto the Twitter and see what these guys were typing, the way they were commenting, lambasting. I watched Arise this morning. A particular guy like that, just like most of the videos normally do. Actually, they kind of extracted Joy Obi'S and his crew about Arise TV and analysis and stuff like that. They were talking about the response of Twitter space, the Twitter space against what the Onion people said, and it was all. Some were modest in their use of language, but you still see a lot of them using the wrong commenting in a very awkward way.
Darati, what continues to mystify me is who exactly Peter Obi is looking to govern, or who his adherents, his followers expect that he's going to govern. So they go and insult the Sultan of Sokoto. And the Sultan of Sokoto is not a person; it's a stool. It's a stool, yes. And that stool, it cascades deeply into Nigeria and through the Sahel. It's a revered figure within that space. So you insult him, but then you want to govern his people. So that's one. And then you go and insult the Ooni of Ife. The Ooni of Ife is not a person; it's a stool. That's the divinity of the Yoruba backdrop. It's a very integral core to the Yoruba thing, to the Yoruba experience. You go and insult him, but you want to govern the Yorubas. You go and insult Wole Soyinka, but you want to govern Nigeria. And anytime and every time they do this our squeaky voiced character from Anambra State, it goes around media squeaking that no, they are law abiding and all this nonsense in that rather somewhat retarded voice that he has.
You can see him going towards Soyinka to go and technically beg there, like I'm here to go to. Many people don't know who Soyinka is. When during the time of Jonathan, I remember it was Soyinka that stood for Jonathan. He was the one that stood for the civil society organization. There were 3 integral people they need to carry along to give power to Jonathan. Then he was on the part of the people, the masses, and the civil society organization, where the political class, all these guys, guys within that accord, testifying, raised the doctrine of necessity or the state for that day. They were the ones that fought for power to be given to Jonathan. I should challenge Obi. What he has ever done in his life for democracy. Yes, I can say it. What has he ever done for democracy? These are guys that have come sharp. They have laid down their lives. They have laid down everything, every of their being for the emancipation of human rights and the liberation of the people of Nigeria, as well as democracy. So these are guys that they are revered within this space and also on a global scale. And you just see these people just lambast them anyhow, and he will be defending them. Instead of him to even probably say, I'm sorry, something like that. I saw him. Somebody was lying yesterday. I watched his Arise TV interview with Charles, where Charles was, I was even looking at Charles. Is he an interviewer? Is he a journalist? Because he was even backing Obi. He was the one saying, he was absorbing him of so many things that the obedient and the allegations that was leveled against Obi himself. And he was saying, people are angry. People are angry. That's why they should work. They should not know who and who. Of course, we are not saying they cannot criticize their leaders. In that one, I must be clear about that one. But when you now take it to a level, what I expect, I've seen Tinubu come out to say, don't fight people. Pulling down people within his space. Tinubu has done it before. Yeah, these guys do it. But I've never seen him do that. Kind of pacify his people that come. Let's take it easy. Don't use any force. Don't use this. I mean, he has not been really doing it. And at any time, these guys throw stones around, and he hits some big shots. he knows that this thing is going to backfire on him, and he goes behind their back to go and beg. Whereas where he's supposed to go to even say that, oh, not that you are going to say that you are going to kind of reprimand them like in a heavy manner like that, but you can still say that, oh, I want people to understand that, yeah, I'm not for Igbo, and I've heard them say that, but he will be saying, he will be backing them up. He backed them up this morning. I saw the tweet. This tonight I even still saw the tweet when he was talking about they are lying against them. They are lying against them, and we saw them all over them, and we can see their names. You know what? I've engaged so many of them on Facebook and Insta. You see them. You see the name. Go and see the names of the people. Go and see their names. You know that they belong to a particular section of the country, or sometimes it may not be a section of it. It may also be other sections of the country, other regions of the country. I don't want to commit massive generalization here, but you will see that he does not call the people within his space to order. And he needs to do that because he's going to be kind of making more people to hate him. And
all right.
Saying, oh, I don't think you need to give power to this guy, even if the opportunity comes.
All right. All right. Thank you. Give us a brief commentary on the push to have the tribunal experience televised. So there's been an application filed by Article's team and another one filed by the Obi team to have a live telecast of the tribunal proceeding. So it looks as though that pressure is mounting heavily. But do you think the court should yield to this? So like an O.J. Simpson sort of a thing. So a very brief commentary on that.
I'm actually against it. I was talking about this one time like that. We deliberated on it, and we looked at the pros and the cons, the consequences of these things. We look at it. Okay, some people were saying, oh, if they televise it, at least it will what? It will make a lot of people to at least to see the transition, the transparency in the process. It makes the process more transparent. But I would have loved this actually, if the obedience space are matured enough to handle these things. And many people came around with a lot of things that is likely to come up. Where is audio air? You see people cutting. They might decide to cut a particular part of that video and begin to do some propaganda, as in serious propaganda from it. Even without that, they've been doing it. Go and check. I have them on. I've seen many of them. I can't count the number of the ones that I've seen on Facebook. So, and these things is capable of even putting the lives of these people in danger. They are people. I mean, you can see them being picketed and a whole lot of things like that. So, I think, in my own opinion, I don't think it's necessary. Well,
all right.
Probably the media should be charged more to what? To do a kind of sequential transmission of that particular stuff. Might not be live. They at least they will be able to carry along Nigerians in whatever transpires within that space. But on a live TV, I don't think people, especially the obedience space, I don't think they can handle it. They will use it to cause trouble. Seriously.
All right, brilliant. Well, thank you, Dorothy. Stay with us. Dorothy, let's go from you and see if Bishop has a better connection now. So, Bishop, let's try again. Bishop, are you there?
Yeah, I am. I had a connection. It was just a glitch, and that's fine.
No, there was a vacuum, and we had to go on to someone else. Let me take you. Yeah, let me take you to where we started from. Tinubu's travel to Europe. Tinubu travels to Europe to meet investors, fine-tune transition plans. So now, when Tinubu spent 5-6 weeks in France and then went on to Lesser Hajj, not quite 2 weeks ago, the same headline was what we saw. They said it was in France to recuperate from a grueling electioneering campaign and to perfect his transition plan. So that was the headline for that 6 weeks disappearance that we saw. That the narrative of where is Tinubu was ricocheting around the landscape. So now he's disappeared again under the same headline. Clearly, the guy has medical needs, and obviously they are trying to prep him for the 29th. Bishop.
Well, I don't agree with you. I mean, as straightforward as that. I give them the doubt. If they say he's going to make preparations, maybe because of the pressure of a lot of people trying to lobby here, I give them the benefit of that, I believe. And I think we spend too much time in this speculation, conspiracy theories, innuendos, and the rest. If they say he's gone to, meet some people and perfect his, whatever his team, we expect him to hit the ground running. He is not to be sworn in here. So I give him that benefit of the doubt. I won't bother my head, start speculating whether I have headache or toothache or diarrhea, or what do you call it. Like the last time when we were talking about Peter Obi, I said, well, I believe Peter Obi, if he says that was what happened until there is evidence to the contrary. So for me, I just think we just dissipating energy on top of what is not really working. If they say pregnancy, you cannot hide pregnancy for long. So if he's sick, we will know. We'll find out someday. But from every indication, even though I hardly see a 70-year-old person nowadays without one form of managing one form of ailment or the other. So if he says he's going to do some private work and prepare himself, prepare his governance, for me, I give him that benefit of that. And I don't want to continue to speculate and,
you may not want to continue to speculate, but the whole of the political space, they are already in that space. The guy disappeared. He disappeared for 6 weeks under the same. I'm going to perfect my transition plan and whatnot. And then he came back. He came back. He came back looking fresh-faced and rosy-cheeked. They said no because he's rested. That's why. And then he started to falter after 2 weeks. And then they're disappearing him again to tell us that he will come back just in time for the transition of power. I mean, nobody's going to not speculate to that.
Oh man, you are adding pepper and crayfish to it. I mean, number one, when he was traveling, he said he wanted to go and rest and observe Lesser Hajj. That was it. He went and he came back. When he came back, he said after 2 weeks, he began to falter. I did not see where he has faltered in any way, form, or shape. So, and they say, okay, he's going on another trip to meet some people, okay, and to perfect his whatever, maybe he's trying to set up his team that he wants to work with. Maybe there are what do you call it now? People are disturbing, kind of a lot of lobbying here and there, and he just want to be away so that he can do that from this. So as far as I'm concerned, I will give him the benefit of the doubt that he's going to do what he says he's going to do until there are compelling evidence to the contrary. For now, if he says he's going to, well, and like I was saying before you cut me off, maybe there are hardly any 70-year-old that is not managing one form of ailment or the other. Science, I remember when he came back, about a week after he came back, there was this news that everybody carried that they are flown in some medical experts from somewhere to come and attend to him and this and that. I think we give too much room for conspiracy. So when 3 weeks is just around the corner. If he comes back in 2 weeks, that gives him 1 week before the inauguration. If he comes back, definitely he will not. Inauguration, he will not be there, and we will not have opportunity to assess him better. By the time he comes back, and we see his few days, whether he's going to be the one in the eye of the open, whether his governance is going to be different from what he had. Because in those days of his as a governor, you will always see him at project sites. And I remember
hold on. You say in those days as a governor, it was fit and healthy then. We can see that the guy is crumbling right before our eyes. We cannot not pretend to. We cannot see now. So why are we pretending that we don't see? The guy he cannot stay upright for any moment more than 30 minutes. So what are we talking about?
I disagree with you that he's crumbling. One, that he cannot stay upright. I don't know what parameter you're using to measure he's staying upright. He's 70-year-old. Yeah, my mom is 90. My mom can still walk a mile, 2 miles. You know, she doesn't need aid to go walk. But different things, they are different people. So as far as I'm concerned, I have not seen anything in Tinubu to show me that is dangerously failing in health or is suffering a kind of one terminal ailment or the other that will incapacitate him from carrying out his functions, his duty as the president of the Federal Republic. So for me, I would just say, let's just leave innuendos, let's leave speculation, let's leave conspiracy theories. If we have substance to look, to hold on to, and to debate his fitness, his fit or otherwise, his being fit or otherwise to rule, then we can discuss it. But for now, I don't think there's nothing that should fuel such speculations.
You don't think there's anything to fuel the speculations? Anyway, no, but you may not think that, but a lot of people do. It was in France for about 4, 5, 6 weeks.
I saw,
and then it came back barely 10 days. It's off again. No date of return. Just that he will be back in time for the inauguration. With a lot of speculation around his health that he's going to get a booster shot. Booster shot.
Well, are you there when they gave you the booster shots?
We can see the evidence. We saw the before and after. We saw when he left Nigeria looking gaunt and frail, and he came back looking like he was ready to race with Usain Bolt.
We had this discussion about a week or 2 weeks ago when he came back, and I did say to you, if you, I don't know, you are chubby already, you are ready. But if you give somebody that Cipron we used to have in those days and just be drinking Milo, morning and night drinking Milo, I can assure you, you will add more weight than is added. You look more chubby than they look. So if somebody had that grueling, which you testified to, kind of campaign, and you goes and take 4 weeks full rest. I mean, he was barely catching 3 while the campaign lasted, and the campaign lasted about 6 weeks, and all the undercurrents, so as far as I'm concerned, I just want to give the benefit of the doubt. I'm not saying he's as a fiddle. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with him. I'm saying there's nothing much that we need to start speculating about. He's still a private citizen, mind you. So when he comes back and he's sworn in, and of course, we want him to be well. We want him, but just speculating is we're just dissipating energy on something that that's not what. That's my view.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this next talking point. And Ajale Koko, if you are listening, check your phone. I sent you a message. Let me take you to this next talking point, Bishop. Opposition impersonating obedience to attack, insult eminent Nigerians. Peter Obi cries out. So how many times have we been here before? Just countless. They went after, was it Sheun Kuti or Femi Kuti? And Peter Obi had to sneak in through the back door to go and apologize to him. Haven't defended them publicly. They insulted the Sultan of Sokoto, as we all know. We also have, they were throwing rotten eggs at Professor Shoyinka. The Ooni of Ife was not spared, and neither now the latest victim, the leader of the Redeemed Church. So, but every single time that this comes to Peter Obi's table, he will tell us that they are all good boys, and it is the APC that is trying to color them bad. So what are you then making then of the feeble voiced man from Anambra and his spinning?
I think you said it all in your intro and your readout. I will just add to it that what he says is blatant lie. I can mention 10 very prominent of his supporters and followers, prominent, that have said one very toxic and insulting and accepting thing about the persons of Ooni of Ife, Professor Shoyinka, and Pastor Adeboye in the past. On this one, all this happened in this past 1 week or thereabout. So if he's claiming to be ignorant of those, I would just say, well, it's a good time to sow. There's always seed time and harvest time. When you sow wind, I can assure you, you will reap whirlwind. The time will come that the people he has so much regard for will be taken to and be turned to shreds. I did say this before. The kind of thing that happened when the North was the butt of the joke of everybody, and there were no reprisal, or what do you call it? There were no counter. There were no what do you call it? There were no pushbacks. It's probably not going to happen now. It's okay for these people to disparage every respectable Yoruba leader, but it's terrible for Bayo Onanuga to make the statement that look, you cannot interfere. So as far as I'm concerned, it's just seed time. Harvest time will come.
But do you think the obedient will ultimately be the nemesis of Peter Obi? Because I've often said that Peter Obi is a hostage to a monster that he has created. So he has he has created now this space that has now grown out of his control. So he constantly has to feed them, or otherwise they will devour him. But he cannot handle them, and he cannot do without them. So it's essentially a hostage to that space.
You are very correct. I mean, you are very correct. It's a hostage. I said it before. That ordinarily, if people that had, a bit of common sense have told him that it's a lost battle, that the election, there is nothing. But he was so afraid, so afraid of his followers, and that he's kind of doing everything, to please them and make them happy and to keep their hope alive, no matter how hopeless that hope is. And like I said earlier on, I can mention 10 of his very prominent supporters that have disparaged these people. So if he is saying that they are not, I mean, is he saying that what's his name? Charlie Boy is not a supporter? Is he saying Henry Shield is not? Is he saying, there are names there that are very prominent. So as far as I'm concerned, he's enslaved, he's captured, and I don't know until when it is finally over before he admits that it's over. So he cannot voluntarily withdraw. He cannot call them to order. He cannot castigate them. He cannot rebuke them. He cannot caution them. He cannot say anything against them when it is obvious that they are known people. They are not just some random guy that are hiding behind keypad somewhere. So like you said, yes, he's already a captive in the hands of the people that, supposedly is leading. So if he cannot tell them, call a spade for them, it shows the kind of leader that Peter Obi is going to be if for any reason he emerges as a president of Nigeria. It is similar and even worse things in Anambra. It's just that it's the same person now that, has just become a, but like I said, there will always be a payback time. And one day, people will not care whatever anybody says. They will give it back and he will not like it. He definitely will not like it.
All right, brilliant. So Bishop, a lot of the things that are going to be adjudicated at the Presidential Election Tribunal, the decisions may already be made even before that adjudication comes into play, before any verdict comes out. So they were jubilating about the Osun State verdict that Adeleke got, but maybe they celebrate too early because embedded in there is something that stymies one of their key pleas at the court. Mute yourself for a moment, Bishop. Let me bring you this quickly. So mute yourself for a moment. So let me bring you this. INEC not bound to electronically transmit results, says Supreme Court in Osun Guba case. So there it is right there. So that decision already been made at the topmost. The dispute as to who is the duly elected governor of Osun State has finally been settled by the Supreme Court of Nigeria, but with far-reaching implications. Delivering judgment in the appeal filed by Gboyega Oyetola, candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, a 5-member panel of the Apex Court affirmed the election of Ademola Adeleke as the governor. Amongst several issues raised by Oyetola and APC, the focal point of their case was overvoting. They contended that the presiding officers who conducted the elections in the 774 polling units across the state did not comply with the Election Act, INEC regulations, guidelines, and manuals, in that they did not use the beavers to accredit and verify voters in many of the polling units and did not properly accredit voters. The resultant effect, according to the appellant, was that there was overvoting in the resultant effect, according to the appellant, was that there was overvoting in that the number of votes recorded in the polling unit result sheet from EC8A were more than the number of votes accredited, verified, and recorded in the beavers of the corresponding polling units. However, the appellants failed to prove their case of overvoting. So this is the space now that comes into play at the Presidential Election Tribunal. INEC is not bound to electronically transmit results. Notably, the Apex Court emphasized that there is no law that requires presiding officers to transmit by beavers the number of accredited voters or accreditation of the polling unit to the database or back-end server of INEC as claimed by the appellant. Therefore, the case of the appellant that the presiding officers were bound to instantly or on the spot transmit the number of accredited voters in the beavers to the back-end server or database of INEC has no support. Emmanuel Agim, who read the lead judgment, said a federal high court in Abuja in a January 23 ruling dismissed a suit filed by the Labour Party seeking to compel INEC to adopt an electronic method for transmitting 2023 election results. Emeka Nwati, presiding judge, held that the commission is at liberty to pick any method of transmitting the results. So there it is right there, Bishop. So that is one of the key pleas of the Obi case, and the decision already been made at the topmost level by the Supreme Court. So what are you then making then of that judgment? That's a key plank of the Obi case.
Yeah, thank you. I so seriously wanted us to discuss this case yesterday. Unfortunately, that never happened. As far as I'm concerned, the verdict of the Supreme Court yesterday was I don't know whether this was the death kernel, spelled the death kernel for Obi'S petition, except they can make something out of the 25% and the drug case. Apart from those, except if they can get something from that, apart from those, honestly speaking, the verdict of yesterday completely, and it is not unconnected with the judgment had not been released. That's the certified true copy of the judgment, and that's what the Obi'S have been looking for today. So they want to get the certified true copy and peruse it. They need to digest it completely. And honestly, I will say, I might be wrong, I will say it's one of the reasons why they requested for that adjournment till Wednesday next week. They told them that the judgment will be ready either by Monday or Tuesday. So the reason for the adjournment was just so that they can, because that yesterday judgment verdict is very, 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 I repeat that, emphasis, important to the case of Peter Obi. So, like I've always held, it's just going to be kind of a circus. I don't want to make it a full circus by the request to televise it, to have, like you rightly said, OJ Simpson, to have a circus, something we can who and cry and give it and gather about. But in the real sense of the word, in the real content, that petition is lacking in substance. So yesterday's verdict, if we have opportunity to dissect it and look at it, maybe wait until the certified true copy of the judgment is released. And if we can read it, there are so many far-reaching pronouncements in that anybody that has looked at Peter Obi's case, look at this, you will know that it's well, don't let's say it's over until it is over. But
Because Bishop, because the petition, the Presidential Petition Tribunal is at the appellate level. So the appeal court is not going to overturn a judgment that has already been made by the Supreme Court. So they will defer to that judgment in the course of this Presidential Tribunal because that judgment has already come in. And if the Obi'S face, if they appeal to the Supreme Court will just give them a copy of the Osun State to say, get out of here, we've already adjudicated. So even before we get to a hearing, everything collapses.
You are not being kind, you are being mean. But the truth of the matter is that in respect of the 2022 Electoral Act, this is the first test. This Osun case is the first time they're putting it to test. And they put to rest so many things. A lot of people were making nonsensical noise about IREF. And I was shocked listening to some. IREF is just a viewing portal. INEC said earlier on that they're not going to compile, they're not going to what do you call it now? Collate their results from that. They are going to be on the hard, except when there is a dispute, and that dispute, will have to be corroborated by 5 or 6 of the people, because all the political parties have a copy. So when you now come and say, oh, what they posted on the IREF is not the rating, they have others. The one with the DSS, the one with the police, the one INEC copy, then the one with other political parties. So when people keep saying that because they did not upload in real time, and trying to build the entirety of the case on that premise, I mean, I shudder. So truth is, the Supreme Court have made a pronouncement yesterday, and that is going to be like a standard for other days when it comes to making informed or far-reaching decision in the areas of what are the limits of the power of they decide the mode or method of transmission, all those little things. Where do you go to when you want to get the authenticated or verified number of what do you call it now? The number of people that have been, what do you do before you vote?
Accredited.
Accredited, exactly. The number of people that have been accredited. So they said, look, forget about the server. The real thing, the BVAS is the real deal. That is where the power resides. So the printout or the information in the BVAS is, so forget whatever. So people that are talking about one server, one cloud, one something somewhere. I mean, so let's wait. But obviously, it's a very far-reaching decision, and that was why I was so looking forward to talking about it yesterday.
Because it's a slam dunk. What the Supreme Court is essentially telling us is that the law does not support an argument for electronic transmission of the results. So if the law does not support it, then don't bring it to court. It's just so that one already out of the way. So the way this thing is going, they may well just withdraw it when the more ridiculous it starts to sound. But of course, you know how stubborn Peter B can be. Go on.
I wanted to say, like I said earlier, I believe there is a very thin connection between the request for that adjournment on the 17th and the judgment of yesterday. There is a connection, no matter how tiny or how slim it is. There is a connection, because anybody that can read in between the line, yesterday's verdict dealt a blow to the very heart of Obi'S petition.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to a new space. Let me take you to this space. Akeredolu making a plea for making an argument really against the permutations of the parliament. Let's put it that way. So he's essentially arguing that because if you look at, actually, let me give you a paragraph, because this paragraph best explains says. It says, no, hold on, for the benefit of just mute yourself for a moment. Recall that the APC National Working Committee zoned the position of Senate President of the 10th National Assembly to the South-South, Senator Godswill Akpabio, Deputy Senate President to the Northwest, Senator Barau Jibrin. Others are Speaker of the House of Representatives, Northwest again, Abbas Tajuddin, and then Deputy Speaker Southeast, Ben Kalu. So, Bishop, what Akeredolu is telling us that, one, the Northwest is double dipping. What about the North Central? Never mind the South-South. So the permutations, the permutation of the parliament, too heavily skewed. Bishop.
Yeah, I agree with Akeredolu. I mean, he's one of the very few times I agree with him, by the way. I agree with him totally. I don't know who in his right senses will make such a proposal and make it public. Speaker and Deputy Senate President. I mean, I don't know if it's deliberate for whatever reason. I think it's one of the most stupidest. If there's anyone like stupidest, something anybody will give a concentration and a consideration to. I don't care. I mean, everybody contributed. I mean, their best. They did their best. So, North Central probably gave more in this election. Yes, Northwest gave more in terms of votes. 1, 2, 3 counting. But hey, North Central gave 4 states. There are more than about 10 or 11 senators in the North Central, as again the Northwest. So I don't understand why somebody will come up with such a proposal where you have the Deputy Senate President, which is also a very powerful presiding officer, and also the Speaker of the House of Representatives. That's insane. I mean, if APC had made this kind of a thing in their, what do you call it? It should have been very terrible for them. I don't know why they made it, and I hope they can quickly retrace their step and do the needful. And about mentioning individual names, I don't know why they did that. You should have said, okay, we zone to this zone, we zone to this zone. Go and discuss amongst yourselves. But you have an anointed candidate at the detriment to provoke others. Why are you doing this to yourself? So for me, I agree in total with Akeredolu. No matter what, I think they should change it. If the Northwest wants the Speaker, then they should relinquish the Deputy Senate President to North Central. If they want the Deputy Senate President, then they should release the Speaker. They can't take the two. It's I don't know. I don't know what word. I don't want to sound.
But what about inserting the Southeast in that Senate President? Oh no, they can't, can they? Because Akpabio is already there. But do you think the composition of the parliament is a permutation towards 2027? Is this the politics of 2027 that we're seeing in the composition in what they're doing?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But I'm not saying it is not. I don't think so. I think it's too early for anybody to start permutating. I mean, let's start this 2023 first. By the time we start, after the first year, we can now start talking about. I think it was just a first pass. I think it was just a first pass. I think they wanted to compensate the North West. Unfortunately, somebody just get a little bit overexcited in doing so. So for me, I think Akeredolu has a point. And I think APC, in its own best interest, should do the needful.
But there has to be thinking. Yeah.
Can I speak to that particular point?
Only if you speak up. We need you to speak up. Speak up.
Short,
yeah. But speak up. Yeah, speak up. Your voice. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
If
Good.
you look at it very well, the Northwest are always what? They are always smart guys.
I can't hear what you're saying.
No, that's what I said to
smart
him.
Guys. I said they are smart guys. The Northwest, they are smart guys. The Deputy Senate President is the head of the Constitutional Amendment Committee in the Senate. So, the Northwest used to be the one that they used to be the guardian. I mean, the one that normally guide the interest of the North. So probably they kind of I don't know whether they went into a deal to make sure that they place him there, they place Northwest there, in order to anytime they want to tweak anything in the Constitution, they will always have an input. The Northwest, especially the Northwest, we have an input. And also, look at the speakership. In fact, it's not too good for us. Having the Northwest as a deputy speaker, deputy senate president, and the speaker. These two guys has a lot of role to play in anything that will happen in that government, because he's the chairman of, and he's the one that represents Nigeria also at the ECOWAS Parliament and some other parliamentary functions outside of the continent. So I think they need to do something to that, at least to reduce the influence of the Northwest. They need to do something. At least I watched there's this man Baggy. He is also contesting for speakership from North Central. He said at least if they can give them that North Central, it should be good. But I know that the Northwest have one thing or the other. That was why they gave them those two non-elective positions. That is the chairmanship and the XGF. So there is something to constitutional reform in that particular way.
All right, thank you. Smart or not, it's unacceptable. Even if you are going to abandon the Southeast for reasons that they did not contribute anything to you, look at what Yahaya Bello did for Tinubu in the course of that election. He was digging up roads and shooting at people. Where is there no North Central in the permutation of this government?
Yeah, like I said earlier on, that's completely unacceptable. I believe it's a mistake that they will rectify. But let me speak to what the gentleman that spoke now just said. The deputy senate president and the deputy speaker are co-chairs. It's not like one is head and one is. They are co-chairs in the Constitution Amendment Committee. So Ben Kadu and Barrow, if eventually. But what they try to do to Barrow is that because Barrow was a front runner for the Senate presidency, and the only reason why they persuaded him to let go and let it be South was because of the religious balancing. Because I don't think it would make any sense to have a Senate president that is also a Muslim in this kind of scenario that we already find ourselves. So the best bet would have been, I was thinking, my permutation was give the deputy senate president or the speaker to the Northwest, then give each one of them to the North Central. And the North Central is very likely to produce another Christian. So it will kind of balance it up. So the Senate president and the speaker, it depends on where the pendulum swings. But the idea of making the Northwest to produce both the deputy senate president and speaker is completely, I'm able to use the word, is completely asinine. I don't want to say insane. It's completely unacceptable. So, and I believe and I hope that they are going to do the needful and consult widely and rectify that stupid mistake. That's my view on that.
All right. Let me acknowledge a first super chart. It says, where was Akeredolu when the second and fourth personalities of the nation came from his region in the person of the VP and the speaker? All right. So yes, Oshibanjo and Bajabi Amila is what he's saying then. So double standards is yes, but well, I don't know. Hypocrisy is what Jaffa is accusing Akeredolu of. So I suppose there's some merit to that. So some merit to that. Let me take you, or let you want to respond to Jaffa. Let me take you to one last talking point, and then I'll move the conversation on to Fatai. People have not heard from Fatai for a while. Let me take you to this space. More pressure on Tinubu as Obi'S cites articles request for live telecast of proceedings. So now there's a heavy push to have this thing televised. And there's an application, by the way, before the court. So a decision has to be made by the court if this thing is going to be televised or not. But how do you think the court will sway in these two applications from our two major parties in the suit?
Yeah, like I addressed this space a few days ago on the same platform. My thinking is this: there is nothing wrong in the telecast, but in this particular situation, it should not be granted. And my reasons are very simple. The way we have come at it, Peter Obi's pace, the Labour's pace, and Peter Obi think they can stampede the rest of Nigeria to do the things the way they want them to do it. It is either their way or no way. A clear message should be sent that look, it cannot always be your way. The judiciary, the judges, the justices, their lordships have the right. They can decide, but in my own opinion, they should turn it down, especially with the snippets of what we have seen. How, because you will be asking some critical question that requires, the judges to answer to, and people will begin to paste their pictures and their families. This one is asking, this one is being, he has already collected money. When they are already holding press conferences that judges have collected money, and I'm ashamed, I'm disappointed that they have not come and said, look, let them come and verify that, but they will say they are witch hunting. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a no. Let the heavens fall if the heavens will fall. I'm sure they will tell them no, and when they tell them no, if they want to withdraw from the case, so be it. If they want to say, they are not sure they are going to get a fair trial, so they are withdrawing their, it's going to make it good for everybody. So, in summary, it is a no. If I have to add a third no.
All right, brilliant, well put. So thank you, Bishop. So let's go on from you, Bishop, to Fatai, who joins us. So Fatai, you're up next. Fatai, Baoni. Fatai, the man in Cyprus, Fatai. Are you sleeping again, or is that girl there? Is that what it is? She Rebecca. Look at that. What's the female name? Is it Fatima? What is it? A Muslim country, Cyprus?
No, it's a Christian country.
All right.
It's 90. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe 99% Christian or something like that. The South Cyprus. Maria
right.
is a popular name.
Maria, yeah. So is that her name? Then? Is that her name? Look at that.
Why are you looking for trouble now?
Man does not live by bread alone, but the word of
man
God.
Does not live by bread alone. Now. Don't look for my trouble now, please now.
All right. Talking about looking for trouble, somebody sent in this clip, this audio. So I've not listened to it, but let's listen to it together, and you have the first reaction by way of you coming to the spotlight.
People from all over the world, blah, 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 blah. So we want to release a press statement to warn those countries who they've invited that if you come, anything do you. If you allow your president come.
Sorry. Barry.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Barry, I don't know if I have to interject there because if this message is something that Nelly, go ahead. Because something like this is something that we need to all come together and discuss. And honestly, I don't, Ngozi, I can see that you requested the mic. Do you have anything to say?
No, Barry, please, this is not a conversation we should even be having. Please. I beg.
In the public. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, no problem.
So there it is. So let me kick you off then, off the back of that with this. So that, of course, unmistakably the Obedience in their usual watering hole, threatening to attack all the diplomats that turn up for the inauguration. So off the back of that, and to the attack on Pastor Adeboye and Peter Obi'S leap to their defense. Fatai.
One man. We are obedient. We are over pampering them now. If they want to go and attack foreign dignity or whatever, those ones they have a fight. They have jets, so they have bombs. So you want to go and attack people that have bombs? If you think who do you want to go and attack? American dignitaries. Who are you going to attack? Those ones they don't play. If you let them go and attack them now, who is disturbing them? This one, let them. They are just playing now. They are just playing. That conversation is not even what is a kindergarten conversation. You want to go attack foreign dignitaries? Those ones that are always working with secret service.
But
No, they
but
are
it
really
goes it goes to the wider conversation though. Just the vitriol and toxicity of that space that is now becoming a real problem. Some of the most revered names within the Nigerian experience, not off limits to these people. Everybody dragged through the mud with just vile and vicious abuse.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay if you every publicity is always good, whether good or bad publicity. It's good. Let them publicize themselves now. Actually, from the attack on Wale Soyinka and the attack on the lady that wrote the little piece about Tinubu's nomination for the Time 100. I think the Globe already has already got a peek of what they are dealing with. So I think they are no longer unknown quantity. So it doesn't really matter. I don't really bother about that. I don't think it's. I don't
Do, do,
think.
do, do you see it as an indication of a lack of some sort of a cerebral functioning in that space? Because they are agitating for their man to govern Nigeria, and all of the revered ethnic icons of all of the sub regions of Nigeria, they insult them. So, who exactly is Peter Obi going to govern? Is he going to govern over the Yorubas who revere the Oni, but they've insulted him, or the Northerners who revere the Sultan, but they've insulted him, or the deep, strong Redeem movement who revere their leader, and they've insulted him? Do they have any concept of just what the permutations are?
Oh well, I don't know. I mean, it's I mean, how do you assess somebody's mental capacity from outside? So I mean, I can't really say about that, but I do know they have become a what is that parable of the baby crying wolf? Have you watched that parable? Every time you cry wolf, and so at some point everybody understands. So like, but it's not really. It's not by accident. It was part of the original calculation now. So I think in the West they call it depersonalization. So you depersonalize people, and if you once you consider them not a person, you can do whatever you do to them, you do to them. So anybody against Obi, you depersonalize. So then once you depersonalize, it doesn't really matter. You don't see anything huge about that person. So you don't. So Wale Soyinka is a nobody as long as it's been depersonalized. It's like when they took Trump off Twitter. So it didn't really matter if Trump was American president. You can be taken, or the ramifications of that does not really matter because he's essentially not a person. So if you see a Wale Soyinka and you think it, and you essentially consider him not to be a person, then you can. It's like Nazis. If you call somebody a Nazi, essentially you can stone him and nobody will charge you for a crime. So that it's and it was designed to be like that. So if you come against Peter Obi, they're gonna come after you, and that's it. And Peter Obi is all this one he goes behind and go and be begging everybody, go and be begging for Soyinka. In his mind, he's doing plausible deniability. Right, like who are you? Who are you kidding? Only you better confess your sin so that we go know which medicine to apply. You are going behind say no. I beg you, who are they kidding? Who are they? But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's a child who was cried wolf so many times. At some point, it doesn't really matter. As long as they don't go on the street, as long as they don't start burning buildings. So it's okay, it's free speech, let them speak. Right. I mean if you speak too much and your words become watery, right? What's the point? I mean what they have is actually a very nice instrument, right? You know, they have a very good instrument. It's something they can use against a government, like, you know, it's a very powerful tool to critique the government. But when you essentially make a mess of it, that everything like me, I always say the only thing I like obedience, really. The only thing I don't like about them is they don't know how to fight. They fight everything. I mean, you have to choose your fight.
Fatai, in many ways, have they now become sort of like a caricature of what they once were? So sort of like a joke version of what was once potent and serious. Are they now just
Yeah,
like a caricature?
yeah, you've just given me a synonym now. You've just rephrased what I was trying to say now. It's like it's a powerful tool, but then what is a powerful tool if you don't if it's like what is the point of a Ferrari that cannot that at the end of the day will not be able to it will just a body without engine, because that's what it's going to become. Like, okay, just a picture. Okay, obedience are talking again. It is essentially what's going to become. It's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be a very good. It's supposed to be a tool to keep the government on their feet, right? To be afraid that the obedience are coming for you, but it's become like okay, obedient again. Oh, not again. Oh, it's obedient. I don't do like calling me now. Obedient me. Who they make noise for my backyard? Now obedient. Now that would be that's obedient now. Okay, no, I'll make her go sleep, Jerry.
All right. Let me take you quickly to what I suspect the main reason why you've turned up. So your star boy, city boy, now on his way to France for his weekly booster shot. So is this a sign of the future that as soon as he's sworn in, they'll pack him away in Aso Rock, only really to be seen on the way to the airport to France every 6 weeks or so to go and get his booster shot. So Tinubu back on the flight again for his booster shot in France. Fatai.
City boy is going to party. He's going to party. He's going to party. He's going to the city of Europe. One man, what is wrong with that now? City boy is going to European city. One man, you are too creative. You are just creative. I was laughing throughout your monologue now. I was just laughing, right? I didn't really even know where to attack it. I said I will ask one man maybe 3 questions. I had to even write it down, not to forget. I think at some point you said he faltered. That he came back and he faltered. So I was like, okay, is it that he faltered or he needs enough steroid for May 29? Or I mean, at some point, I think you even reported it here that they flew in some foreign doctors, right? So what happened? Those doctors, they didn't bring their in the first aid box. They forgot the steroid. I mean,
they came to steady him up for the flight. To steady him up for the
flight. Okay. Huh? So they brought enough steroid only that can just take him back, enough to take him back.
All right, we joke, but there is every reason to believe, and there is no reason to believe otherwise, that this essentially is yet another medical trip, and that is logic and common sense insist. It cannot be otherwise. Okay, you're an ardent Tinubu follower, so when he went away just barely 2 weeks ago, came back, the headlines then, the strap that they used to explain that was that he had gone for a well-needed rest, and nobody could quibble that because that election was quite grueling, and to perfect his transition plans. So those were the 2 banners that they used to occupy that space, his 5-week absence. So now that same banner now is going to fine-tune yet again his transition plans, and then to speak to European investors. The reasons are just so feeble, and we all know that he is frail of health. And we saw what he looked like, gaunt and just bent over when he left the shores of Nigeria, and all pumped up and chest out when he came back. So clearly there was a medical intervention then. And we saw that he was starting to wane just barely 2 weeks after coming back, and is had to be rushed away quickly again for another round of booster shots. But
you said it was, yeah, you said that's what I asked the first question, that he was faltering. Did you see him faltering? I didn't see the faltering part, but then that's just a minor question. But I think okay, before I address it, let me just make a side comment. Like, I don't think it's, I mean, you can chew gum and you can walk. They say you can walk and chew gum at the same time. I don't really think there's anything to run away from, whether he went to Europe for hospital or whatever. You can go to hospital at the same time, also meet business people. You can do both at the same time. Isn't it possible, one man?
Yeah, but the frequency of medical intervention is the concern. It is not the ill health, but the frequency of medical intervention.
Oh, okay. Now, okay. Now I'm rightly positioned. So the frequency, I think the frequency will be how do I even put it? I don't think it's frequency. I think the right question should have been, like, when he came back this time around from France, was he rushed back to come, and because some people want him to go and say, oh, yes, daddy, to Akpabio. Yes, daddy, Akpabio, you are the Senate president. Maybe they rushed him back. Some party big boys wanted him to come and accent to Akpabio's or whatever. I think they rushed him back for that reason.
They rushed him back because there was pressure on his absence. Where his Tinubu echoes was ricocheting around the country, and they had to rush him back to come and show face. It was a show face rush back.
Well, okay, yeah, that's an explanation, but another way to also look at it, that since he came back, there has only been two really activities, right? He went to Wike's, he went to River State, and then all the shenanigans with the Senate presidency. So, I mean, looking from outside, I would say then also there was also the shenanigans trying to get the incoming administration to agree to postponement of the subsidy removal, whatever. So I think they rushed him back to key him in these situations. I think it was probably have still been in Europe, right, for a little longer, finish whatever he's doing, and then come. So since they rushed him back, he said to them, excuse me, you people go and contest it. But then they came again, they said they have drawn up a list. So I assume that he probably said, well, whatever, if you say you have a list, well, if it's your consensus, well, you senators go and deal with it. I'm going back to France. I think it's probably what happened. I think they rushed him back to get him to. I would like to believe that he's a smart
Did
guy,
you not notice? Sorry, Fatai. Did you not notice that even at his interactions in the River State, it was starting to quiver at the lips. It was starting to quiver at the lips somewhat, starting to falter.
One man. Me, I'm not a woman. I don't like self-surrender, right? So when people say Tinubu his face, health is flailing and everything, I'm not the one to be arguing about that. I don't argue about. They say seeing is believing. I can run faster than Tinubu as we today. If me and Tinubu run a 100 meters race, I will run faster than him, right? I can speak faster than him. So everything is out there to see. There's no need to run away from it. But here is the point. And the shake leg, the shake was the linchpin of the campaign, and he was still voted for, right? So if you tell me Tinubu goes to Europe for medical care, you're not telling me anything new. It's not hidden. It's not situation like Umaru. They say you don't die. Umaru, that is hiding it from the public. It wasn't Tinubu's condition wasn't hidden from the public. That is what they call democracy. As a matter of fact, the opposition, their number one campaign against him was that, and he still won. So now, if you want to dispute whether you won or not, you can go to court and figure that out. But as everything stands today, all of these things were litigated before the public.
Is it not a legitimate concern, Fatai, that the onerous task ahead, that is his health going to hold up for the onerous task ahead? Are people not legitimately right to be concerned about that? Every 2 weeks, back on a plane to France for a booster shot. Should people not be concerned about that?
No, concerns are always legitimate. People have to be concerned about everything. I am concerned what I'm going to eat tomorrow morning. And so we have to be concerned. But the point is, what is the direction of the concern? So if you are concerned, right? Okay, I give an example. What is the name of that senator? Fetterman, who had a stroke, right? Everybody is concerned about Fetterman because I think he's back with some. I think he needed to take some whatever, but nobody is asking him to be booted out of the Senate in the United States there, right? So they knew going into the election that Fetterman had a stroke. As a matter of fact, they are in the debate. They prepare for him a special mechanism so that he can read the questions, right? Because he had issues with the listening to the question. So one day we were arguing about, I don't remember, democracy or whatever.
A president on some sort of life support system is what you're suggesting. Life support system.
No. What I'm suggesting is, like we said, we are practicing the one. I think you were the one that even made the proposal that we are practicing democracy. Well, one way to practice democracy is that everything is presented before the public, right? If the public chooses that direction, well, that is democracy, right? So now, what is the so essentially that's my submission, right? So this issue that we are discussing now was known to the public, right? And it still won. So it's known to the public. Now is the question, what is the direction of the concern? That is the question. Are we dealing with a situation that the state cannot deal with? The state cannot handle, right? I think that if that is the concern, okay. But every day say he's going to, and my own reading of it from the outside is that when he said he wanted to go and rest, they rushed him back to come and endorse some Fabio. That's my own reading of it, and to me, from everything, it looks like that's what really happened. Yes.
Can I interject?
Yeah,
See,
brother. Yes,
what
brother.
one man has done is that he has made presumptions as foundations and then say, argue on this. You understand? Say, oh, he was rushed for it.
Yeah, I know, brother.
He was rushed and say, okay, argue on this. You say, no, the other time they brought him from London and he was looking fat. How can you go and rest for 1 month and you are not doing anything and you are eating? Won't you go fat? You grow bigger now. 1 month, 5 weeks. The guy is resting and eating, You will grow big. You say, no, it's steroid that they pump up. If you eat like that, you grow big. It's steroid. So what he has done is he's becoming like a Nigerian journalist that they create sensation, lay some foundations, and say, okay, argue on it. There is no proof, nothing that shows that Tinubu was rushed out, was ill, so he was rushed out, and then to just go and take the shot and to come back so that I can stand upright on the inauguration day. There's nothing that shows that. We understand. So to me, I can just discuss it for entertainment, not because I'm trying to establish any fact or trying to
Patrick, the optics suggest we are going from antecedents to known processes and then the optics. So the antecedent of Tinubu is frail health. We saw how he stuttered his way through the campaign. We saw him stumble many times. We knew he was battling a health condition as well as battling. I can bring you the clip.
If you wear that, you can stop.
Patoski, don't worry, it's fine.
Fatai, please,
actually, it's fine. The conspiracy is fine. Yeah, I will let you just one sentence. Right? The conspiracy.
Okay.
So during the campaign, We saw Showore. There was one time Showore was swimming with some kids, whatever, to demonstrate he's the fittest man in the planet. We saw what's his name, the Rivers man, during the primary, marching like a soldier with his squad. The primary scene. We saw Peter Obi marching across every street in Edo and every other campaign rally, right? So we saw everything, and we saw Tinubu when they gave him the primary flag. His hand was shaking when he was holding it, but everybody saw it.
What do you mean? What do you mean when he was holding it? Hold on. What do you mean when he was holding it? Buhari held his hand and held the flag. He couldn't hold the flag.
Yes.
It was so debilitated.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I'm making. He was so debilitated.
And then he came back from France looking like Usain Bolt. I mean, that's
exactly.
a medical. Look at that,
Exactly. He couldn't even stand. He couldn't even stand. I will finish. Sorry, brother. Sorry that I took longer than one sentence. I will make it shorter now. He couldn't even stand to hold the flag. They helped him to hold the flag, but still he won. So the public was aware, right, that he couldn't even hold a flag. In fact, one lady from his ex-district came out that he couldn't even hold a cup of tea. All of this played out in the whole of the campaign, and he won, just like Fetterman. Fetterman is conditioned. The public, the democratic public was aware, and they voted for him. One man. Everything you said.
Okay, one man, please. Since we are in the realm of conspiracy, let us make it a bit more hilarious.
No, we're not in conspiracy. We're in the realms of informed speculations. Informed speculations.
Actually, it is informed. It is informed.
What?
Go on. Sorry.
Because Tinubu knows he's going to lose in court, so he's going to France to buy ammunition to start a war. Well, maybe we should use.
You can do that, but you won't use FA to get away with it. You can't use FA. You want to use FA to get away with it. No, don't worry.
Yes, we are not.
Do you want me to help you?
No, to further broadcast.
Let me help you before you land it.
Yes.
And they shake, let the shake. Baba, they shot me no car.
And as that not come to pass now, hand they shake, leg they shake. We saw the tube. We saw the tube protruding out of his agbada.
When it comes to pass now, it was always shaking. It's even not shaking now, not as before. Before it was more shaking.
I just noticed that they say Obi has a condition now. The condition that makes water to drop from your eyes anytime you're emotional. That's the condition Obi is suffering from, and that's likely to affect his sight. That's likely to affect him. I go blind. He cannot take it. That condition that makes water drop out of your eyes when you are emotional.
But in all seriousness, though, is it not fair? Is it not fair comment for people to highlight concerns around Tinubu's health? Because I don't think it's hold on. I don't think its most ardent supporter would suggest that he's not carrying a medical condition. So I think we are all surrendered to that as an understanding. We all accept that. But the frequency of travel for medical intervention outside of partisanship, just as a matter of citizenship, wanting the best for your country, should you not be concerned? The level of medical,
quick interjection, if you don't mind.
Yeah, come in, Prince Daddy.
Okay, thanks. Hello, everyone. Hey, I was going to say, look, Tinubu is 70 years old. Okay, there are certain kind of conditions that come with age, right? So until we determine that he has like a terminal ailment, I don't think we can just be speculating because he travels often that he has a really serious medical condition. The man is 70 years old. But apart from that, in today's world, just like there's advancement in medical science and technology. So, the man can live up to 89 years old easily. That's not a problem. But if he has a condition that's like incurable, perhaps even cancer being taken care of in different ways. So I'm not personally, I'm not really concerned about Tinubu's health. I'm not. Why? Because I saw this man on a campaign trail for a long throughout the election for a long time, and this man. I mean, it takes even a younger person in his 40s can go through that gruesome event that he did, and it was the most widely traveled candidate, and it's not hidden. And this man did it, and he didn't travel every other day or every week to Paris to go get a medical condition. He stayed throughout, and he campaigned for even any normal person. Okay, if you guys remember, even the 2016 election with Trump, after the election, thereabout, the man was beat down. This thing is not easy. It's not really easy. For the fact that he was able to go through the campaign himself, mounting multiple podiums or stages in a day, you got to give it to the man. I don't really, until somebody comes out and say, hey, this man has this condition and he only has like 6 months to live. Then I say, okay, well, I believe you. Apart from that, right now, I don't pay too much mind to it.
You should, because what we're saying is signs of aggressive rapid debilitation, just from the frequency of medical interventions that we are seeing. So we can see, because it may well be caught up, maybe the testosterone surge during that campaign, and of course, you say he was not traveling to.
Somebody's laughing. Somebody's laughing. Somebody's laughing too, one man.
You progress from the aggressiveness of the frequency, the aggressiveness on the condition, then you went to the testosterone. So, I don't know. I'm not sure about this. I can't do analysis.
You are trying to laugh it away. You can't laugh it away.
Even the testosterone boost can only last for a short period, not that long of time. It's that's your own concoction, and that is okay. Again, I see the headline here says he travels to Europe to meet with investors. Fine-tune transition plans, and I believe that headline. I think that's good enough. I don't think it's medical. I mean, along the way, of course, he's gonna check with his doctors, and this should be the case. We should allow him, just like you guys know. I think in Astor Rock also they have a resident, a doctor, just like they do in the White House. So it should be checked as often as possible by his doctor. We should recommend that. We should not be shy away from it or bring about conspiracy theories because he travels to see his doctor or goes to Europe. No, until somebody comes out and definitely say that he has this condition, and there we go, Nigerians, be aware. Then I said, okay, it does. Apart from that, it's business as usual.
One man, there is another issue. There's another dimension to this thing, please. So far, so good. Is still a private citizen. And he knows
no. Let's escape that. It's not a private
citizen.
No.
Let me make this point.
The public property.
All right.
It's not a private citizen.
Let me make this point.
All right.
The privacy of his health situation. Maybe it's from the point of security. He doesn't trust the people around to hold on to the privacy.
No, it's not really about the privacy.
Hold on,
the privacy of his health condition.
Hold on.
Okay,
what I'm trying to say is this. That is one point. And also, from a source not too clear, when Buhari came in, there was much energy that is going to fight corruption and all those stuff. But there is this underlying, saying that Buhari was poisoned at some point. So maybe for his health security at this point, he has to also be careful. So those are things we are not factoring in. We are only seeing him like doing the normal thing, going for healthcare, because probably he trusts the doctors he has been using for years. and other things. However, going to meet investors and talk with some people in this era of technology kind of thing, I think some meetings has to be in person. So I think on the face value, we should at least cut him a slack until when we start hearing things like, Imaru, are you dead? Otherwise, we'll dwell on this mountain for too long.
All right.
Sorry, can I interject? Sorry, can I interject?
No. Hold on. Before you do, I want to share something very quickly with you guys. I often say that this platform, both the members of this platform and the listeners, they are part of the 1% of the 1%. So they are part of the 1% of the 1%, and there is no one more 1%er than the mighty Alexander Gomez. So this is what Alexander sent in. I have his permission to share it with you. So this is what he sent in. So the unmistakable bald head then of the now new driver of Abia State, Alex Oti. And the backdrop then, that's Alexander Gomez's home. So here is Alexander Gomez. That's why you're not seeing him in the comment section. He's entertaining the incoming governor of Abia State.
Are we supposed to make a comment or anybody?
Can you hold on? So that's the Abia,
Okay.
So that's the Abia State incoming governor at Alexander Gomez's home. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see if I could if Alexander could persuade him to come and to pop in and say a few words to us. But yeah, we'll see what he can do. But yeah, just to bring that to your notice. Yeah, come in, well, please.
That's a good one. Maybe also might.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. This Tinubu case, first thing I would say first, his handlers are supposed to be arrested, detained, if possibly shot. Look, I don't understand why they say they have super brain and you make such statement. From what I'm seeing, it's like the handlers dropped the case, the statement that Tinubu is going to France. I don't know. Correct me, for treatment, for business trip, and the same time, coming to engage Nigeria. To talk for engagement, as in kind of plan some things out for a country. And here, at the time you were looking for him, when people were looking for him, aka the obedient, they were saying Tinubu is not in the capacity to make any decision. You see, the problem on this, I said before, the handlers are the real cause of this problem. If Tinubu is sick or is not sick, it's not of anybody's problem. It can be sick. It can go to France anytime he likes. It's okay. He's the president-elect. When he's sworn in, people can criticize, why are you traveling? That is fine. But now, he has the right to go to France if he's 10 times for treatment. That's not supposed to be a problem because he's still a president-elect. You cannot have two presidents at the same time.
What do you mean is not a problem? It's a public figure.
I know one, I'll get to there.
Hold on. Are you familiar with the term lame dog? Lame dog. Do you know what that means?
I know. Lame dog situation. Yeah, I know that.
Yes.
Yeah, so, I do.
Yes, as soon as Tinubu was handed that certificate of return, Buhari became a lame duck president, and you can see from the movement of politics, because they are all now gravitating to Tinubu. Abdullahi Adamu, he goes to the defense guest house where Tinubu is to go and permutate. All the senators go to him, all the power brokers go to him, because from that certificate of return, power has transited. So it's not just some random, it's not a private citizen, it's a public figure. somebody that is going to govern
Yeah.
this country for the next 4 years. So we have to know his movement and his state of well-being.
Yes, one for the sake of argument, that's why I put that statement out. You know, usually where we push this narrative now, and we'll fall back to is still the government, the president-elect. Let's continue slack. So that's why I went there first. Okay, fine. Let's put it like this. He's still president-elect. He still have the privilege to travel out of the country. I don't really tell people what he's going to do. But when he becomes a president, he's on the citizen's right to know where he's going to, what is daily is these activities we're supposed to know. Now, what I'm saying is this. My problem is with the handlers. They could have come with a better statement that will put all these things to rest. Now it's becoming a joke on the country. Now, when somebody want to criticize him now, they say, no, you cannot criticize him. Like just one guy just said just now that anybody more than 70 years have one kind of illness or some kind of illness. At the same time, he's saying, how do you know to do it sick? So it's kind of a hybrid question and answer. Like we're living in a hybrid society, hybrid constitution. Everything that's happening in Nigeria is hybrid. So if he's sick, then let us know he's sick, so everybody put to rest. If he's not sick, then say he's not sick. But bringing excuse when you're not supposed to have excuse, it make it funny. You know, I'm listening to what everybody is saying. It's not adding up. Because everybody's making a point.
What piece? We already know that he's not well. We just want to know the nature of the ailment. Because not being well is not an issue. But because if it's a manageable thing and it does not impede him in any way, it's not impaired, then that's fine. But for it to be shrouded in secrecy, after what we've just been through with Buhari, this is why people are agitated.
Yeah, one mama go there. But you know that the party five will go to war to know what kind of ailment he has. I'm hearing on the platform, people are saying the same time it's not too fine, and people are saying, how can you prove it's not fine? So both sides have a point. Now, why now what people have to have concern? We just passed through 8 years of a leader that was not really there because of he was not capable, he was not able to supervise what's going on. Supervision matters a lot. The next president that's supposed to come in is supposed to be very active, even though it's not that intelligent, but very active to supervise all the ministry. Is a project and all that. Is how do I say? Is manifesto. But going to Aso Rock and stay inside the bunker, all we'll be hearing is flying out. His goons are the one taking orders. It will be second Buhari pro-mass, where the IG will be taking one order, the chief of this will be taking one order, Malami will be taking another order, the other one will be gazetting different order. It will not work. Right now, what we need just a cycle, just 4 years of a government that can work like first term of Obasanjo. People just don't really is going to make a difference. But at least let's see the difference. He's moving, he's checkmating the government. There's so many things he has to fix in this first 4 years. So now, sick coming back is everybody's concern. But the way it is now, if you say he's sick, they'll ask you, how do you know? So how can we question him? So to me, I believe, let me rest my case, I believe we should hold the handlers responsible. Because they said a way to farm, you will know the child that work in the farm. We are hearing all this right from we have not sworn in. So what we'll be hearing when he's already president, he should work on his handlers, a public media aid. They should be fired, arrested, and detained, and be shot. That's my last statement. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Wrap up that space for Tai, and then I'll move you to another talking point. But before you do that, to Alexander Gomez, if you can tell Alex Oti that Nigerians in diaspora are inviting him to come and say hello to us. We are his we're his citizens after all, so he can pop in and say hello. So if you can strong arm him to come and even for 2-3 minutes, just have a few words. That'll be great. But I wrap up that space for Tai, and then I'll move you on to another talking point.
Yeah, one more. I'll just wrap it up quickly. But just before I wrap it up, because there was a joke I left behind, I don't want to lose it. Sorry, it's probably out of place, but I just because you're always saying steroid, right? I wasn't sure what kind of steroid, whether it is steroid for muscle building or it was his cheek that I saw that was bigger. I didn't see his muscle. I didn't see what his muscle was bigger. But that was not a joke.
Anabolic steroids. Anabolic.
You know. So well, but to the serious question, you are saying is frequency of travel for whatever. I don't know what you mean by frequency. It's been out one time and it's gone back. What do you mean frequency? I mean, like I said, I can give you an explanation. Like I think to me it seems credible. I think it was rushed back to come and so that they can put before him a sign that you endorse what's his name, the Akwa Ibom man, sign that you endorse him for Senate president. I will guess that's the reason they rushed him back. Because even that one, even Photoshop for photobomb is a gala night. Was it gala night or whatever they call it? They organize so they organized a state dinner for Tinubu, and it was Tinubu was supposed it's his night. It's his night. Him and maybe to a lesser extent Wike, the organizer, and then somebody is photo bombing it. Oh, I have 1 million senators here. Okay, we don't care. You're not supposed to be the news of the night. Tinubu is the news of the night. So I assume that they rushed him back to come and force him to sign some whatever, some supposedly in quote consensus or whatever. It's the same people that gave us consensus in the primary of Ahmed Lawan. They are the same people also giving us consensus now, giving another consensus, and everybody's supposed to be happy with their consensus. But anyway, that's just by the way. Okay, maybe when Akere Dolu will probably speak around that time. But anyway, that's just by the way. So the point I will make about this is this. So it goes. So during the camp. So I think the question is what is okay. You even asked the question. You say what is the nature? The real concern is what is the nature of this illness, whether we should worry about it or not. So I think there was already kind of like some hint about it that it's not terminal illness, because he said that during the campaign he made the point like, look, this is not a wrestling match, right? It's brain over brawn, right? You can be muscular and you can jump up and down, right? But you may never be able to manage Nigeria, right? You might have a brain, and not as a might not be an Usain Bolt, but I mean, me as one Nigerian, I prefer the brain to the brawn, right? But anyway, it doesn't even matter what I prefer. But the point is, his health condition was out there in the public for 200 million Nigerians to see, and the 29 million that voted to see. And they voted for him. I don't know. We all have to be, we all have to be responsible for that. But the point is, it was out there. And the man said that during that economic whatever summit interview, he said, I'm going to hit the ground running. So he finished the campaign. He said, okay, let me go and get a rest. And as one man would put it, let me go to hospital to make sure I come back to hit the ground running. And from my own perception, then they rushed him back for some whatever it is. Maybe he would have stayed maybe a couple of weeks more and then come and stay with us. But they rushed him back and he goes back. Okay. I don't see frequency. My point regarding that is that I don't see the argument you are making, one man. I don't see the frequency. Frequency suggests like he's traveled to France 1 million times since the campaign, right? But so I don't see the frequency there. But
he went to France severally post the pre the campaign as well. Yes.
Oh, pre the campaign. Yeah. Okay, that's like
How
many months ago? How many years ago?
Because they had to pump him up for the campaign, and then it's uppers and downers, isn't it? They gave him uppers for the campaign, then they had to give him downers for the come down, and then they're giving him uppers again for the inauguration. So uppers and downers.
One more, why do you want me to continue my joke now? I think you're enjoying my joke. You're enjoying this my joke, one more. Before I'm even happy we are making some progress. In the earlier you were saying every 2 weeks it would need to be going hospital. But now at least I'm happy. You said the last time you went was like 1 year ago. So maybe every 1 year. So we are making progress. We have moved from 2 weeks to 1 year. So that's a progress.
All right. Fatai, let me move. Yeah, go on. Yeah, round that up. I want to move into this space.
Just one sentence to two sentences to wrap it up. So isn't the European Union, you can chew gum. I would not even argue with anybody if they said they went to hospital there. It's possible. It looks like something possible. But at the same time, also you can do some deals. They're not mutually exclusive, right? It's not like it's in the theater room. If it's not in the theater room, right, you can have some meeting as well. There's a lot of things to be done. Russia war is still going on. We need to build pipeline to Europe. So if you are in Europe, I think you can talk business also, right? So I wouldn't think it's especially untrue that is in Europe for business. So you can be in Europe for business plus something else, and then you downplayed one side and play up the other side. I think probably that's what they did. They probably play up the fact that certainly, I mean, I don't think it's incredible that it will, even if it weren't there for medical, that it will make some foreign people to talk about transition, what the outlook for his government. So actually, let me just directly address my brother World Peace. So we also, when Trump was president-elect, right? Every day Trump Tower, even what is this musician? Well, everyday photo, So when you're president-elect, you can't, like what he said to Wiki, I can't sign anything now, but it doesn't mean in my transition we can have proposals. I can lay out my outlook for this is my administration is going to be in this direction. So we can have everything architecture. We can draw out some form of architecture. When I start government, then we will be signing. But I'm not going to be able to sign now. Everybody understands that. So that could be part of it. So it's possible. I don't know, but all I know is that his health condition was laid out to the public, and I don't think it's totally unimaginable that it could be both medical trip and business trip. It's possible. It's not totally unbelievable.
All right, brilliant. Well done, Fatai. So, Fatai, you came in yesterday, but we couldn't quite get to you before you had to leave. But the outtakes of the reasons why you actually came in yesterday, INEC not bound to electronically transmit results, says Supreme Court in Osun Guba case. So these are some of the outtakes then of the Adeleke victory, which a lot of people in opposition to the APC are celebrating as signs of things to come. But it is signs of things to come. But embedded in that sign, is it not a detriment to their cause? Because one of the main planks of the Peter Obi plea is around this electronic transmission. And the Supreme Court already made a judgment in the Adeleke case. So, of course, the appellate court, which is the Presidential Petition Tribunal, they will simply defer to the judgment of a superior court. So another one bites the dust in the Obi case, Fatai.
One man, actually, I was listening to yesterday your Fortin Bar. I think I don't know who was saying that. Why are you saying that the Osun verdict had to do with the presidential petition that Tinubu won fair and square? But okay, we are not the one to. The Supreme Court is going to determine that for us. Well, I think I will partly I go along with that. I think it was Madam Zita or whatever, something like that. I don't remember. So I go along with that. I think it's yes and no, right? If you could say it totally has nothing to do with the election petition, and you could actually have but the framework has to do with the election petition. But it doesn't. It's not in the sense that you take one, get one, buy one, get one for free. You lose this, win this. No, it doesn't have to be. So what the Supreme Court basically has just done is to affirm, right? Is to formalize common sense, right? Which is like, how do I put it? It's like basically reasserting the basic concept of, you don't even need to be a lawyer, right? The basic concept of justice, right? Which is that if you make a claim, right? Circumstantial evidence, I think they call it preponderance of evidence. Like, it's not one thing evidence is not just one thing. If you make a claim, then we put together all the compounding situations to arrive at the like for sure this is it, right? So if you say electronic transit, so what they essentially what they say is basically like blockchain. I think the first time I would ever talk on your platform about these beavers, I think that was the first thing I mentioned, that the philosophy behind it is basically blockchain. So you check multiple places to match the result. So if the result match in multiple places, then you can accept it as the real result, right? But if you just take one place and come and say, oh, this is the beaver say this, well, beavers is not the only source of the information. Yes. So what the Supreme Court just says, in order to determine overvoting, right? I want to look at the beavers machine. I want to look at the information on the beavers machine. I want to look at the information of the server, of the backend server. If you want to give me IREV also, I want to look at it. But also I want to look at the form. Also, I want to listen to the witnesses. So is this compound that will make me to reach determination. So everybody just singing beavers only. Well, it's beavers only. It's not the end all and be all. So I think the Osun case is just to save us all the noise going forward. So they just basically formalized how the framework going forward. Fine, we will show you on beavers, but beavers is not the ultimate determinant. Beavers is important. IREV is important. We will show it to you on IREV, so we will give it to you IREV. We will also have a backup at the server. We'll have everything, but it's not the be all and it's not what is the expression? It's not the end of everything. So in order for a court to determine what is the give the final verdict that yeah, I am satisfied that this is the true reflection of the election, I'm going to look at everything. It's not one thing. So if you're just crying about only they didn't sumptuous meal, they promised us sumptuous meal, and then they take away the dessert.
Sorry. What do you mean by sumptuous meal? What are you talking about?
One man. Don't get me started now. Don't get me started now.
Hold on right there.
They said the same.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the beavers. The beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IREV, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the beavers is from this to this. We are promised this sumptuous meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. So we didn't. It's the worst lunch we have had.
I've had to make that clarification because you know that the beavers is also going to be.
You know, Fatai.
One man, you're not fair.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember the "My name is Jeff" meme that was going around about 3 years ago? Anytime I'll show you now. It's only about 10 seconds. Anytime I hear Peter Obi speak, my mind always goes to this meme that was going around. Listen very carefully to this guy. This is what I hear whenever Peter Obi speaks. The tall guy is who you're listening to, but listen to this.
My name is Jeff.
That is what I hear anytime Peter Obi speaks. My name is Jeff. That is what anytime he speaks. That's all my name is Jeff. That's how they do something, you know. It's just unbelievable guy. But back to the
one man, do you want obedience to shoot us? One man, do you want obedience to shoot us? You know, do you?
we are already marked men. Carry on.
One man, anytime I listen to Peter Obi now, the only thing I remember is yes, Daddy. Do you want Coca-Cola? Yes, Daddy. Do you want biscuit? Do you want 7-Up? Yes, Daddy.
Unbelievable guy. And he wants to be president. Imagine that he wants to be president. We have to pause for a moment. He wants to be president of Nigeria. My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff.
One man. This obedient. They are playing with me. They are calling MC Oluomo, and they think yes, Daddy. You see, if yes, Daddy see MC Oluomo, you know they are opposite now. How can you undo a lot 200 million MC Oluomo now? And he's saying yes, Daddy. Anyway, one man. So actually, I like your take. Like you know, from that video, you always talked about that lady's smile. You know, but then also the sumptuous name. But one man, did you notice when the lady did the correction, how Peter Obi was fidgeting? How he was fidgeting?
Yeah, that was the all night join. That was
that was
the all night join. That was the all night join. The all night join. The guy is a certifiable dance. You know, it's just unbelievable. It's like a parallel universe. You know.
I think it's a bit unkind the way you guys are having a go at him. You see, all the ones that are talking like what have they got nuts in Nigeria? Come on.
I'm coming to make some people angry. Don't worry.
My name is Jeff.
Temple of Truth. Temple of Truth is here. Temple of Truth. My brother, Temple of Truth.
I like making people angry. Don't worry. I'm here. I just calm down.
Bro, we are just having fun now. We are just having fun now. Let us have fun now. You people have had enough fun with and the shake, let the shake now. We will not go have fun. Let it be square now. And let us make it balanced now. You people have had a lot of fun now. Make me have small fun now. You know, be so my brother. Temple of Truth.
All right, Fatai. Sorry, Fatai. Back to the Osun State Supreme Court judgment. A mortal blow to the obedient plea. A mortal blow to Peter Obi's plea.
Not only is extreme. You know why it is deadly to their case is actually that the petition hasn't really stated out. Right, they were actually relying on. They wanted to go and take some. They wanted to go and take over INEC machine. They say we want access to INEC machine. Okay, they're not going to give you access. They're going to print for you a report. But okay, now it has turned out it doesn't even matter about the INEC access to INEC machine, right? Because it is not one thing that you need to prove your case. You know, it's a component of thing. Everything so the Supreme Court has now laid the foundation. That is it. The technology can have a glitch, can have a hacking. Essentially, that's what they're saying. It's possible. It's technology. It's not infallible. So because we have situations where everything is not infallible, yes, we also take your argument that people can play with papers. So okay, fine. So we will have all of this together. So we will hope that 10 different sources, all of them will not have a problem, right? So we will take the paper into consideration, the forms. We will take the police report into consideration. We will take the paper we give to the agent into consideration. We will take witness account into consideration. We will take everything into consideration. So if that goes out of the window, all this effort, all this energy, all this stress the country went through. Oh, they didn't show us IREV, this. By the real time, which doesn't really mean anything, by the way. So all of this is the Supreme Court has essentially laid the foundation for how your argument is going to go. And I would even be happy, right, if Supreme Court televised this thing live. You know, this live televised, they want it live televised. You know, say na Shakara Oloje, one man. So that they can have something. So you see, they didn't televise this live. What are they afraid of? No. You don't have any. Look, if they televise this live, the lawyers will have nothing to say. They will mop the floor with them. So in order to, it's a what do they call it? Projection. So they are projecting to the court that it's like the court is one who has something to hide. No, the court doesn't have anything to hide. Especially now, the court they have made their verdict. Like, look, and it's from the Supreme Court. They are ratified that. Look, this is the way it is. If you want to prove a case, right, it's not a one-directional story, right? You want to prove a case, you bring solid proof, which will include everything: eyewitness, the Form E, whatever they call it. You come the register of the voters, the Beavers machine, the computer, whatever server they call it, the hierarchy. You have to present everything and outline the mismatches that run through it all to arrive at your result, right? So, and that's, and one, if you list, there was, I think it was yesterday, this the Director General of Labour Party, what's his name, Ade Tokun or whatever his name. So he was on, it was on with Rufai Oseni. Osun Tokun, sorry. So Rufai Oseni was asking, look, you published something that detailed where it's state by state, how the numbers of Labour parties win state by state, right? So are you going to present it or something like that? He denied. He said, no, it wasn't me that published anything. No, you know. So even they are not confident that they have the number. So they are just projecting.
You know what they do. You know what their whole case is. Their whole case is based on next year polls projection. This is what they are wrapping on. It's just that next year, next year poll projection. Supreme Court. It's just it's comedy-wise, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. Well, but it's good. It's good. I mean, I'm loving it. So I think our country needs a bit of uplifting, right? There's too much. Sometimes I just enjoy. I just get my popcorn and watch the movie. I don't cringe. It wasn't like first time I was hearing like, who are these Obi'S? What the heck is going on here? Let's go punch for punch. But now I love Obi'S really. I just
that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was saying earlier, Fatai, that they have become a caricature of their once potency. They're just like a little.
You said this, so not me. Or if they are coming for you, only you they should come for. They don't. You said. To Nigeria, you see, I didn't say it though. It's one man that said it though. You are my witness, so.
It's okay now. We can all have fun. We'll see. But this judgment, there's nothing really wrong with this judgment. I don't think the Obi'S case is going to be based on what the judgment is ruled upon, because it doesn't make sense. You can't just rely only on IREV for verifying anything. You need Beavers report.
To Niger, the judgment that one man is pulling out is actually. But I just want to get my time, so I would clarify all this stuff, because I think there's a fundamental mistake that is being made here. I don't know if I have time to talk now, but
let Fatai round up, and then for balance, I'll come to either you or to Niger, just to balance up the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really my real point about that. I think that the Supreme Court was just ratifying the formula going forward, right? So that we don't have all this noise. We don't get consumed by one component. It's a totality, right? If you win, you're going to prove your win. You're going to prove your win by the totality of the components. So you can't say because I didn't see IREV, therefore the country should burn, right? So it's the totality that makes you win. So if your agent have the papers, right? So it's like, so what's the noise about? So if your agent have the papers, and these guys say they have glitches, whether you believe them or not, they probably are lying, or maybe they are not. I don't know. They have to give us a report, right? But it's the totality of everything that makes your case. It's not one thing. You can't just say they didn't give us the sumptuous meal. One man, don't play again in the video. I'm just making a point.
No, carry on. So you know me too well. Carry on.
So you can't just say they didn't give us the sumptuous meal okay, no, the sumptuous meal is everything. It's not IRF, it's not the sumptuous meal. Everything is sumptuous meal, right? INEC might have gone ahead of themselves, right? Whatever, those old areas, they are crazy, right? Who knows what's going on there? But the point is what the Supreme Court has made it clear. We want the totality of everything to establish a claim. We don't want a one-sided story. As one of my favorites, Chimamanda Chide. Actually, I love. By the way, woman, I was fighting you when you were attacked. When everybody was. Let me not say you attacking Chimamanda
I've never
Adichie.
liked her. I've never liked her.
Really?
Never.
Okay.
She's too.
Okay.
She's
I
she's
think
too.
it's lovely.
She's too tribal. I prefer Ben Okri, who is. Even the Achebe that she's championing, he's one of my favorite writers. But that Chimamanda, she's just too tribal for my. Yeah.
Really? I think it's
Yes.
lovely. I think, like, for me, from my own perspective, I think
She only wrote one book, and then she's preening and peacocking like no of note.
She's prolific. She's
Half of a
prolific.
Yellow Sun or something. That's the yes, of course she's prolific, but she's only known for one work. Half of a Yellow Sun or something like that. What's she known for?
She wrote. Well,
Are you
Half
serious,
of a Yellow Sun was one of our most famous. Well, actually, Half of a Yellow Sun is not actually our main. What do I call it? What more world global recognition. A global recognition is what is this one story? What's the title of it?
Single stories. Say Danger of a Single Story.
That is a hallmark. That is our signature.
Yeah, but that's a quotation rather than a piece. Because everybody references.
It's not a quotation.
Yeah, no, nobody noticed no. She's just a halfway house. Yeah.
One man. Danger of a Single Story is our most relevant academic work in the academic spaces, in the academic spaces, because that is a work that displays an academic philosophy, right? So it's our Danger of a Single Story is run through a lot of academic works, and also it plays into also these immigrants. No, actually, it's actually a whole piece of work.
Has she written to the level of Oprah Winfrey?
One man. Danger of a Single Story is a narration.
To that level?
It's a narration. It's a narration. It's not just a one-liner. It's a narration of our experiences with our publisher, where she was being like she wrote many books, and like it's like you write a book.
Have you read Purpose Hibiscus? I mean,
Purpose Hibiscus. Thank you. Also, she's written. It's not only Half of the Yellow.
But she's written so many books.
She's written.
No, she's just an ethnic strapline. Just an ethnic strapline. But
yes, this one actually we are just waiting. One man is doing his thing. Actually, I'm just like, what am I even doing? Isn't one man just doing his thing? Isn't he just trolling us? Yeah. So it wouldn't be one story. It won't be the establishment of any of your case is not going to be based on one line situation. It's going to be the and also the next time a Labour Party or whatever, or maybe we are going to have next election or B party, because Obedient are going to form a new party where you are going to have a structure so that you can have agents everywhere, because now the court is telling you would need everything. We don't need only they are going to display on IREF. And in order for you to make sure to ensure everything, you have to have people. You have to populate the police station with your agents, not with people post on Facebook. All the post on Facebook, everything you saw on that's not the only thing. It's also a part of it. It's also it's a witness, whatever, but it's not the only thing. The courts want everything to make a well-informed decision about the whole thing. Like they said in the Adeleke case, it's like whatever, there might have been an overvoting, but you can't just determine that by a piece of a report from Beavers, in which case one is different from the other. So you can't ask me to establish overvoting from this. Maybe there wasn't. Well, am I supposed to know convincingly? right? So I want everything. So the APC in that case, they went to court with some report, and then that's it, that's our case. And the court said, no, well, that's too narrow. I want a broader view of everything. And I think going forward, that's going to be, it's going to all the parties will be well aware that look, you have to get your acts together. One man.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put. So that was Fatai. He likes to spread himself quite thinly, but anytime he does turn up with the lightest company, is that Maria that always ties him down in Cyprus? So Maria, let him go a bit more. Let him join us with more frequency. So thank you, Fatai. Fatai, let me go from you 4-time to Des, who's quite keen to debunk everything that's been said. But hold on. On my way to you, Des, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Really, are you championing that space? I often say, are you the sponsor of the platform? And if Ayo doesn't super something or the other, then the light will not be turned on. So there is Ayo coming in with rapid, he just machine gunned his way through, as you can see, AK-47 to the super sticker. So well done, Ayo. And Ayo, of course, being kept honest by Prince Daddy. So there's Prince Daddy coming in, and there is Jafar poking to the narrative with a super chart. So let's also let's acknowledge also here is Ayo clocking in with his regular frequency, and there he is doing as he always does, just like I don't want to say let me say like Swiss watch. Let's do that analogy. So thank you. Keep them coming. From there, let's go on then to Des, who seems to have
one man. Sorry. Just before I go, I want to say, Des, bro, don't yab me. I just enjoy myself. You know, say I enjoyed that your Temple of Truth. This day, I don't know why you removed it.
I'm not gonna have you. No worry.
You don't yab me. I just enjoy myself. All right, brother.
All right. So Des, come into the conversation at whichever entry point interests you the most. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. I don't know. I just probably like I need to skim through so many things because I just did not have much time. Just open up the seat for me so I can take it on because I don't really know much about. Just open up the seat for me. Can you hear me? Hello. What's going on?
I can hear you
Can
loud and
anybody
clear.
hear me? Okay. One man, are you there? I think one man is gone. But
Okay.
yeah.
Go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay. Where do I even start? I think we talked about Tinubu's travel to wherever, because at this point we don't even know where he is. All that we know, he flew out again. Went to Europe. Let me make a bit of comment on that. I think one man is gone. So I just want to say something here. I mean, it's not a crime for someone to be old and sick. I mean, there's literally nothing wrong with that. The people that are handling Tinubu are doing something very, very wrong, so if I might say. The way they put out things and, the way they make us as if we Nigerians, we don't even get sense. Like, it's more like we don't even get sense. Anything they put out, we should actually take, And any partify that is not worried, I'm sorry. If you are making a case that how do we prove Tinubu is sick? I'm sorry, you're basically thinking from your heart, not from your head, and that is a very fundamental mistake people make when they are trying to think through, situations. When they start thinking from their heart, they make a very big mistake. It's all right if we agree that Tinubu is old and he's not feeling too well. There's nothing wrong with that, But the problem is handle the affair of the country, then we might as well call it a deja vu, because we are basically going to part 3 of the whole thing that we saw in part 1 and part 2 of Buhari's tenure. That is what we're about to see. So we have to ask these questions. What is wrong with this, our president-elect, Bola Tinubu? Because there is a saying, whether you say that his mind is whatever, his mind is good, and what we need is his mind. And even if his body is weak, there's a saying, the mind is willing, but the body is not. And it can actually go vice versa. These two work hand in hand in order to achieve 100% effort. And what Nigeria needs is someone that can achieve 100% of what we ask of him. Because Nigeria is in a very bad situation right now, that we don't need his brain is working. That's what we need. No.
Can I just add something to what you just said? See, the thing is, it's not even just that. Even the people around him now, there are signs that they are very, very incompetent too. These are people that brought him down from an aircraft with something coming out of his elbow. And if you are complaining about his handlers, he betrays incompetence around him. If he's incapable physically, then the people around him too are also incompetent. Then we are in trouble here. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and that is the truth about it. I mean, like I said, let's start speaking the truth. Like you said, Temple of Truth is actually what I advocate for. We always need to tell the truth the way it is. It doesn't matter whether we are partisans or not. Like I said, stop thinking from our heart. Yes, he's your tribal man and you love him and all that. Let that go and think from your head. What is good for this country? What will make this country good? At the end of the day, we should be one country. Not that we are one country. We should be one country. And we need it to work. And if it's not working, I mean, it's me and you that is going to affect. I remember telling one man a story of when I was kidnapped. It wasn't a pleasant story. It's a very tragic one for me. And I remember all the whole tragic things that happened in Nigeria, when I was there. So if the leadership is wrong, if anything is wrong with the leadership, I'm sorry, we should start asking questions now. All I'm going to do is sit back and watch. Whether you defend him from now to tomorrow, nothing can be hidden forever. We are just going to be here. If Tinubu does well, we are going to see it. If Tinubu does good, we are going to stay here and criticize it. And believe you me, you see some people that will be defending him even when we know clearly that everything is going wrong with Nigeria, which I don't want it to be in this platform. If something is wrong with this administration and is about to come, let's see it and let's say it, please. And I'm just gonna end that with that. I don't know what are the okay, about the thing with P2B going to apologize and all that stuff, and not in quotes. How did one man put it? Not trying to see the obedience as the bad people or whatever, or caution the obedience. I'm sorry. I don't see anything that the obedience did wrong in this situation. This is how you know the leadership of a person that wants to unite. Someone that goes out there and try to reconcile when something is wrong. I mean, P2B doesn't see Walo Soyinka.
Well, what about hold on? What about prevent rather than reconcile? Huh? How about that as a starting point?
How does it prevent it? Is he going to start shunning the whole people online, trolling people? You want him to come out and say, the obedience should stop it. And
should they not hold on? You did not tell them to stop it. Insulting the Sultan, insulting the Oni, insulting Shoyinka, insulting Pastor Yedepo, or Adebayo, Adeboye.
Oh man,
You should
it's
not tell
quite.
them to
I
stop
would
it.
say.
And
I
not
would
only is
say.
he not telling them not to stop it, he's actually defending them, saying it's other people. It's not my child, it's somebody else's child.
Okay. I mean, there's the truth. There's the truth on that one man. Don't say that he's totally lying. When people infiltrate and act like they are obedient and start doing whatever they want, it happens. I've seen it happen. So there's truth to what he's saying, but in other sense, this man has actually come out at first when this started happening. He cautioned and said they should calm it down. But I don't see the reason why he should. When Bishop came here and made a statement, I laughed. And he's saying that they were about, he can mention 10 obedient that are saying that are attacking Wale Soyinka. He mentioned the father of what is he called again? This guy that acts like a girl. I've forgotten his name. He mentioned his name.
Area father.
He mentioned his name, but when you're mentioning his name, area father is not a Labour Party candidate. He might be obedient. Sorry, he's not part of a Labour Party. He might be obedient, but now the hypocrisy of this is when Chimamanda came out and spoke. You saw a lot of Party 5 attacking Chimamanda. Even the people, Keyamo and most of his cohorts attacking Chimamanda, people that we know that is from APC, and nobody wants to mention and tell Tinubu to caution them. We saw when the Party 5 were attacking this archbishop, sorry, not even the cardinal, when he made a statement. Nobody said the Party 5 should, Tinubu should caution the Party 5. Why should it be always this man that will always put himself out every day? And they find a way to twist the good thing this man does in order to suit a narrative that, he shouldn't be doing this. It is totally wrong in my own perspective.
What was it wrong of him to go and
Sorry,
was it wrong for him to go and apologize to Soyinka? Was it wrong of him to have done that, to apologize to Soyinka?
To me, it is not wrong for him to do that. He did it based on respect he had for Soyinka, which I understand.
What was he apologizing to Soyinka for?
I mean, maybe the misconduct of whatever, the insult that Soyinka took from any party. He said the obedient and the people that are taken to be obedient.
Oh, right.
He apologized for that, which is the true act of
obedience. But why would he apologize? He originally told us that it wasn't the obedience, that they were fifth columnists, that it was APC people disguising to be obedient. So why is he apologizing on behalf of the APC?
One man, if you listen to him very well, when they made that comment, when they asked him that question, he said he was sad about the utterances or the back and forth with Wale Soyinka and the space. He wasn't happy with it. So that shows that he even said he respected this man, which I understand. I mean, he can respect him. My own perspective, I don't give a F about Wale Soyinka. He has not done nothing for me. He hasn't done anything. I haven't even read any of his books, so I don't really care about Wale Soyinka. I mean, I can't take my green passport and they'll tell me, oh, it's Wale Soyinka's people. Oh.
You are breaking up death.
For Peter Obi to come out and apologize is out of respect he has for the man, which I understand. It's okay. He's his own person, and he shows the leader and the kind of person he is. So let's not start criticizing this person that is still a private citizen. It's still a private citizen.
All right, Des. If you have no respect, if you don't give a F for Soyinka, as you said, you have no regard for the Oni of Ife, the Sultan of Sokoto, Pastor Adeboye. Who exactly are you looking to govern over? Are you going to govern? Are you going to govern them like a conquered subject?
One man. If he goes out, if I'm not the one governing, right? If you're saying P2B, who is he going to govern? He's out there meeting these people. That shows he wants to govern them. I'm not the one going to govern the Wale Soyinka or whoever, all these people you called. So I don't care. If P2B brings out himself and goes to these people and say, please, just forgive us. It's these kids that they're angry like me.
So your only interest is for your tribesman to be president. That seems to be what you're saying.
No, I never say. I didn't say anything like that.
No, it's implied. It's implied in your narrative. You have no regard for all of the big stools in the country, so long as your tribesman is president.
You're gonna get angry. But anyway,
nobody's getting angry.
It's just my personal opinion. If anybody that is not, I'm not benefit. I don't even. To be honest, I don't care about P2B. That is the truth.
You are here every day. You are here every day defending him.
I'm defending him because it's right. If P2B does something wrong tomorrow, I'm gonna come out here truthfully and say it how it is. That is just the thing. I don't care about any of them until Nigeria start working and someone actually proves that he made Nigeria work. That is when I'll respect this person. The only respect I have for P2B is what he did in Anambra State. Yes, I have that respect for him. But any other thing, carrying my green passport, going any other place, nobody, I'm not benefiting from any of them. So I don't have respect for them. That's just me, one man. But this man has actually shown a true leadership, how he is and his personality. Let's not crucify him because he's a kind man and his humility is too much, one man. His humility is something that I can actually testify on. When I was in school, one man.
Have an interjection.
Let me tell a story. Yes.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you just made a reference to what I said earlier on now here. That's your view, and you are very well entitled to it. Absolutely. I don't have any problem with that. And my view about Peter Obi is that it's exactly what I presented. He is pretentious. If he comes out to say those, like he said before, that those that are causing trouble, attacking people, disparaging elders are unknown. They are just what do you call them now? People pretending that are infiltrating. And I just said I have people that I know. I can mention 10. If you challenge me to that, I will do that when I pull up. I can give you 10 names.
I challenge you. Mention 10 Labour Party agents. Yes. Mention.
Don't be clever by half. I did not say Labour Party.
It's not I'm not being clever. Anybody can be out there and claim to be obedient. I'm just saying mention 10.
He did not say Labour Party members. He said obedience. I'm quoting him verbatim now. So he said obedience. And I can tell you, within the past few days, go and read all those that said those nasty things. Go to Wale Soyinka, Oni of Ife, and what's his name? And Pastor Adeboye. So if he comes out, rather than do the needful and say, look, please don't, and covering up exactly the same thing he did before, it's either one of two things. It's either he doesn't have the balls to call those people to order, or he himself is as despicable, is as disrespectful as those people that is only just pretending. And that is my view that I am completely entitled, because that is the summary I drew from me. So making reference that I said, I'm not going to shy away from what I said. I said what I said because there are verifiable facts to what people said on this page or on the social media between the.
Okay, I think I would like you to present evidence of actual known obedience that are doing this, not necessarily Labour
I
Party.
wanted to ask
And
a
secondly,
question. Like,
and also, do you see anybody going to apologize to Chimamanda for all the attacks she went through siding with Peter Obi? How many people are apologizing to Chimamanda right now?
Who attacked her? Who attacked her? When was she attacked?
Obedience, Tinubu supporters, including on this channel, they attacked her for doing what she did. You all know that. They attacked her like crazy.
FFK, I can bring out the tweets.
To the 80-year-old Wale Soyinka or 80-year-old Adeboye. Is that what you are saying?
It's age we are using now. It's age we are using.
We are talking about revered people that is recognized, like revered people in Nigeria. That's what we're talking about. That's why I mentioned the cardinal when they were insulting him. Cardinal is the cardinal of the Catholic Church. They are insulting him. And you are telling me he's an old man. Do you want me to bring out the
No, don't bring out anything. But take us to the Osun State space. You said you had a different interpretation of that, Desmond. Des. Unmute, Des. What's going on? Hello? Have I been kicked out again?
No, you're fine. I think it's his audio.
No, I think he muted himself. Maybe he's having a moment. But you then are still within that obedience camp. Take us to Osun State, to Niger, and give us an interpretation of this verdict that seems to go against.
I think the verdict is sound, and there is only a little bit of an area that that is a little bit wrinkled in my mind, but I think that area can be cleared. Even from what you can see, the area is about what the judges said, that you can't rely on IREV or information on servers and all the rest. Yes, you cannot rely on it, but it can be a corroborating evidence based on the spread of information. Let's say you bring incomplete evidence of actual beavers data, and the information on the server reflects that data, then the other information that you find on the server could also be used to corroborate the other remaining missing data of the beavers. That said, I think there is logic in saying that the beavers and I think some other form is what you should use to determine accreditation and people that actually voted or something like that. So that it makes sense because it's a hardware that is on the ground that you need to use. Because if you say the data has to be transmitted electronically, then maybe a loser in the election decides to jam the airwaves. What happens to you? The people are held hostage because somebody jammed the airwaves.
To Nigeria, is this not a cardinal plank of the Obi plea? All this electronic transmission. This is one of their marquee arguments, is it not? This is one of their marquee pleas.
I agree with that, but that was based on the idea that INEC was supposed to follow its own guidelines. And they did not necessarily consider, because I think Constitution allows the INEC to change the rules as they see fit, but it didn't follow its own guideline. That was their argument. However, they were looking for beavers information. Remember the Obi campaign was asking INEC for beavers information, and they were struggling to get a hold of that information because that's what the court wants to see. I think they knew that. And the truth is, Tinubu has gone through this process himself. They have experience of doing this, so maybe that's why they know how to circumvent the event the process as much as they can. But I think when you go up and down, no matter how left and right, however you go out in this case, I just come down to the same conclusion that Peter Obi would not be going for this thing if it was a waste of time. Peter Obi doesn't sound like somebody that likes to waste one penny for anything that is not worthy. And
you're going on the basis that Peter Obi has not spent, I suspect, a kobo in this election. These are sponsored spaces. Do you think it's signing checks? Of course, you know that it's not. I'm sure if you don't,
I think it's true.
if you
He's
don't
not
know
signing
that,
check, but it's a waste of his time. Now it's a precious time. Someone like him, he doesn't sound like somebody that cares too much about this, wasting time on something that he cannot win, and just trying to patronize people. He's not that kind of person. He will just tell you what you want. Because if he wanted to tell people what they wanted to hear,
no. What's led you to form that thought? That is not that kind of.
Because I think
is a notoriously petty man. That do you not know that?
Okay, I would need you to give me areas where he has been petty before, because I've not seen it. Also, when after the election, he could have really been all over the place. You know how all these, the way what they call them, the APC, the threats they were threatening the Nigerian state with forming a parallel government and all the rest of it. He could have been like that, but he wasn't even close to being that. If anything, he told his passionate supporters to hold back.
It doesn't have the clout to make that statement. There's a hierarchy of clout within the Nigerian structure. Something that somebody like Obasanjo, Buhari can say and do and get away with. Somebody at Obi'S level, they can never dare try it. If he said that, they will lock him up.
It's easier said than. We always say that Peter Obi is somebody that cannot be listened to. I don't subscribe to that, because in reality they are just part of the Nigerian family, and believe me, touching someone like Peter Obi can be extremely costly too, as Pakistanis are beginning to realize. See,
no, it's not at the level of Imran Khan. Why are you elevating? I've heard no, hold on. I've even heard people trying to.
Oh my God!
They've even tried to equivalent Peter Obi to Nelson Mandela. I've heard that. It's just some obscure guy from an. What are we doing now?
That is obscure. See, even Nnamdi Kanu, taking him can be in certain circumstances, it can be dangerous. Not to mention someone like Peter Obi that just won 6.0 million votes and may actually stand to win more based on what he believes. So we can't just. I believe that he has been very, very disciplined. He has his followers to remain disciplined, and they did. They by and large listen to him. So you have to give him credit.
If they listen to him and they are assaulting all the senior figures in the Nigerian, verbal assaults, bullying, to the point that somebody as quiet and known as Wole Soyinka will call them fascistic.
Wole Soyinka, I think Wole Soyinka was wrong to do that. That's for one. And secondly, these so-called elders that we talk about that have delivered this mess that we call our situation right now. You see, in China, there was a time they were going after the elders for a reason. Because the elder delivered them failure and they went after them and they made them pay for it. And look at China today. If people are just criticizing elders for saying things that they believe is completely wrong, they should be able to. We really need to be questioning what all these so-called elders are doing. Look at our so-called president-elect is running all over the place. 1 minute is in Nigeria, the next thing is back in France again. These people are not running the country well. They don't deserve as much respect. I told you yesterday, there was a time I felt like every elder plague on all of them, because the hell they've left us in, the hell they've left the entire black race in, these people have failed badly. They shouldn't. And if somebody wins a Nobel Prize for this thing, literary work, yeah, it's all good, but I prefer it in physics. I prefer it in things that actually change the world. Maybe they should excuse me for not worshiping somebody that is calling other
literature does not. The literature does not change the world.
Literature does not even close.
With
literature, it's just the opiate of the masses, as they say.
Hello, Tunaija. Hello, Tunaija.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because I can see that your discussion with Des is following the same pattern. So, can we look at it the way we are taking respect and the way you are taking respect? I think there is an ethnic differences in the way we talk about respect. Can you talk much about that?
Sorry, repeat that again, about respect.
You say you don't respect elders based on their age. It's only somebody who has touched your life. That is the only person you can respect. You don't actually care about whatever achievement they have. But in our own clan, we believe that even if he's not your father, he has not even contributed anything to your life. An elder is an elder, and we should respect them. So I'm trying to look at it as if there's some kind of ethnic difference in the way we perceive respect.
I think there might be some differences, but generally Africans generally respect elders. But I don't think this is how it was originally. We were more like what the Europeans reflect now. I think there is an oppression of the elders that has crept into our culture. Because if you look at it, in many African countries, young people were the ones that were ruling the countries. Let's face it, even most of our early leaders were younger leaders, even when they got independence. So what is going on now is that there is an oppression of the elders that has been perpetuated by these elders that have got power in the 60s, this boomer generation.
No, don't look at it from the political way. Don't look at it from the political angle alone. You understand? I'm a Yoruba man. Even if I see your father, even you as a Nibo man, I will respect him. I don't know him. He has not contributed anything to my career or my life. But me seeing him, if I meet your father today, I will prostrate for him. So it's not something about political leader oppressor, so that's why. No, I want you to see it beyond that.
No. To be fair, in terms of greetings and showing.
No, the way you are taking it. Yes.
See,
the way you are looking at it as if you have been oppressed.
Sorry, I don't need to subscribe to this thing, traditional views to respect any human being. I don't go about just insulting people. The truth of the situation is that views have to be allowed to come to fruition, and I think that the way this elites and their foreign enablers have managed to keep this in different voices down is to say that either you are a child, you don't know what you're saying, and all the rest of it, and all kinds of stuff. These people that are telling us all this, what have they done? They've given us a nation with life expectancy of 53. That's what they've done. Something that Filipinos have not managed to do. Those people are barely 5 foot tall. What have they done? You have to look at the results, and I don't believe our forefathers were like this. Our forefathers had questioning. Even in Yoruba culture, even the Oba is held accountable. We can't just say that it is all straightforward, that the older you are, there's basic respect you have for human beings, but there's also about society.
To Niger, I think the thing is, when somebody puts you in a position, stay within the parameters of what they're asking you, not the expansiveness of Africa and the human race. So stay within the peculiarities of what they particularly were asking. And what Simba was inviting is that is there a cultural chasm between the deference that the Yoruba space has for elders, which is embedded in our tradition, and the sort of elder-younger people relationship that you have in the East? So is there a cultural chasm there? So within the narrowness of that, not the wider African experience.
I think it's just based on style in terms of the way they respect elders. I think respect is almost universal in the entire Nigerian space, and I would dare to say even in the general black continent. We generally respect our elders, even in the Igbo areas, the women and the men, how they respect, how they greet their people. The Yorubas are a little bit more extreme, expressive in terms of greeting. That is clear, even more than the Northerners. So, but it doesn't mean that the other side, they don't respect the elders. They respect the elders a lot. And the same pattern repeats itself everywhere you go in Nigeria. Now, it's not the stuff is not about respecting elders, it's about hearing the views of younger people and the younger people daring to challenge the views of people that are elder. That is the problem. When you are discussing national interest, there is no elder here. The views should stand on their own, because this is the survival of the entire people, and the young people have a bigger stake in it.
Do you think the conversation should be had in a civilized tone?
I believe it should. It's better to be heard in a civilized tone.
And do you think the obedience space has demonstrated a capacity to have a civilized conversation?
Okay, no, there's an element of division in some of them, but the truth is that it hasn't been healthy. But for both sides, it hasn't been. And this is the way we do politics. And maybe this is democracy. Maybe this is what democracy does, where people don't see each other, as you say, because they want to beat each other. But personally, I feel like we are in such a state that we shouldn't be worried too much about political device. I don't care about politics. I care about what is going on in the country. That's why I don't lose sight of that, because I think the situation is so bad. In Western countries, they will be looking at forming government of national unity. They don't care who wins, because this is an emergency. We are in a country that is not functioning. So I agree with you. The obedience have not been very civil. They have not been very civil with me too. But do
you think they have it within them to be civil?
Oh yeah, I think they are actually more civil. They are more.
You don't think it's a genetic fault line in their makeup? This
No, I don't think so. I think actually they are the both sides express themselves more differently. Let's put it that way. The obedience are more verbal, and when we say verbal, they
violently verbal.
Keyboard warriors, they talk online and all those sort of things. But the other side are actually more dangerous. They physically attack people. They do things to actually divide groups. The obedience are not dividing between North and South, Igbo, and I've never seen them do that. Is this other side that actually does all the really, really ugly stuff, and that maybe that's what separates. Maybe this is not based on maybe because they are Southeasterners or South people. I think it's mostly because of the obedient movement itself. Do you see what I mean? I don't think it's based on because they are from that area. If Obi was from the West too, you probably see the same trait in them. They will maybe be more passionate, but not as dangerous in terms of physically going there and doing harm to the opponent. So that's what we have seen in this election cycle. One side is more vocal, the other side is actually more dangerous physically.
Tunaja, please, can I interject? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I wanted to say something on this Professor Shoyinka situation. For a very long time, we listened to that space. For me, what I would say, what we believe we say, a older man grows and a younger person grows too. Me, I've said it before. Shoyinka didn't position himself well in that statement. If you want to caution the obedience, you are sure caution the party-fied too. At the same time, at the same space. You don't caution one person and leave the other. People will feel you are one-sided. As an elderly man, you don't need to. You call Nigeria together and caution everybody. That's how an elder statesman behaves. Party-fied stop this. Obedience stop this. This court, let's put this thing to settle these things. Stop this court. Let's move forward. That's how elderly person speaks, so that they'll see that you're not promoted to one side or you're not trying to take side. People always read minutes to whatever you do. This is democracy, it's federalism. It's not a parliamentary style or regional style of government. So people have the right to start reading minutes. That of Oni of Ife, I never liked what they were doing. If your elder says things you don't like, you calm down. It's not you that will respond to it. There are people that can respond to it. It's very wrong for how they were abusing. But the same thing, the O'Neill that spoke like a father, speak to Nigeria in general. Or sometimes doesn't get involved in politics. I don't like getting involved in politics. We need other statement like the ambassador, the bigger people in Nigeria, the elite, to speak in this issue, like the Babangida and the rest. The Sultan of Sokoto, you don't get involved in politics. People always read minutes to it because at one time before election, you are friends to these people. You are friends to Tinubu or Atiku. So anyhow you put it, people will see minutes, they'll read minutes to it. So bringing cultural and tradition to it does not really apply well. For the fact you are a very cultural person, the other one is a kind of Republican person, does not mean that he must abide to your own style of way of living. It's federalism. So we should really mind where we put these things, and our leaders should really mind where they put statement outside. That's what I say in this matter. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Take it back to the Supreme Court judgment.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think I like the judgment. It was a sound judgment because the appellant, as they say, did not provide any evidence. You can't go to a court. I was saying this yesterday. You can't go to a court without evidence. And what do you expect the judges to do? Just give it to you because you said so? That's not how it works in these states. You have to provide evidence. The name of the game is, if you are going to a court and they say this is what they require, you can't provide it, then you lose. Go home and forget about it. And if PWB goes to court, no evidence, he will deserve to lose. You can't, in this world, you can't expect people to give you anything without doing what is required. That is just as simple. And let's hope he's got the evidence that he needs to win. And I for the sake of Nigeria, I really hope everything is clear. The judgment is clear, everything, no ambiguities. Because any ambiguity, depending on the size of the ambiguity, the less unrest the more unrest you see in Nigeria. The greater the ambiguity, the more unrest you see in the country. But the clearer the judgment, you see everybody will reconcile themselves to whatever the judgment is.
I don't think I agree with that. In fact, in totality, you see. What is still holding the narrative is still this tribunal space. Once the tribunal comes out with whatever it is they decide, there will be which are certain not to anything to do with Obi. Of course, they will just send him back home, and then there will be minor skirmishes here and there. Maybe a little. They'll make attempts in Lagos, which they will quickly quash. And then they will go to their region and attack federal spaces, which will be quashed, and then the country will move on. I don't think people in Sokoto will take to the streets when they tell them that Peter Obi is not going to be their president. Neither will people in Borno, Ogun, Ekiti, anywhere. I don't think it's just you just have just a minor outburst of ethnic rage, especially in the southeast, and satellite incidents in Lagos, which will be quickly quashed, and then the country will move on. So nothing, all this doomsday apostasy that you like to paint up and down, nothing at all like that.
You really are very comfortable with saying that things will be quashed. You know, civil wars can happen, and it will last for years. You like it or not.
What sort of what will lead to civil war?
But you're just saying they're just going to the southeast and just crush people. You know that somebody got 90% of vote in that region. You can't crush them. You can't.
I didn't I didn't say crush. I said quash, which is quite different.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You can't quash them. The truth is, like I said, if the judgment is clear, let's say there is no evidence that will be provided and Tinubu wins, I can tell you that even I, amongst obedience, I was telling them, you see the results, let's just live with it. We should strategize for the next election.
What I'm saying to you is, irrespective of anything, whether you are satisfied with the election, with the outcome or not, because there is nothing that the tribunal will say other than an Obi victory that would not be seen as a miscarriage of justice. We know how that space is. So and every come on now. Well, do you want to have a serious conversation?
They are more reasonable than you think.
All right. Okay. Let's just leave it.
Even they say it all the time. I'm on those panels. They say it all the time.
These are people from. Hold on. These are people from the back of beyond. These are not. What are you talking about?
How can you say that? How can you say that? Come on with this straight way. You're just trolling people. Truth is, these people have said it repeatedly. If there is clear evidence that Tinubu won the election, they will back off. If the judgment is clear, not when there is clear evidence that will be presented evidence that he has won, and the court.
To Niger.
Yes.
To Niger. How do you determine clear evidence?
Clear evidence is like
because what you are saying is relative. Is relative. What might be clear evidence to me might not be clear evidence to you. So how do you determine that?
Within reason, with something that is
because you said in Osun, excuse me, you said in Osun that they don't have evidence. That was why they lost. But you cannot tell me that they don't go to court with any evidence. They went to the court with evidence. Maybe it was not enough.
Actually, they did it. They said it. They did
How
it.
did you
Went
know?
one.
All right, hold your thought for a
How did you
moment.
know?
Hold your thought for a moment. Alexander joins us. Good to see you, Alexander. You are in eminent company where you are.
Yeah. My house has been taken over by some big wigs from the southeast part of Nigeria. They feasting and they need to go because I need to sleep to go to work. But they're having fun, and the governor-elect is over here mingling with his people, essentially from the same state of Abia. So I haven't gotten I've spoken to him 3 or 4 times, but I haven't gotten him to come out of where he is so he can have a chat or two with you guys on the platform. But what I've noticed is, and this is a shame. I don't know. There's something about Nigerians that rub me the wrong way. When they are in a position of authority, they tend to want to carry themselves like gods. I noticed that the Alex Oti I met the last time is not the same Alex Oti I'm meeting now, because he knows he's now the governor of Abia State. And that kind of disappointed me. Why can't people just be like my baby cousin Tunde Fashola, that's so unassuming you won't even know who he is? Or like Aliko Dangote, who's the richest black man in the world, and when you meet him and they tell you that's Aliko, you will say, no, that can't be Aliko. But that's what I've noticed so far. But they in the living room, I'm in my bedroom, and I'm about to sleep if they don't leave in about 30 minutes because I'm too conservative for this yabba they're doing. But that's where we are, man.
What language are they speaking? Are they excluding you from the conversation with their?
I understand Igbo perfectly. So they're speaking Igbo, and I told them go ahead and speak Igbo, and I understand Igbo perfect. My Igbo is 90% good. I don't think it's as good as my Yoruba or my Ghanaian, but it's good enough for me to converse. So I understand everything they're talking about. But this thing here, just proves how, and I don't care who's listening, how clannish Igbo people can be. They're very clannish people, and I don't know. It makes me uncomfortable sometimes because with that kind of attitude and behavior or character trait, or what adjective you want to use, I don't know how that can be accepted nationally in Nigeria for a group of people who want to be president of Nigeria. Because I can tell you, I'm not sure I'm going to be alive if and when they become president of Nigeria, i.e. Igbo people, but just know that it's going to be exclusively Igbo. And I'm saying this with authority. I have a governor in my house. They're eating my food. I'm hosting them. They're drinking champagne.
Yeah, and I noticed you made amala for them. Was that a deliberate something?
No, that's not amala. I think that was fufu. That's
the brown something.
The brown thing. I don't know. I don't know. I saw it myself, but I thought it was. I think we call it in America. We call it oatmeal pounded yam. It's made of oats. So
you said you noticed there was a noticeable difference in his presentation.
Yes.
Was that not the aura of power? He has power now, and he exudes. It's nothing. I think you find out with everybody that when they assume a position of power, there's a certain aura of power that just radiates around them.
One man, if I introduce you to Tunde Fashola, I can put $1,000 down. You'll be surprised that that's the same Tunde Fashola, the legendary Tunde Fashola. He's very unassuming.
But is it deliberately so though? Is it?
Yes, it is. It's just naturally himself. Some people are like that. You know something. Let me share this story with you. I think there's something about Yoruba people that I don't know. I've noticed it about a lot of very successful Yoruba people. when you meet them, you wouldn't understand or comprehend how powerful they are because they just come across unassuming. I've noticed that a lot about Yoruba people. I mean, I had my sister-in-law visit Mrs. Alakija about 2 years ago, and she came back to me and said she's the most humble woman she's ever met in her life. You know, there's just, you know, we might have a bit of arrogance about us, but the people from the Southeast, they take it to the next level. You know, it's I don't know. I was a little bit disappointed. I mean, he's in my house. I'm his host. He has to give my due respect. I don't need no favors from him. But I just noticed that it's not the same Alex Oti I met 3 months ago, or 4 months ago.
Are you sure you'll not be going down to Anambra to chase down that contract?
No. What kind of contract would the Southeast give me? No, not really. I just, you know, I think humility is very important to one man in life. Humility is very, I that's one thing that I respect a lot. A powerful man that is humble. You know, it's something that my father brought me up with. And I would
has he
forever
done
appreciate
anything, to be fair to him, has he done anything that says, you know what, I'm arrogant now? I mean, you know, maybe you are perceiving him as somebody less than before.
What is preening and peacocking is what Alexander is saying.
You know how Europeans accuse black people of having this uppity thing because they are a little bit successful. So it may not be a very objective way of looking at him, because has he done anything that says, oh, this guy is uppity or a little bit up his own this thing because he's
let me say this. My profession, I am a human behavioral expert. I can tell you about you more than you think I would know. So he doesn't need to say anything. His body language and his interaction will tell me everything I need to know. If he's saying anything, it's just going to confirm what I know, what I already know by studying. I talk to one man every day. When I come on this platform, I listen to people, and I don't only listen to what they say, I listen to the delivery, and I get to know the kind of person they are. I tell him all the time. So it's not so much what he says, but how the kind of attitude. You know, when I first met him, he was a very unassuming person. I never gave him a chance. That I never thought he would be the governor of Abia State. I didn't think he stood a chance. But Labour Party propelled him to that position. I think he says it's not, but I think so. And I'm still going to ask him tonight if I go outside. And I wanted to, I might record it and send it to one man. But I just think that we need to be, you know, with position of authority, and this is why we are where we are today, where a governor of a state would decide to wear $1 million watch. It doesn't make any sense.
I see.
As a
$1 million watch. Okay, that's wow.
Yeah. You know, we're too materialistic. We're too much of a showy people. And that's why we are where we are today. Look, to Nigeria, I don't think you're older than my first son. And I can tell you that Nigeria that I knew was not the Nigeria that I see today. So I'm speaking as an old school person. And if we can get people who can have empathy and feel the pain of and I'm subscribing to your position right now. We can have leaders who can understand the plight of the average Nigerian and want to make our country better. We have an amazing country, but people just go for the self-aggrandizement. That's what I've come to realize. And no matter how much we talk, that's the mindset, and it's not going to change. So that's the woman. That's why I called in. If it's possible that I get a little bit of a private time with him and there's space, because I tried to log in about 10 times already, I couldn't. But if there's space later on, I'll come back and I'll put him online if he has time to speak.
Just text me if he wants to come on. Just text me and I'll make room. Obviously, people will understand that we have a VIP joining us, but Don't put yourself out. Don't compromise yourself. But if you're able to persuade him to at least come and say hello, just to document himself here, then we'll do that.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
All right, brilliant. So that's the mighty Alexander Gomez entertaining the great and good. So that's Alexander Gomez. So back to where you were, to Niger. Actually, let me take you to a different talking point then. So now the application then by the PDP followed up by an application from the Labour Party, all requesting that the tribunal should be live streamed. So what are you making of that space? And do you think the court will accede to it, live streaming?
I hope they do. And it comes down to transparency. And I really hope they do. And there's no real reason why they shouldn't do that. The case is not having a lot of national security implications. So they should stream it live because it's going to assist in assuaging Nigerians' doubts about the courts. And I've always said that I have confidence in the court. People think I'm saying that, in a kind of, just saying it blindly. I'm not saying it blindly because if you look at the judgment that they passed with Adeleke, it's concrete. It's very solid. You can't argue with that. They are making cogent points. But I hope the one for Obi is clear too, because you don't want it to be ambiguous. You don't want a situation whereby it looks like they are just exercising their own judgment.
There's a lot of ambiguity embedded within the Adeleke judgment. I don't know. Have you read it?
For me, it's solid. It's clear to me. It's not even ambiguous. Right. Because they just said it. They said this is the condition that is required. And the other side didn't bother at all to try to meet it. They didn't even present. They said not even one beaver's evidence. Why would you not provide one beaver's evidence? Jesus, you want to win the case or you are planning to lose. You can't go to court. You didn't present one beaver's evidence when the court tells you this is kind of evidence they need to decide. So I consider that solid. You can't make it up. And if P2B provides that kind of evidence and it is showing it, I don't think the court will rule against it. And this is what I keep saying. The courts are not stupid. I must say, when you look at the way they reason, you have to give it to lawyers. Lawyers are not just English readers. They are logical machines. They think in logic. When they look at things, they know how to pierce and say, this is how it's supposed to fit together. And when I read it, I could see that the judges were like, okay, this is how we determine what is a credible accreditation information. It comes from the beavers, and this is the second one. It comes from the something form. So these guys, you want to appeal against something. You didn't bring one evidence out of the 715 polling units, not one beavers information. What are you doing here? You see what I mean? It's obvious. You are going to lose. So in the case of P2B, they will say, and I think that judgment is also right, because I've also said it before that I saw a clause in the election rules that says INEC has the freedom to change the rules as they see fit. Once they have that kind of freedom, then they can do almost anything, no matter what P2B is saying. It's not going to matter.
Sorry, tonight, let me come in, because there is a big mistake that a lot of people have been making, and I need to correct it. One man made, I think the subheading was that the Supreme Court ruled that the transmission via polling unit is not mandatory, but I actually read that judgment when Water sent it to me, and I didn't see anything like that. And I also had some lawyers that came out and talked after the adjudication of.
Can I have a second?
Let me explain.
Just observation.
Okay, yeah.
The judgment is not out yet. What you are reading is what people assume when people that took notes when they were reading, but the certified true copy of the judgment had not been released yet. So whatever we are hearing is not like we are reading the judgment. I made an effort. I tried to read the judgment today, and I got to know that it's not ready yet, at least for verified. Maybe it should be out tomorrow or next tomorrow, but the judgment is not. So whatever you are reading is people's opinion, or what they just made up of what they thought the judges are saying.
let me say something. Like I said, one man made a statement that this is what the judgment said, and I said it was wrong. Now, the whole thing in this case, the whole problem was overvoting. There was no problem with the whether IREV or who voted. I mean, how many people voted or whatever. The main situation here was overvoting, and during the tribunal, what happened was that is it Oyetola request? INEC gave Oyetola there is the accreditation in the back end server that he went to court to prove that there was overvoting. INEC gave Adeleke another copy of the result on the back end server, which was a different thing altogether. So now, when they went to the court in when the matter went to the Supreme Court has to make a judgment that the beavers, from ECAA and the certified true copy in the INEC server have to work hand in hand. It's like a trinity in order for them to make that judgment. There was nothing like you don't have to upload the result in real time that the judgment made there. There was no connection to that at all. So I don't know how one man got by that.
All right. All right. Let me read you this, and then we come back to you, to Niger. It says, future implications. One of the many implications of the judgment is that any future petition brought on the grounds of INEC's failure to transmit results cannot stand. One of the issues raised by Peter Obi, Labour Party candidate, in his petition challenging the election of Bola Tinubu as president is that the failure of INEC to promptly upload the results from polling units through Beavers to IREF portal on the day of the election invalidated the poll. Also, any petitioner alleging overvoting must be able to produce the Beavers, INEC voter register, and or a certified true copy of an INEC certificate of that record for each polling unit. In light of the foregoing, I hold that it is the record in the Beavers machine of the accredited voters or certified true copies of an INEC certificate of that record for each polling unit that can prove the number of accredited voters in a polling unit on the day of the election and nothing else, the Supreme Court said. So one of the cardinal planks, as I said, of the Peter Obi plea that INEC did not transmit the election in real time, the decision already made. So that comes off the table immediately.
Man, it doesn't really.
You don't understand it. Let Tunaja explain it. You don't understand it, yes.
I think there might be some case to it. I think it depends on how the case is written, because I know that INEC has the freedom to change the rules, not necessarily as they see fit, but to change the rules. Question is whether when they
sorry, Tunaja. Sorry, Des, I apologize. I just realized what I said. It came across the wrong way. So I didn't mean you don't understand it. I meant that I wanted a different explanation. So apologies if that came across wrong. I'll carry on, Tunaja.
Yeah, so I know that INEC has the ability to change the rules. Question is that once they've changed the rules, are they allowed to now switch back? Because I'm aware that Peter Obi's Labour Party tried to challenge INEC when INEC said that they were no longer going to transmit the results electronically, and the court blocked them from doing that. So it means that
what this judgment is telling us is that is no longer they uploaded it. They did not upload it in real time, and all of that nonsense. That is no longer available because the Supreme Court has made a judgment on that. So that comes off the table.
If the Supreme Court made a judgment on that, because their judgment was that the only way you can tell which who won what accredited voters were gotten through the beavers and the form that they were talking about. I think the EC9 form, I don't know what the name is. So it's through that form. That's what they narrowed it down to. And I can see why they did that, because sometimes you can't rely on transmission of data, because anybody can decide to be a saboteur and block transmission of data, and then the election will be invalidated because of that. You can't do that. So you have to use the hardware that is present at the polling unit, and you have to use the form that the human beings filled in at the polling unit as a way of verifying. That's the last point of integrity check, I guess. You can look at it. But there is a reason. I think the way the judgment came across, it's almost as if the IREV is completely useless and the information that goes online is completely useless. I don't subscribe to that. But in the context of contesting over voting, you definitely need those hardware to win any case. And I think P2B is not going to go to court without doing this, because I remember a case where Tinubu did it. I saw a video of it, and they did all that. They got the Beavers report. They even got voting papers to go and check the thumbprints and did fingerprint checks. That's how much work you need to do to overturn a rigged election. So to expect to just say, "Oh, go to the server," and that's going to help me win. That, I think whoever was representing the APC on that one, I don't know, the appellants in this case, they did a very bad job of it, and they deserve to lose. I don't think P2B would do something like that. He knows he has to do a very, very thorough job, forensic job, to confirm that there has been massive rigging. Otherwise, forget it. I wouldn't even support it too, because you have to have overwhelming evidence here. You can't just say somebody should just overturn almost 2 million votes without any clear evidence. It has to be clear, crystal clear for everybody to understand. So that's where I'm going to leave it.
All right. I want to ask Tunde a question. Go to court and they start arguing, because this is not Beavers, right? Beavers just accredit. We're talking about IREV. If they go to court and start arguing what is the real vote and what should it be, what do they present to be the real one? What would the Supreme Court judge on? Do you understand what I'm going to? This is not. I'm not talking about overvoting now. I'm talking about the real vote. I'm not talking about overvoting.
Yeah.
What would the court place their judgment on?
I think they are going to place their judgment just like it happened before. They are going to look at the data on the IRF. They are going to compare it with that on the Beavers, and then they are going to also do forensic examination of actual votes, even check the fingerprints and look at pattern of this in behavior. If, let's say, as the Labour Party contend that the people are flipping Labour Party votes and giving it to APC, then they see a pattern of that repeat itself, because clearly it seems to have happened in Rivers State already. So if that kind of stuff starts showing up, then they will start thinking, okay, we are proving it in 1 or 2 states. There's chances that this has carried on in other states. So you see what I mean? That's how they're not going to need to count every single vote, but they are going to need to see patterns of violation of this in the vote to say, you know what, there's reasonable case here. And once Nigerians see that alone, that is going to be too smelly for Nigerians. Nigerians don't like, even if they do a lot of cheating themselves, they don't like to hear that people cheat, and they see it openly. So that is the kind of case you want P2B to show. Like, we won 80,000 here, but they just reversed the vote and gave it to Tinubu. And then they go and check the voting slips, and forensic experts come in, just like Tinubu did. Forensic experts come in and check this thing and find that these things have been switched. Because when they look at the votes, when they count it and they find out that Labour Party got more votes, but Tinubu wins in the documentation, then that makes everything very, very clear that something has happened here that is not right. Or they start seeing foreign fingerprints that shouldn't be there, or one fingerprint in multiple voting leaflets or whatever they call it. Those patterns will reveal themselves as a lot of there's corruption within the system, and that could lead to an overturn. It has to be substantial, though. You can't just see it, few of them. It has to be substantial to actually overturn it. And P2B understands that. And all the obedience that I've spoken to, we all know this. This is something we talk about. We say it has to be clear and substantial for us to claim that 2 million votes don't count. You see what I mean? So, and that's what my own. If I'm going to pray for anything in this life, I pray the judgment is clear. We don't need this argument carrying on. Nigeria has to move on.
Look, anyway, we've already had that conversation, but anything outside of Peter Obi not being declared the president, the argument, you know now, we all know. And also, Peter Obi is leaping 2 hurdles to be president. Because if he removes Tinubu, it doesn't come to him, as you know, he goes to Atiku. So he has to remove Atiku as well. But we'll see how that plays out. And anyway, we already know how that will play out. But let me take you to this space. Governor Akeredolu falls APC's zoning arrangement for 10th National Assembly. So the permutation now for how the next assembly would look like is already taking shape. So the Senate president likely to almost certain to go to the South-South, with Godswill Akpabio straddling that space. Deputy Senate president to the Northwest, Senator Barau Jibrin. The Speaker of the House still stays in the Northwest, Abbas Tajuddin. And then the Deputy Speaker to the Southeast, Ben Kalu. So what Akeredolu is arguing is that it's too heavily skewed. This sort of permutation, too heavily skewed. It says the skewed arrangement that reinforces injustice. He stated that the zoning formula represented early signs of steps aimed at attempts to cabin the hard-earned presidency, etc., etc. So I think what he's fixated on and what really springs out of this permutation is that the Northwest, the double dip, both getting the Deputy Senate presidency and the House as well. So this is the cornering of an administration, of course, because with those two leverage spaces, they can hold the administration by its neck. So that's one. But the second part is, how can, when you have 6 loose geopolitical zones and countless geo-ethnic mix, you narrow to 2 spaces for one 2 slots for one space to the detriment of others. So what are you making of this permutation as being presented by the APC?
I think there's a problem when the Northwest seems to want a lot of things for themselves. Yes, it's true, politics favors them. It doesn't necessarily mean that they've just had a president in office for 8 years. What do they think? The other parts of the country are just there watching as if they are in a congregation. That's not how it's supposed to be. Sometimes in politics, you can stand back, just stand back and let others have a say. This is a nation you are trying to build here. It's not always about you. And sometimes when politicians say, oh yeah, we are the one that got you to win. We got you the election, now you should give it to us. No, you shouldn't also reason like that. You should reason from the point of view of the national interest. Because in the end, the other side has capacity to ruin your party too. They are not just cheerleaders. If you just say you want to ostracize them because, oh, we helped this guy win, we own the country, so it's winner take it all now. And no wonder the politics is so poisoned. You can't, I don't think what they should be trying to do is trying to bring everybody around the table. Because there's something greater than actually, getting your way in one individual way or regional way or, religious way. Is having everybody do better, because if the nation does better, we're all going to do better. You notice that many of them are Muslims now in the APC ranks, and these people don't seem to care. They are not paying attention that you are living in a country where it's almost 50-50 divided. If you include the atheists and the ones that don't, pretend to be Christians and the ones that pretend to be Muslim, it's almost 50-50 divided. And you just want the whole thing to align to one side, or not just want, not care. You have to care about these things because you need stability. You don't want fingers to be pointed. You don't want people to be serving you and watching with a side eye. We really need to be honest with ourselves in this country, and we have to start putting in nation first. These leaders that are always talking about, I like the fact that they're talking about Northwest or how about Northeast? I don't even hear anything about Northeast. Like they don't even exist. I do hear about North Central now and again, but Northeast, nobody even talks about it. It's like, oh,
they have the vice presidency. What more do you want for them?
I don't think those guys have even held any other office in Nigeria other than that VP that they've held for how long now. So who talks about them? How about this in Southeast too? Southeast, okay, yeah, they've had Senate president for quite a while, but they've not produced any other position, reasonable position in the Nigerian state for quite a long time.
But the only other reasonable position outside of the Senate presidency is the presidency itself. You don't go higher. You don't go higher than that.
I guess there's some truth there, and they don't care about Senate. They don't care about Senate presidency anymore, and that is the interesting bit. They don't care. So Akpabio is fine. And I think they should be giving it to the. Why do we call it North Central? Would you not call it Central Nigeria? I don't know. Why is it North Central? I don't even understand it.
I've never understood that language myself, because Kwara State comes under North Central and is very much Yoruba land.
It should just be Central Nigeria, because I think we are going with the British narrative of where is North. If we are looking at our geographical North, it's from Abuja up. Anything below that is south. But somewhere along the line, we've bought into the British narrative and say from Benue, literally almost to third of Nigeria down, that's where the north starts. Geographically, they are a lot larger than the southern states. It's crazy. I don't subscribe to that. And if you look at it in terms of religion too, up to the Abuja area, they are mostly Christians too. So I don't understand. I don't subscribe to this idea where they just say the central region of Nigeria.
They are mostly Christians in Kwara or Kogi.
You see what I mean?
And I'm asking you.
Are they? I think Kwara they have more Muslims, if I'm not mistaken. They have a lot of Christians, but they have more Muslims there. But in Benue, they have more Christians. Maybe in Nasarawa too, or Jos, or Plateau, all those areas. Those are central Nigeria, not North Central. They are in the middle of Nigeria. Abuja is the dead meat center of Nigeria. So how is it that just after Nambra is the north? We just ceded that argument to them. That's something that politically and this thing socially is affecting the way we perceive our nation. Because in reality, the south is actually the south of Nigeria geographically, which is very interesting that, it actually happened like that, where somewhere from Abuja down, you see more Christians, and from Abuja up is more Muslims. That is what the geography does. But politically, we subscribe to the way the British divided the country, which I would not subscribe to really. And if I was given position, I would spread it out in the 6 geographical zone, the key states, so that they have a sense of belonging. And areas that have not been represented, I've not heard of Northeast much. I've not heard of North Central much in positions of power. So those areas, they really need to be brought back into the fold, so that people feel a sense. Southeast too, they need to be brought into the fold in different positions, not necessarily in all these key states, in other positions like in defense, in industry, whatever areas.
Go
ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe if we look at it this way, Tafawa Balewa is from the Northeast.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, the former Senate president or the current Senate president from the Northeast.
I see. Okay.
The one before you is from North Central.
Okay.
Then
what is okay? Fair point. Okay, we have this thing. If the last ones, not the last one, North Central,
Saraki is from North Central. Saraki is from North Central.
See, all I'm saying is that what I've been hearing lately, the way they talk about these things, they talk about, we gave him the vote, so we should get it. It doesn't like the way you put it just now. You see how I was like, okay, that's how you want to make the argument. Don't say you deserve it just because you gave him more votes. Because you want to bring people in, you want to make argument for say, okay, you have had it, let this guy have it, let this guy have it. Personally, if I was, the Nigerian people that were writing the national constitution, I will make politics so boring. I will make everything rotational. Shut up. You are talented. Go in the queue. I will make everything rotational so that everybody loses interest in politics. All this so-called 1 million man watch is going to go away. All this nonsense that they keep doing. So make everything rotational and be reasonable. Don't just keep asking for offices, and you know that the president is Muslim, the vice president is Muslim, and maybe Senate, whatever senior position again is going to be Muslim, and then you just start arguing blindly. Let me get more. Let me get more. Let me get more. What will happen is that some people will start feeling alienated, and they are not going to contribute productively to the country, and we don't need that. Yes.
Yeah, to Niger. I think, thank you. What they're arguing here now, the problem here now is the North Central. There are the people like stating that, because they're arguing how can the Northwest have two positions and nothing is being given to the North Central. So the North Central are holding two positions. Why the Northwest is holding two positions. Why the North Central, nothing for them. So they're arguing, how can you give them? Because you say they give you the largest number of votes. Or when you come to the North Central, even though they don't have the largest number of votes, but at least almost 4 states, APC got what they want. At least they're 25%. So how can you say that it's because they give you the largest number of votes? Then you have to cede two positions to them, left the North Central with nothing. So that's the argument they're having there. So I saw them arguing it today. So just take one out of them and give it to the North Central, then balance the whole thing. That's the argument.
Yeah, so I agree with you. They should do that. See, North Central has already had a president now for 8 years. Come on, they should be able to sit back a little bit. We have 6 geographical zones, and how many positions do they have to give out?
You mean Northwest? You mean Northwest?
Sorry, Northwest. Yeah, you are correct. So, how many zones do we have, and how many of these positions do we have? Maybe we'll have about 4 or 5 key positions that they need to hand out. And what do you expect? Just because your candidate won doesn't necessarily mean they should give it to you. The other regions also have to be represented because you just had a president. You just had a president. How can they overlook that? And because
don't you think that because we don't have good leadership in Nigeria, that's why we are always bent on the religion and ethnic origin of our leaders? In what way has it really benefited us if you are discussing along this line?
That is the trick they played on us now. They played all this trick on us so that we, the people, will be divided and we don't know how to take control from them. From what I gather is that the way to do this is to take the power from the center and bring it to the people. And when you do that, the entire Nigerian population, not one region, the people themselves will control the government. Because they will be carrying out more referendum. They can pass laws. People can pass laws. If you go to Switzerland now, the people themselves, the government don't want to do their job. They can create laws. They can form groups and they vote among themselves and they go and create laws in the country. So you can see how people can be empowered to change the system. Because these people, you heard what the senior Alexander Gomez came here to state now, that a politician wearing such an expensive watch. This is because we gave this too much power to them in the center. We should take it away from them, and the relevance of the center will go away. If I was the writer of the Nigerian Constitution,
he's a governor. He's a governor. He's not our president. He's a governor of a state that not even been inaugurated.
Exactly. He's not even inaugurated.
And this is the same person. This is the same person that we have been celebrating. That he won because of maybe we feel that he's going to be a kneel down. You can see what we are talking about now. We see him because he's coming from Labour Party as a messiah. You can see he has not even started. He started wearing $1 million wristwatch. You can see the mess that we are in. And then we don't look at it that way. See, whatever so far is not from APC is good.
We need to take power from the center, and if you make this system very transparent,
you kept on talking about center. Let's discuss this one. This is a governor of Abia. Which center are you talking about now?
The center is that he is powerful. He's immune. He can't even try him now. The moment he becomes governor, he's not been sworn in yet. but he's immune to
He
prosecution.
has
It's
not
like a
been
god.
sworn. When he's been sworn in, we begin to look at his antecedent. And if those things, if he cannot do anything, then it's just 4 years now. Nobody say he's the messiah. Nobody say he's the only one that can save Abia State. The mandate was given to him by the people. So truly, the people gave him the mandate.
I think, permit me.
So yeah.
I think really, basically, with everybody, honestly, what we need is good governance. If we have good governance and everywhere is functioning, people that are not politically inclined will not go and struggle for power. If you are making it in your private business, your private life, your whatever you want to do, you are doing it, you are successful, the government is playing its role, you are playing your role, business people are doing their own. Many people are not really interested in this power. It's just that a lot of people see this power as a means to an end, to satisfaction. But if the satisfaction is there, you go, we do things, everybody know his rights and limits, and there is good governance. Quite honestly, I will never contest for an election, no matter how they make it attractive. If I have, opportunity of living my quiet life the way I like it, things I like, and I'm enjoying it. Why? What the hell? So if we actually can get good governance, irrespective of where it is coming from, honestly speaking, I look forward to a day in Nigeria whereby a Fulani man can come and become a governor in your state. If he is competent and he has lived there, he satisfies the condition of the law.
No, sorry. Why is that example never made the other way around? Why is it always a Fulani man come and be a governor? Why can't I know your man go and be a governor in Kebbi State?
Oh my God!
When people make that example, it's usually no.
Man, for your state, so
no, I look forward to a day that I know your man will be the governor of Imo State. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think it's that one is more possible actually than that of the north. That one is more possible. You'll be surprised.
Is it Oyo laughing?
Oh, you are laughing, of course, yes.
Oh yeah, from Oyo laughing, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you are close to me. I'm from Oyo too. I'm an Oyo man too, and I don't want to insult the sensibility of. And I'm not from Oyo town. I'm from Oyo State. Principally from Okiugu. So I don't want to insult any other sensibility.
I'm from Akimori, Afijo.
Afijo, yeah. Oh, you're not here, Akimori, Afijo. So reason why I used Oyo State is because
it seems like you have not visited Nigeria for a very long time.
I don't want it to be so I don't want it to sound like maybe I'm using other people, So that's why I used. It could be the other way around. I mean, a Yoruba man can go and be a governor in Katsina if things are actually working. And if you see the crop of young people that this man worked with in his 8 years, you'll be surprised. What's his name? El-Rufai. The crop of people that he surrounded himself with, irrespective of
his chief spokesperson is a Yoruba man, El-Rufai.
A lot of Yoruba boys. The guy from Okeogun with him. Very silent, but he's grooming them. He's producing leaders.
Sorry, Bishop. You know that was a deliberate move. That is a presidential bid. The way he compositioned his cabinet
He's learning from Tinubu now.
Yes, he wants to put a Wazobia face in preparation for his presidential throne.
Well, you may be right, but the truth of the matter is that those things that he has done are yielding results, good results, because he's tapping the best brains. If he developed those guys,
what do you mean by good results? Because from what I gather, Kaduna is one of the least safe states in Nigeria. So
to Nigeria, you came back and told us that you went to Kaduna and you had transformed.
No. It was Onitsha that was transformed. I've never been to Kaduna twice. To know whether it was transformed.
But there's something somebody said that is just is playing tricks on my mind that you want to look forward to the day that Anoyoma will be the governor of Katsina State. Anybody that they will send him back in body parts. They will send him back in body parts.
It's very, very possible.
The fundamental list of they will send him back in body parts.
We've not tried that before. That's why now we've not tried that. We Nigerians, we are too section, we are too regional.
That's what I'm talking. Let's be very sincere today. Let's be very sincere with ourselves today.
To Nigeria Baba, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So sorry, let Bishop land this point, then come in with that question, round off then to Niger after that, and then we go to Simba, and then after Simba we go to Prince. But land your point quickly, Bishop, and then take the interjection from Prince.
Let's be very sincere with ourselves today. If they ask us, as we are here on this platform, I don't know how many of us are there, and they say pick anybody in Nigeria based on his antecedent, his performance, and his credibility, that you want to come and be the governor in your state, more than 50% of us will not pick our state indigenes. We will look for someone somewhere that we seem to be impressed by their performance. Say, look, let's have that man come and cover my state. So irrespective of where they come from, the truth of the matter is that results, if we have result-oriented person, and even El-Rufai has his challenges in security areas, but for somebody to say El-Rufai has not worked, go and check the foreign direct investment. Why are people going to put their money there? There are local governments that are really challenged, and some of them are external, some of them are internal. But the truth of the matter is that he has done the bit he can do, and nobody, Kaduna has never. I grew up in Kaduna, was where I caught my first seat. There is no governor that has ever done a quarter of what El-Rufai has done in Kaduna in these past 8 years.
If you say that, I guess I was in there in 2020, so I cannot necessarily say something hasn't changed now. But given the news reports you hear from Kaduna, I'm not so impressed. And it's because of the state of that place that they took the only nuclear reactor in Nigeria out of Kaduna, because it cannot be kept safe there in its state. So,
all right, I don't know about nuclear reactors in Nigeria, but take Prince's interjection and then wrap up that space so we can move on. Yeah,
please come in. But I wanted to say something about our guy traveling overseas all the time. But go ahead.
Yes, take Prince's interjection and then in a short summary say whatever it is you want to say. But let him put something to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. In the next, do you see a Yoruba person or an Igbo man running in the next 8 years when, quote unquote, become the northern turn?
I hope not, but they will. Atiku, it didn't stop Atiku.
Well, yeah, to that point, because this belief of rotation obviously was not adhered to with Atiku and Kwankwaso, right? It was like, no, we want the best man that can do the job. That's what they keep talking about. So is that reality coming true in the sense that that notion, is it dissipating that, hey, it's one region's turn? Is it becoming a reality? Because a lot of people talk, even El-Rufai himself talked about it before they all came together and let's zone it to the south. Okay, and quickly also going to say, look, I think I said it before that in Switzerland they always have a rotation among the 3 or 5 major ethnic groups there. So yes, we can always have I think the common man would not care if an Igbo person, Yoruba, Hausa person rules the country as long as things go well and everybody's one is happy, right? But there will always be, no matter how. I mean, we can say Switzerland is quite prosperous as a nation. If that been the case, why did they care about rotating the leadership amongst different ethnic groups?
Yeah, is to forge even a stronger union. This is the purpose. Everybody agrees whenever a country is running very well, nobody will care. But you always have to plan for when things are not going very well. And this is one of the reasons why I say plague, I don't want to sound very rude to elders. This will bequeathed us a system that, every time it comes to an election, we are second guessing whether it's rotational or it's not. Why didn't it just make it concrete in one way or the other? They should have, if they had made it rotational, you will see how elections will be going without incidents. But this thing where sometimes it's rotational or in some parties it's not, it's just, this is a nonsense we do with ourselves. It goes back a long way, and this needs to go away seriously, because it's going to kill us. This confusion we tend to have with transitions of power, you don't tend to see it in other nations, other advanced in countries. And we are in an advanced time where we are online chatting right now. We should stop it. We should say, okay, if it's going to be rotational, it should be rotational. If we want to throw the door open, we throw it open. Forget all this. And I think the way Nigeria is structured right now, where you have the zoning in positions of Senate and all the rest of it, they should have just concretized it in the Constitution. Overweight. Everybody will forget about it by now. But now we have to always be doing this second-guessing game every time there's an election cycle. It needs to stop. On that one anyway. So let me just say something quickly about this traveling thing. I think this traveling thing reflects two things. First, our problem with Western detachment. We don't want to detach from people that don't mean us well. Secondly, the Tinubu people are not as competent. It's giving me serious cause for concern. Because when he returned from this trip, the last time, he came back with something under his elbow. If that would happen to Biden, that would be an international incident. And these people are supposed to be some of the best crops that here.
Well, sorry, why would it be an international incident if it happened to
Biden? Because he came back with a drip, this thing under his arm.
But that would be an affair for the Americans. Or why would it be international?
No, because it's going to be something that will cover. Oh, he came back ill. The president is unwell. He's sick, and they were questioning Biden the first time he ran that he was too old. But clearly, he has not faded when he is running for office now. He's performing in office, so nobody's complaining anymore. But they were complaining the first time. So in the context of Tinubu now, the reason why they are still complaining because the people boo-booed it. They boo-booed it again, and these are people that are supposed to be some of the most competent people in the country, and they boo-booed it. They allow him to come out with something. If this is the standard these people are setting, God help us. Really, God help us.
Do you not feel that is slim pickings? That narrative was it like about 2-3 weeks ago now? So. How much more traction do you think that will have?
No. It's not for me. I don't think this is something most people pay attention to. Really, for me, that's what you see signs of, because one of the things they say Tinubu, you don't need Tinubu to be physically fit. You need his brain, like somebody said earlier on. But the people that are supposed to execute his brain are also incompetent. So where is the win here? You can't manage your president-elect properly to the point whereby he comes out looking ill, and God knows what other boo-boo they are going to do by the time he returns.
Where was he looking ill? Where was he looking ill?
He looks ill now when he's talking. They were even reminding me of what he was saying. Somebody had to finish his statement. When he came back this last time, didn't you see it? When he came back this last time, I didn't
see it, no.
Even Shetima was standing there and listening to the Shetima had to turn back, listening to the person helping Tinubu finish his sentence. Jesus Christ. What can I say? It's okay. This is our lot now. All these elders, they come in and they don't want to go away.
To Niger, we love you dearly. You know that. Do you know that first?
Yeah. You know what? I don't know that. You know what? You're about to say something terrible, so I don't know
that. Because you build on something so feeble, and then you want to land a big point off the back of just some spurious and vague and lacking in substance sort of thing.
No, it's true. I can bring you the evidence.
You go wishy-washy, and then you want to land it with a bang. You can't land wishy-washy with a bang, and you do that so often. And people let you get away with it.
Whatever I say, if I don't have evidence, I will not say it. There is evidence of what I just said.
True Niger, man. You're a character.
I will show you the evidence tomorrow, because I wasn't the one that played the video. So I will show you the evidence of the guy finishing Tinubu's comments. So he didn't see that.
I did not see anybody finishing Tinubu's comment.
Okay, I will show you tomorrow.
Tinubu has, I think we've all established that Tinubu has a unique and peculiar manner of communication. The one thing, he speaks in metaphors. I think we've all come to realize that much to his chagrin, because people try to mock him off the back of the metaphors, like I will not give you but a soaked bread, and the church in the rats. So he speaks in metaphors, and that is peculiarly Yoruba again. By the way, it was that cultural conversation that Simba was inviting you
I
to.
am as strong as sand.
It's a metaphor. You know.
My God! I'm as strong as a rock. Maybe that's a metaphor.
Well, it depends on what your inflections are. You see, in Yoruba language, we say "lowe la nlulu agidigbo." There's a particular drum in the Yoruba space that is. Sorry, I don't know who that is. But there's a particular drum in the Yoruba space that is known as the agidigbo drum. You know, you beat it to message, but you have to be initiated. You have to be tuned in, in order to understand the messaging that drum beat is sending out. And 1,000 people can be there, and only maybe 2 people will get it, because the beats are beaten in parables. And the Yoruba language, if you look at it very closely, it is often spoken in inferred meaning. They don't speak directly, usually, oftentimes in Yoruba. No.
So ekaro means something else. It doesn't have the meaning.
No. But that's an incomplete sentence. Ekaro ajirebi. It ends with a question mark, because it then gives you the room to come at it, because the Yoruba language is never frontal. It's that cultural chasm that Simba was inviting you
to. To be fair to him, yes, I accept that maybe the way he talks is not normal. But what I was saying was that even the not normal saying, the way he's talking, he couldn't finish his sentence. He was like struggling for words. Yes, I agree. I think Kulata is saying that every president has a body man. Maybe that's his body man. The body man had to give him the information to finish it. And Shetima had to turn around. Like, where was that sound coming from? Because Shetima was standing in front of the so-called body man, as Kulata put it. The body man had to tell Tinubu what to say to finish his this statement. So, but that said, it's not a big deal. The point I'm highlighting with that statement is that the people around him, they are not displaying a high level of competence so far. But we'll see. I really have hope for Nigeria, and because there's a lot of good things coming in the way for Nigeria, and that's why I try to encourage Nigeria to be patient. But this political process has really, really mangled things up, and I pray we are able to navigate it, cleanly, come out on the other side, so we can actually go on to govern and fix the country, as they say.
All right, brilliant.
One man.
Yeah.
Can I just say one sentence interjection? They say Ariwo call the music. It's not to talk too much. Not the music. Now so Tinubu story be that.
That's why, yeah, you know that dancing something that I always play at the start.
Is it Cherubim and Seraphim people, or what church is that?
Do you know what that means? And this is the last comment, then I'm going to Simba. Do you know what that means? I don't expect that you do. Eri is an elephant, and Oka is a stick. So what that is inviting you to is that an elephant is too big an animal to be herded with a stick. You know how you herd. Yeah, so that's what that means. So it's embedded meanings, so that's it now. So there it is, the elegance that is to Niger. So there it is. Yeah, it needs no introduction to anyone. To Niger, the man that talks it talks to the future. Let's just put it that way. It talks to the future.
Oh, God. Thank you. At least that's a compliment now.
Well, yes. That is one of those embedded languages.
And I was Lee Kuan Yew. I was Lee Kuan Yew, by the way, to Nigeria. I was Lee Kuan Yew.
Lee Kuan Yew is long past now. He's done his job. Great job he's done. I wish we have our own.
I was texting one man. I was laughing the last time. I say he's going to say look on you now. Wait 1 minute. He's going to say look on you. and
You
and
see?
you said it 2 minutes after. Hey, Singapore, look on
Why
you.
not?
Look on you.
Mao Zedong even accomplished more than
Mao
Lee Kuan Yew,
Zedong.
actually. He actually accomplished more than Lee Kuan Yew. Stalin accomplished more than Lee Kuan Yew. Lee
No
Kuan Yew is just
problem.
because it's a small country and he did
Hey,
great
Tuna
job there.
Jababa, you know that Chairman Mao is recorded to have killed about 60 million Chinese in the process. Do you know that?
From what I got, yes, from what they
Okay.
said. But he killed a lot of people. He killed a lot of elders. They destroyed a lot of their traditions because of what they needed to do. Look at where the country is today. That's something that should be chilling to a lot of people. What Stalin did was brutal, but look at where the country is today. Even
Don't
Lee
worry,
Kuan Yew, the same
brother.
thing.
We don't need Stalin. We don't need Lee Kuan Yew. We
Don't
don't
worry
need
now.
them.
You just want to be licking the white man's wound. Don't worry.
And the other thing with those examples, Tunaja, you have to accommodate for cultural peculiarities. So what fits there might not necessarily fit elsewhere because of cultural peculiarities. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think we
Yeah.
should go the Switzerland route because I think it lends us ability to change without necessarily going through the traumas that the Eastern nations had to go through.
We'll
All
go
right.
the Niger way. We'll go the
Yes.
Niger way. Don't worry,
How
brother.
about that?
Okay.
Let's go the
The
Nigerian
Niger way
way.
so far is giving us 53 years life expectancy. I can tell you that's not
No,
working at the moment.
no worry. We'll remove subsidy and we'll be back.
All right. So let's go on to Simba, who hopefully is still with us. Usually around about this time is getting ready for work. Simba, are you there? Simba Deselo.
One man, yes. Good morning, everybody.
How did you come about that name first, Simba? Is there a backstory to that?
Yeah, it was my brother that gave it to me that time. You know, there is one film that called Simba the Sailor.
Simba the Sailor, yes, I thought it was. So I remember this Simba the Sailor. I remember the misspent youth. But misspent youth, as a man that certainly misspent his youth at Tinubu, and then of course those are sort of habits that he had as a young man, catching up with him now. So your man back on that flight then to France for his booster shot. What says you, Simba?
Well, so many people have spoken about this, and we cannot completely rule out that Tinubu is having some health challenges, which is actually something that's peculiar for most people. Even any man above 40 years will be having, unless you didn't check yourself, it's possible that you are nursing one condition or the other that might not be obvious to you. So if you go for a regular checkup, you might know that you are nursing one ailment or the other that you have to actually start treating from that age. But most of the time, you don't get manifested once you are maybe 60 and above. So if we look at whatever, even if Tinubu is sick, I don't think it's something that is actually a end of life challenge that he has. It's not something that is not surmountable. But let's look at it this way, because this is a man that actually had a very rigorous campaign. And I don't think during the campaign time, I heard whether he traveled for any medical treatment abroad. The campaign took them almost, the rigorous one took them almost 2 months, and he did it very well. The narrative, I don't think it will end like this because of the obvious past experience that we have in the like of Yaradua and what happened to Buhari. So I think Nigerians have a right to ask questions about his health status. And but the question I want to ask now is that, well, he has been elected, and whether he's ill or not, to me, is not actually something that what we have to be looking at is that how can he be fit to actually solve so many problems that we have in that country. We cannot, because of his health challenge, now say the court should rule against him. That would be against his fundamental human rights. What we're supposed to be doing now is, me, I'm a doctor, but I don't believe in prayer like that. But Nigerians, we believe in prayer. So we should be praying for him. He should be healthy to be able to share the affair of that country. So because anytime Tinubu goes out, whether for anything or not, that is what people will be speculating. So it's not something that's going to disappear in that space in the next 4 years. So to me, I don't see it as a serious issue. Whatever, even if you travel to Chad, they will say he goes to Chad to go and meet his doctor there, so that people in Nigeria will not know. So it's just a story that we'll continue dealing with. Because if you look at it, then one man, I used to say, most of the time we talk, and maybe because of lack of enough knowledge. In the medical profession now, I don't think there's any technology or any kind of treatment that cannot be given in Nigeria that you have to be traveling every 1 week or 2 weeks to go and receive in a foreign land. Whatever medication that is available in America or Switzerland can be shipped to Nigeria. The doctor, you can import doctors, you can do so, even medical equipment. So to me, going abroad every time, I will not say that it's going for medical treatment. I'm not, maybe because of what I've been a doctor. I don't actually buy that narrative. Whatever steroid or whatever somebody was talking about, steroid, whatever you are talking about. So whatever it can be given in Nigeria. And even the last time he said he came back with, where I saw so many other videos, I saw so many other clips that doesn't even come out with, because people are talking about PICC line. PICC line is what we do. PICC line for patients for 2 days or 3 days, and somebody was not saying that because you have a PICC line, that means you're on a long-term treatment. No, it's not PICC line that you give for a long-term treatment. Here we give it, we put it for children that will require just treatment for 1 week, 2 weeks here. It's something that we do routinely every day. So but Nigerians we just like to play to gallery, and everybody will just be buying so many things. What I've learned about Nigerians, I'm very sorry to say, even with those of us who claim to be in diaspora, that we are so limited in our knowledge and about even the history of that country. And that is what you're actually moderating the way we talk. And sometimes some people will talk, you wonder how somebody will be talking like this. But by and large, is acceptable. It's free. It's freedom of speech, so anybody can spill anything out. So I think that's what it's not something that let me tell you. But if Tinubu comes back, we will see. It might not be PICC line now. There will be another thing. Maybe they will say it's looking. His skin is now lighter than before, and whatever. You will see it, one man. We will have one story or the other that people are already preparing now that they will say by the time he comes back. So that is the situation that we have to cope with in the next 4 years. So I think that's what I want to say about that.
Oh, all right, let me play you this clip and then I'll take your reaction to it. Watch this. This is the old and the new. The old and the new.
Glass House is a transitional home for the outgoing president. It's not meant for ordinary citizens of Nigeria, to be precise. It's like part of the main residence. It's not for everybody, but it's for the president who was elected and for his special guest. I'm advising that the glass house should maintain its tradition of being a transition, for the outgoing presidents. So, as I'm talking, I think it has to remain so as a norm of the institution and of the House.
First, I want to thank God for the life of Mr. President and the First Lady, for how God has kept them throughout their 8-year tenure. And despite they finished their tenure, I believe that, with the wealth of experience that Mr. President has and the First Lady, that, will be needing their counsel from time to time. I've gone around and she's magnanimously showed me around the house and graciously explained a lot of things to me. I believe that, God will help me, when we move in by the grace of God. And then, we will be able to make impactful contributions to the nation.
So there it is, Simba. I'm sure you have bought countless properties, and in the process of buying properties, you have the estate agent taking you around, telling you that there's a downstairs toilet and what you can do to extend the property even more. So out with the old, in with the new, the handing over of the baton, Simba.
Well, I just, when I saw this video yesterday, I was so amazed. I said, okay, being the house that the president has to occupy, and I think it's a women thing, Remi Tinubu is the one to take care of the house and prepare the ground for the husband to park in there. And you can see the person that has occupied that position before is the one now handing over to the next one. Say, okay, this is your place. This is where we have to be discussing how we are going to do the transition between the president-elect and the outgoing president. Woman, do you listen to what there was one interview granted by, what's the name of the remind me the name of this guy in Arise TV?
Rufai?
No, not Rufai. Not Rufai.
Ruben.
And he was giving their experience. Immediately, Jonathan considered that election in 2015, that everybody departed them. That even the people that are supposed to follow Jonathan to airport to escort him to his home state in Bayelsa, that he just discovered that most of them disappear before they get to the airport. And I think that is what is going to be happening in the Aso Rock now. The traffic will have reduced drastically. I don't think there is anybody that will be going to that place again. Presently, I think it's only, maybe that is why Aisha is looking for companionship in the lives of Remi Tinubu, because I'm very sure that place will be a deserted place, because there is nothing to gain from Buhari again. And you know that most of the political prostitutes now, all of them will now be gravitating towards Tinubu. So, and I think it's a good thing. To me, it's not something that we just have to be discussed. What is there in the transitional house? It's just a place where the president-elect will stay, for him to have fatal access to the outgoing president, for them to have a discussion about transition. And hopefully we'll have a good transition that will be devoid of any rancor or any skirmishes, so that at least Nigeria will be peaceful and they'll be able to at least do some good things for the people of our country.
It's the conversation that I was having with World Peace earlier. The moment that certificate of return was given to Tinubu, Buhari became a lame dog president. Nobody was interested in him anymore. No, nobody is interested in him anymore, because of course there's no decision that he's making now. If things follow through as they should, which they should, there's no decision that is binding on anything. It's out in 2 weeks. So what decision
even
is he making?
Some of the things that they wanted to do, you can see now is suspending most of them. Look at the census suspended, yes. Subsidy removal suspended. There's so many things, because you cannot start at the late hour started taking some drastic, very strong decision that can actually may or mar that country. So it's just like that. Once election is done and dusted, and somebody has been declared as a winner, that's the end of that administration, woman. That's the end of that administration. They are just there to keep the hold of the things pending when the new president will come in. And that is what we are experiencing now.
And there it is.
Well, is it not a bit odd that they are willing to put off subsidy removal, but put us through the hell of Naira note change? It's funny how they always put off the one that we need the money seriously from. And now they put it off. God knows when Tinubu is going to reintroduce it at all. That's if he's going to even reintroduce it. If the court case says that he's the president. So this is something I find a little bit weird. We had a lot of chance to remove these fuel subsidies that could have given us a lot of billions that we can use to solve other problems, but they keep hedging the bet all the time. It's not because they are afraid of tough decisions. Clearly, they put us through hell with this Naira note business, but because they know that.
But to Nigeria, what is the relationship between your subsidy and Naira note?
The difficulty, the political consequences. Because there's political consequences for fuel subsidies, and there was one for this thing. There was riots. There were demonstrations for the Naira note change, and they didn't have to do that.
And that consequence is what is that consequence is actually what is trying to avoid now, so that it will not actually affect the handover.
But
because let me tell you one man.
The question is that they were willing to avoid that for this thing subsidies for quite a long time. They've been dodging it because they are afraid they claim that they are afraid for the difficulties that is going to cause. But look at what they did with Naira. They are willing to inflict pain on Nigerians when it suits them.
But the Naira subsidy was the Naira change. That was a political move. I'm sure you know that.
But my point is they were willing to do that even if it was difficult. But they don't want to do the one that they know is going to hurt their people that are making a lot of money from these fuel subsidies. That is what shows you the corruption that's involved at the top. And I just hope that this stuff gets done, because we can't keep living the way we are living right now, buying fuel and paying for it. It's just stealing a lot of money from Nigerians. And we are not even using the petrol because they are busy selling the petrol for profit. Rich people are making money from the money.
The fuel subsidy will die a natural death anyway if what we're hearing from Dangote, if it comes to pass, even this month. So I think that fuel subsidy, I think its removal might not even be a narrative anymore, even as early as next month, if Dangote follows through.
But it's not going to supply us all our petrol. That's the problem. We are still going to be importing.
No, Mama. I mean, to Nigeria. What do you mean? He cannot even finish what he will produce. If he's producing 100%, 650,000 barrels per day. What do you? Hey, it's a lot. In fact, it can supply the whole of West Africa.
We have to buy from him. That's what I'm saying. We still have to buy.
We don't have any option.
That's then
no, hold on. As opposed to what? As opposed to us getting it for free from him,
from our own refineries. That way, we don't have to pay the fuel subsidy, the fuel subsidies for it, because we are getting it at cost price.
Yeah, but government has no business in running business. Government has no business in running refineries.
Saudi Arabia has managed to do that. So many other governments have done.
No. Saudi Arabia does not run. You know they have something called Aramco, which is which is a private enterprise in Saudi,
owned by the Saudi government.
Yeah, it's a complex structure. It's a floated company.
Isn't that what NNPC is now? The NNPC is like that now. Nigeria government has.
But NNPC is on stock exchange. Saudi Aramco is on stock exchange.
NNPC just became private how many years ago? I think last year. So let's give them time. They are going to appear there when things start moving forward.
But you live in the UK, to Nigeria. Hopefully, probably you've lived in the UK for through a period of time that the rail services were run by the government. It was a notorious failure, and as soon as they privatized it, it was working efficiently. Even the UK government cannot run business. Government has no business running business. It's just as simple as that. Government are regulators, so that's all. That's their only job. Regulators.
If governments want to run business successfully, they can. However, the truth
No,
is,
how can they? No. Sorry. How can they?
Because they run the NHS, and NHS is functioning. And
no, NHS is not run as a business.
Yeah, but
NHS is run as a service. That's a service.
That is what the rail system does. It's a train service.
But to Niger.
No,
to Niger.
Yes.
Do you really know how NHS operates?
Yeah, to an extent, I wouldn't say I know the ins and outs. But I know
so it's not run by government. So.
Oh God, let's not start this now.
No, I'm telling you. Let me tell you. You know that health insurance is like insurance generally, and it's run by banks. You have what you call we have banks that they pull those money in, they invest those money, and we have the administrator and the healthcare. Is only the hospital that is just delivering the care. The healthcare administrator is not government, and where they pull the money isn't. So there are like 3 tiers that are involved, not really government in the real sense of it. Even Nigeria NHIS is not really purely. It's not government that is in charge of that money.
See, I think whenever we mention,
all right, but let's not go deeply.
I agree with that. Yeah. Let's not start that fight. I think I think we were talking about more. The subsidies thing. I just think that if we get $5-10 billion from that, all this health tourism, fixing our Nigerian refineries for NNPC so I start generating. All those things will be easier to do. We can solve a lot of our problems that will mean, benefits for the country, so that fuel price doesn't have to go up, even if they take subsidies out. You see what I mean? So I think Dangote Nigeria owns about 20%.
Yes, yeah. You know what should happen? To Niger. When Dangote comes on stream. Then there will be no need for subsidy anymore, and then fuel will have to be bought at its market value. So whoever wants to smuggle it can smuggle it, so long as they buy it at the market value. What incentivizes the smuggling of Nigerian petroleum is that the Nigerian government subsidizes it heavily, so it's cheaper than Saudi Arabia, as we were told, and then they can take it across the border. But if they don't subsidize anything anymore, it finds its natural market value, and whoever wants to buy it can buy it.
But it means that petrol will be more expensive in Nigeria.
Marginally, but not excessively, I suspect.
I think if you remove the subsidies, it's going to go up to at least 300 to 400 naira, and Nigerians will feel it. And if to be fair, I'm not saying that it should happen, because that extra change we are spending on fuel subsidies is too much. We're talking about in excess of $9-10 billion when we need the money.
If not more, I suspect it's significantly more than that. Yeah.
No, we are spending like 10.2 billion every year on fuel subsidy.
Dollars, so not
that's
naira.
Too much waste money.
Yes, $1 billion. I'm talking dollar. Yes, dollar.
Yeah.
Tinubu can bring his stem cell research, all the things he needs, from carry his doctor, bring him to Nigeria with all that money.
All right, stop fighting to later.
It doesn't need to be going anywhere then.
All right, back to you, Simba. And Simba, take us to the judgment in Osun State and your reading of that.
Well, I think I spoke about this thing yesterday, and the other issue about the judgment that we have to also talk about is, as I said yesterday, I hope Albedi will come maybe tomorrow or something like that. The issue about election tribunal, they are not going to, you cannot bring a new case for them to judge on. And Tunaja was talking about evidence. You can only bring, like, let me say, if Tinubu has been convicted let's say this drug case that is one of those things that they are contesting. If he has been convicted by a court of law, then you have to bring the evidence that, oh, this guy has been convicted and this is the evidence. It's not something that you say, okay, no, we heard that he carried drug one and he was arrested. If you cannot bring that conviction, it's not for that election tribunal to judge whether he's a drug bearer or not. So where I'm going now is that all those other petitions that they are bringing, maybe it has a dual citizenship, and is not the jurisdiction of election tribunal to judge in that case. So that case is dead on arrival. Once he has not been found guilty on that, it's not the duty of the election tribunal to find him guilty of that. That is one thing that we have to learn, because in this Osun State case, he was also accused of certificate forgery. And what the court was saying is that, oh, this guy, okay, you accuse him, but the school where he claimed that he got that certificate from has not actually say something otherwise, that this certificate was not from them. So there are so many lessons that we have to learn from that case. Then the issue of IRF,
sorry, that pronouncement, it actually mirrors the drug narrative, isn't it? So they're saying that this guy has a drug conviction, but the United States are saying he does not. Or they have not said that he does. So I don't know.
Yeah. So the other one is what am I? Yeah, the way you talk now. What I want to say has already escaped my mind.
Sorry, I interrupted your flow.
The IRF of the team, and Des was trying to actually disperse it, that actually what the court says is that IRF is not part of the Constitution, is not part of the electoral law, and is not mandatory. So it's not, and the evidence, one of the evidence they tender is the IRF, what they put on the IRF, and the court said they cannot rely on that. And so that one also puts to bed the issue of you are not transmitting real time, whatever. So the conclusion we can draw from this Supreme Court judgment, and let me tell you one man, the Supreme Court, whether this case gets to Supreme Court for Tinubu, they cannot say something otherwise. Supreme Court is Supreme Court, and it becomes the law unless something else is done. Whatever judgment given by this Supreme Court will be a reference to what the Supreme Court at the federal level will use for Tinubu's case. So it's something that we have to just look at and say, okay, then if you look at this case and now take it one after the other, all those prayers, 1, 2, 3, then what are we left with in case of a Tinubu, Obi'S case or Atiku's case? It's like majority of this thing has already been dealt with, and I don't know what we are just waiting for.
So are you joining me in my assertion yesterday then that they threw them a bone in order to take the meat?
Yes, in fact, when you are talking, you made mention of something like as if they use that one so that it will be like a launching pad for them to have an easy way. Well, it's just I don't think so. I think, even this IRF of it, even before all this, sorry. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Carry on.
Okay. Even when this issue of IRF came up, and I think Ogbeni came on this platform, and we look at the Constitution, we look at the electoral law, and it's not actually there. What they are saying is just like their own guideline, INEC guideline. So I don't understand why people will now hold on to something that is not in the electoral law, it's not in the Constitution, and you are just looking at guideline. Okay, this is the way we want to do our work, and not take it as a main problem in the election. So what the judgment, I'm not surprised. This is what the law says, and so it's not, there's nothing like preparing the ground for. No, I think the judge have done what they're supposed to do. That is the right judgment. So I am not suspecting any foul play.
Do you form the thought that that this Osun State pronouncement is actually covertly the presidential tribunal being run in that satellite space? Because all the marquee items in the Obi petition already been adjudicated here. Like one of the cardinal planks, one of the central planks of Obi's plea are completely removed by this or upload or no upload. So that's gone. And by the way, a lot of the Obi, a lot of the Obi something is just all the hit songs from newspaper headlines. So nothing really anything substantial. But do you think covertly what we are actually seeing in Osun State is rulings and pronouncements on the presidential petition?
Let me even tell you, Omar, this one. You know, the other one is contesting some result on the IRF that we got this. This is the one that we have, and you know the same thing happening in Osun. And you know, let me tell you, if INEC doesn't cooperate with you, I don't think you'll be successful in election tribunal. There are so many evidences that you require to prove your point, and if they are not made available to you, then it's not going to be easy. And you can see the way things are going now, because INEC is actually, well, there was a time where Thomas was suggesting that why would Tinubu, I mean Obi and Atiku be suing Tinubu? They're supposed to be suing INEC. And INEC, they are trying frantically now to defend the job that they have done. They don't want everybody to rubbish whatever they have done. And so to me, it's only a miracle that can turn this the final judgment in favor of either Atiku or Tinubu. It will be a very difficult things to prove in court. So looking at those three prayers, the disqualification, plastic surgery, whatever, and the contest, the polling unit that they are contesting, is already done and dusted. As far as I'm concerned, it's like 70-30. So it's not going to be the final judgment is not going to be totally different from what we have experienced in Osun State. It's just like a template has been set, and in the next few days, I think we will have more clearance about this, and some the legal luminaries will be able to actually.
You know, they asked for that buffer to the 17th for them to perfect documents and all whatnot. I think in the course, by the time we get to the 17th, you would see that a lot of the things adjudicated on in Osun State would be jettisoned from Obi's plea, and it will be boiled down to just one or two central cores.
I agree with you. In fact, even with this one, I don't think that court case will take a longer period, because what we are expecting that within 8 months, because it's 8 months that they have both the appeal court and the Supreme Court, because 180 days for the appeal court and then 60 days for Supreme Court. So everything is supposed to be done within 8 months. But if the appeal court can deliver their judgment very quickly, then everything can be done within 180 days, both appeal and Supreme Court. So.
All right, brilliant. And still staying with the Obi space, opposition impersonating obedience to attack, insult eminent Nigerians. So this is Obi defending the indefensible. So the conduct of the miscreants on Twitter and other spaces.
No, are you surprised with this? This is Obi for you now. The cunning and Obi is just like a grease snake under the green grass. To me, the guy is just he's not as smart as people painted him, and I don't think he's that innocent. To me, he's just a very cunning, deceptive guy that is just taking advantage of the gullible Nigerians and the youths that are not uninformed youths of Nigeria. To me, it's just his normal habit. This is somebody that will just be crying like baby, and there's somebody that is still feeding on with the bottle. It doesn't have, to me, it doesn't have the pedigree, it doesn't have the clout, it doesn't have the authority to say you want to even govern a country like Nigeria. You cannot control a small group of people that are supporting you, and you think that this is the guy that will be able to talk to the cabals that are running that country. Can he even control the governors? He doesn't have the required
gravitas. It doesn't have the gravitas.
Yes, he doesn't have it. And for you to rule that country, you there are so many people in that country that are so big that if you don't have that thing, it is somebody that just called somebody that's calling you ordinary pastor daddy. Then you will see Obasanjo, he will be doing daddy, or he'll be. Can this one face Obasanjo and talk? Can he face the likes of Babangida and Abdul Salam? It's just even the likes of Lumelu and even the $10. It's not to me. I think if not because of all this thing that we are talking about, the earth status of there are so many other candidates that are more qualified than this. He's just an opportunist, and we thank God that it's not getting there.
All right. It's at least for if nothing else, we have to be grateful to Peter Obi for the culture. He's just provided us with so many talking points. Just how ridiculous it could get. It gave us a mirror to look at as what it could be if it went the other way. But I was saying earlier that the narrative of the Obi petition is essentially taking all the hit songs from newspaper headlines and then condensing it into a legal plea. So this was another hit song in the newspaper headlines, the live telecasting of the proceedings. So now, this was something that's been making the rounds around that space. They have now documented this as an application to the court. This was led by the Article Space, who made an application to the court that they should allow the cameras in. So Peter Obi backs him up with an application from his lawyers as well. So the live telecasting then of that process, O.J. Simpson, Nigerian version.
I used to laugh because I don't know why they wanted everything to change suddenly just because of Obi. Because of Obi, he wants the election tribunal to finish and Tinubu should not be inaugurated. We want to change the goalpost just because we have somebody that is crying wolf all over the space. And what I don't understand, what does anybody stand to benefit by having live telecast of the proceeding? How does that one will affect the judgment? I think it's just that he's just trying to look for things to actually hype the politics every time. Because in what way will live telecast affect the proceeding of the and it's not as if it's not being covered. It's not like they will not live stream it. The journalists are there in the court covering it, and both the petitioner and the defendants are there. The lawyers are there. So in what way will live telecast now, or you just want to put it in the court of public opinion, and then people that doesn't even have the knowledge of legal knowledge will now be the one that will be judging what is actually going on? I don't understand what, and you know, I wonder
Google lawyer.
people.
They want us to be the
Yes,
Google lawyer. Google lawyer.
and you understand the mentality of an average politician in Nigeria, somebody like Atiku, who is also a beneficiary of this system. Obi, did Obi ask the court when he went to court twice during his tenure? Did he ask the proceeding to be telecast live that time? Even his deputy, they're all beneficiary of this system. So why did they now want them to now change the goalpost? I don't understand. And it's, you know, when they say something like this, maybe because of our emotional or sentiment or the ethnic bigotry, we tend to buy into all this useless assertion. And then even our media, this thing will be now, well, they are doing business, but to me, it's not something that we have to be discussing. Live telecast, I don't think it will affect the judgment in any way. So it's not something that is I don't even understand. I'm very sorry, Boma. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. So I think that's my take on that.
All right. So Simba, now this next step is what a lot of people are saying is the first misstep of the Tinubu administration, and it may well be a damning misstep. So people concluding that this is a misstep, and Akeredolu, no less a person, seems to concur. The permutations of the formation of the parliament seems to be agitating even within the APC space. So the heavy weight now of a bias towards the Northwest, giving them the deputy Senate presidency and the leader of the House, much to the detriment of other bigger even sub-regions. So what are you then making of Akeredolu's outcry? Akeredolu faults APC's zoning arrangement for 10th National Assembly.
Yes, I think I agree with Akeredolu because this is actually favoring Northwest more than and if you look at the election, we have 6 states in the North Central, and Tinubu won 4 and even scored 25% in the other 2 local, Nasarawa and the 2 states. And what I thought they would do is actually even giving the North Central the deputy Senate presidency if they want to give the speakership to the Northwest. And to me, I agree with Akeredolu for balancing. And if you look at what they deliver, the electoral votes that they deliver, the North Central, I don't think is actually a good move for the party to have zoned the 2 positions to the Northwest. And if you see what is actually happening in the House of Representatives now, if it's not properly handled, APC might be killed out, and the minority party might actually get the speakership of that, because the lower house has been known to be a rebellion house, and it's the kind of grip that or kind of the National Assembly, the upper house, is actually it's easier to manage than the lower house because of their sheer population and diversity that you have in that house. So if it's not properly managed, and there's a lot of rancor now that is going on, and I think they have to tread carefully. If not, it might boomerang, and APC might lose the leadership of that house, which is not going to be good for them. So
the opposition party, they've been coming out to say that if they converge their mass, which they intend to, that they would launch and seize the lower house from the ruling party.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So if you now have a kind of problem within the APC caucus in the House, then you can see some of them that might go with the opposition, and it might not be. So they have to actually put their house in order. Let the Northwest get the speakership,
Would that be a good thing for democracy if one of the houses fell in the hands of the opposition to keep a real check on Tinubu's government?
You know what, man? Yes, in the Senate climb, yeah, it will have been a good for check and balancing. But you know, in Nigeria, the kind of politics is like we want to make sure that you don't perform so that we can use that one. They will want to sabotage the government so that in the next election they have something to say that, okay, look at them, they have not performed well, and that's why you have to vote for us. But if everybody needs to do, if they want to do it with a clean mind for the benefit of for Nigeria as a country, yes, it could have been a good thing. But we all know how our people reason in that country. We all experienced what Saraki did during the 2015 to 2019. So it's not something nobody can tell us that, okay, Saraki did well and it was something that was good for our country. It was just like, no, whatever you want, I will not agree with you. And you see, that time budget will not be passed by the middle of the year and all those things. It's not something that is actually good. But if it's going to be for the benefit of everybody, I think I will prefer it. But in Nigeria, no, it's not. We have not gotten to that stage. So it's not something that we should be praying for.
All right, brilliant help. So thank you, Simba. So I'm Patrick. Are you there? Document your voice, Patrick, if you're there. Patrick is in the fridge again. So let's go on from you, Simba, to Prince Daddy, who hopefully is still there. Prince, you're up next. Obalola.
How you doing, man?
I can't be say look at that. His Royal Majesty Prince Daddy. How can you see, it's just a sign of greed, isn't it? How can you be prince and be daddy at the same time? It's just they call that's double dipping. Double dipping. All right, good to have you, Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, immediately to it and straight to it. Then the headline space, then your city boy off to a different city for his booster shots. So rinse and repeat is what people are saying. From Buhari to Tinubu, nothing changes.
Well, man, it's not it doesn't have COVID, so it doesn't need a booster shot. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways.
Hormone replacement therapy.
Okay, is that it?
I don't know. I'm just making up words.
Yeah, well, I interjected it earlier. I mean, again, to me, I don't think it's a nothing burger, really. I mean, this guy, again, the roughness of the election, and it was able to go through the election, going everywhere, it showed he had a stamina. So whatever may be wrong with him, okay, I would attribute that to his age, maybe some common illness you get from age, if anything. But again, going to see his doctor should be encouraged at his age. I mean, in the Western world, that's what they say. They even put pressure on even people in their 40s and 50s to go see their doctors in case they uncover anything medically wrong with them. So to me, it's not a big deal until we come out with a definite prognosis that's wrong with him. Until then, I'm like, hey, it's just a catchy headline or things on the opposition they'll like to continue to talk about just to malign Tinubu. So not a big thing. And Quickly, I think there's the issue about whatever stuff was sticking out from his hand when he came back the other time from France. Well, see, his things was too Nigeria, but I was like, too hard on his supporters for not supporters, but his handlers for dropping the ball. These are human beings. Nobody can get anything correctly or perfect all the time. Who knows if whatever that was taken out from his hand was actually taped and the tape came off, so we can conjure, permutate all these other things. Again, if to me, I don't think the man is sick. I just think it's an older man that has perhaps the best medical care in the world, and again with advancement in I mean, Simba can attest to it, I guess. Advancement in medical science and technology, people are living longer. So I mean, they pretty much resuscitated Buhari from the dead, so to speak. Spending what 6-8 months in England to get well. So we know I'm not worried. I mean, I think some people are concerned. Genuinely so, but we have a capable deputy in the person of Kashim Sima, and I think we're good to go.
All right, brilliant. And I agree with that last bit of that statement, actually, that we have a very, probably, we'll see how it plays out. It may well prove to be the best vice president we've yet had. I rate that guy highly. But a man that I might not rate of equal measure, we're back to the Obi'S space again. We would never escape this space, I suspect. Opposition impersonating obedience to attack, insult eminent Nigerians. Our man from Oka cries out. So Peter Obi excusing his voice as usual.
Yeah, well, who knows? He may have some insight to what is claiming. I think, quite frankly, I think the bad people or the opposition, I think they've learned a lot from the obedient supporters, because they're pretty good at creating fake news or fake stories online. And I think in order to match their grit, so to speak, the Batifiers also maybe doing likewise. But in my opinion, I don't think so. Peter B is a man that vacillated a lot. It doesn't really, just like I said yesterday, he's not going to malign his supporters to his own detriment, because that's where he gets its strong push. He's not going to put them down. He rather shift the blame to somebody else than to really go hard on his supporters. And again, to me, let's be fair about it. Why would one want to condemn their supporter? So he's probably looking forward to the next 4 years. Who knows?
Prince?
Yeah.
Oh, you're back. Carry on.
Oh yeah. Okay. I didn't know I was out. So yeah, I'm saying Peter B, is known for I guess not taking responsibility. And again, I don't really expect him, quite frankly, to be fair, to condemn his supporters that give him the momentum for what he's doing right now. He probably has his eyes on the next 4 years to come back. So why go all out and condemn your base in order to cripple yourself in the next election round, in the next election coming around? So you're trying to see the headline. Yeah, that's Peter B for you. So what is doing is response. It's quite typical. It probably won't be the only politician to do that. They like to externalize a lot of things to other people and not take blame. So there we go, Peter B for you.
That's typical of the man. So typical of the man, but it may well be that rescue is a lot closer to the political space sooner than we anticipated. So the judgment coming out of Osun State, Prince, seems to answer quite a lot of the pleas being made at the presidential space. are INEC not bound to electronically transmit results, says Supreme Court in Osun State case. So that removes then one of the cardinal planks, as I said, of the Obi plea. So that one now, there's no decision to be made there anymore. So that comes off the table. Right?
Yeah, right. Okay, so I was just thinking. So was it Oyetola's team that proposed, or they were inquiring about the IREV display uploaded results? I didn't know APC was also contending to that in Osun State. Or where did that come from? It was just a general ruling by the courts.
No, I think that is embedded in the case. The minutiae of it, I couldn't tell you in exact details, but there were elements of transmission of result embedded in that case that has led to this judgment.
No, there was no transmission. What they are saying, they are basing their evidence on what is on IREF. And what the court is saying is I don't recognize IREF as an evidence because it's not in the constitution and not in the electoral law. So they just draw conclusion. It's not as if they say it was not transmitted, the results were not transmitted on the IREF.
Okay. Well, again, that helped bolster up Tinubu's case in I guess Tinubu or INEC's case in the Supreme Court against Obi and Atiku. So yeah, I think we already know that that's not part of the law, and it's part of INEC's guideline for the election. And just like I mentioned yesterday, I don't think the court is interested in overstepping INEC at all. And I think they are going to leave a lot of the prayers, so to speak, that Obi and Atiku brought forth against INEC or Tinubu to INEC to determine those, and their ruling was, I believe, would simply be whatever INEC chose to do. In the case of Tinubu's case, or the issue about the drug issue in America. Okay, so was that ever brought forth before the election? And do we know if INEC actually looked into it? Because again, these are the pre-work before the election that was taxed to INEC to do. And INEC, they have a lot of money and resources. I don't think the federal government has ever denied INEC funds to execute their program or whatever they want to do. They have the money and the resources, and we also talk about they having the well-learned lawyers at their disposal. So if they don't look into all these things, and the Obi or Atiku camp are trying to make this issue a big issue, again, I don't think the courts would be interested in that. I think the court is trying to concentrate strictly on the numbers. Wherever there's a dispute in regards to the election, this past election, I think they're more concerned about that. They don't want to get into the minutiae of on party or inter-party politics. They don't want to do that, because if they actually go all the way through, then we might as well disband INEC and let's just do election, and whatever happens, we go to the courts for the court to determine who wins. In the case of Oyetola and Adeleke, I think we can look that as a precedent, right? Because I think the court strictly went on facts and the numbers. They didn't get into too much details. And I think somebody also brought up the question about Adeleke's certificate. And to that point, the court is saying, look, we're not going to do your job. If you have a question or concern, bring forth the evidence, and perhaps the authorities that are supposed to substantiate or disavow whatever your claim may be, and we're going to go with that. But for us to go out of our way to do the work for you. We're not really interested, and that should be the case. That should be how the court should rule, without prejudice in any way, I think.
All right, brilliant. So let me see if Patrick is there. Document his voice. Patrick, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
All right, brilliant. I can hear you. So now, Prince Daddy, just really registering your voice. So Prince Daddy, let me take you to this next talking point. Is the Akeredolu permutation? Well, not even permutation, but protestation more to it. It's the Akeredolu protestation. Governor Akeredolu faults APC zoning arrangement for 10th National Assembly. So a lot of people feel that it's too skewed and too unbalanced. There's too much imbalance embedded in the permutations that is being presented, and it doesn't work for national cohesion and all that. So even somebody as batified, as they call it, as Akeredolu, he takes that position as well. So your thoughts on that. But before you go to that, your thoughts on that, Prince, let me just do a bit of administrative stuff to acknowledge our super chats from Kulata, the rattle through of super stickers from Ayo, as you all know, and a super chat from Jafar, and a super sticker from your good self, Prince Daddy. So your take on the Akeredolu space. As gentlemen, I ease myself out and hand over to Patrick for reasons of sleep. So Patrick, over to you. Carry on the conversation with Prince Daddy has the floor.
All right, thanks, Roman.
Yeah. No, Prince Daddy, you can go ahead.
Oh yeah, with Akeredolu. So I'm not really sure. I don't know too much of the background to the story, but it was his actual concern that all the regions are not getting a fair share of the incoming government. Is that the case?
No, what he's saying is that
I think like that.
They gave Northwest two positions. You know, we have the Speaker of the House and then the Deputy Senate President.
Yeah. Okay.
So what he is advocating for is that the North Central should have at least the Deputy Senate Presidency if they are zoning the speakership to the Northwest. That the two positions should not be in the Northwest.
Right. Yeah. You know,
looking at what the two zone contributed to the party.
Yeah, I see. The Northwest, they all about power, right? And the fact that they actually easily acquiesced to not fighting for the Senate presidency, I think is a big plus. Actually, they didn't make too much noise about it, and who knows? Perhaps that was the result of the negotiation they had. Okay, we're gonna give you the speakership and the vice for the House or for the Senate. So I think, to me, it looks like that's how the negotiation came about. Now, is it fair to the North Central? That's another thing. And I would say, Tinubu is always calculating. He's always calculating. Sometimes in life, you can't have everything. So you have to determine, what can I let go? What can I let go? And this is, to me, I would say this probably in part of the calculation that, look, okay, let's see, maybe 4 years Atiku is not going to run. So all this vote that Atiku got for this election, this past election, well, we can pretty much reserve that for Tinubu in the next 4 years. Well, no, that's part of the calculation, and they have to make the Northwest happy. I heard about maybe Kwankwaso decamping to APC. Who knows? Maybe that's part of the pacifying exercise to make sure that no Northerner runs the next 4 years, and they're making concession right now. It's part of the game. That's politics.
All right. Yeah, I think I was also thinking that I was surprised that he's agitating for North Central. I was thinking he was going to agitate for
Southeast. But as it is now, do you think it looks like it's obvious now that the SGF might go to North Central? And because we can't have Northwest having the Speaker, the Deputy Senate President as it is, right? And then the SGF, or even the Chief of Army, the Chief of Staff. So I don't know what people like Erifai will be holding this government. What do you think? Do you think the Northwest could still get either the SGF or the Chief of Staff, or the Chief of Staff?
You know, Patrick, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
You know, people are also looking at it this way. You know, there's no way you want to pick somebody from the South, North Central. There's not going to be a Muslim. So if you are
they are placing
picking,
people in the North Central now.
No, Northwest. Northwest. I'm talking about Northwest. Sorry.
Okay, that's why you pick a senior president from there, right?
Exactly. So at least if you look at it based on the religion and also based on what North Central also contributed to Tinubu's victory, I think what he's saying is that I think it's more reasonable for them to give them one of the position rather than giving the North Central the two. And for
Northwest is also
balancing also
Islamic now.
And that's what I'm saying, that if you look at, so now you now have the president Muslim, the what is it called now? The the vice president Muslim, then the Speaker of the House Muslim, then the deputy Senate president will also be a Muslim.
The Senate president is a Christian, so deputy Senate president will be Muslim. So SGF is like to be a Christian.
The Speaker of the House is going to be a Muslim. So the only person that you have among all of them will be only the Senate president, who is a Christian.
I just have a feeling that Dave Umahi might eventually become the SGF.
No, you cannot leave the house to come and become the SGF.
Oh, people can do that now. They need a Christian to balance that.
They don't need to go and pick him. There are so many other people a Christian they can pick to become SGF rather than
if they can also
take him away from the house.
From Senate. This guy was okay.
Because let me tell you, if you look at it this way, Patrick, let's look at what is going to happen if let's say Tinubu spent 8 years and the power shift to the north. Now, if you are talking about the southeast, if Umahi remain in the house, he may have the better chance of becoming the senior president.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Yeah, but by the time he now consider and now say he want to take SGF, he's already affecting his political career. You understand what I mean? So that's why I think. So it will not be good for him to, even if they offer him.
Akpabio didn't spend full term in the National Assembly.
Yeah, but at least he was there. He was a minority leader.
Who lost his seat, Seth?
No, he was there for 4 years as a minority leader. Is this 2019?
Yeah.
2019. He lost in 2019.
Okay, that's true.
Akpabio.
But this one has not resumed there at all. Umahi has not resumed at all. So he was just elected. So, and if that means if he leaves that position now, they have to go and conduct another election in Mboyi State for another person. And who knows? APC might not win. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's a good permutation, I think. Yeah. So, to Akeredolu's contention about the North Central not getting much or anything right now. Again, they have to look ahead also. They have to sacrifice a region or two. We have 6, so if you can have 4 regions, that's a big plus in winning the next election. Again, if no northerner runs in the next 4 years, then the chances are much brighter for Tinubu to come back again.
And if you look at it this way, so it's looking like it's North Central that now want to be scheme out. Even the South they are getting a position. because the deputy speakership has been zoned to Southeast. So the North Central, they are not even getting anything.
Who's prominent from the North Central, anyways? Who's prominent? What people are looking at?
I think the governor of Niger is
Yeah.
there.
Bello, yes.
Is there. The governor of Niger, Yaya Bello.
The governor of Niger is also, his name is Bello.
Okay.
Faleke. The Kwara State is there. Yeah, so if they want to give someone there, I think those ones will be ministerial for now.
But those people are not in the Senate nor the House, are they?
The North Central have been getting the Senate now.
No, the present Senate, the present Senate president from Northeast.
Yeah, but Dave Mark was the Senate president for over close to about 8 years now.
And the question is, why should they be schemed out now?
No. Okay. No, we can't have everything anyway. So, Simba. So, what do you think? What do you think they should get? I mean, what other positions in Tinubu's government can suffice for them?
They can give them the deputy Senate presidency.
I think it's too late now. I think it's too late, quite frankly. I think
it's not
late.
Too late. What is too late there? Why should you give the Northwest the
It's not too late now. They have not commissioned the National Assembly.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
The
That
current
because
assembly have not been dissolved. So
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That these people in their calculation of permutation, they are looking ahead. And again, I'm saying, I said that look, the North. They've been quite what do I say, very mellow in this dispensation, so to speak. Usually, no, the Northwest. Usually they're power hungry. If what makes
they just left president now. They just left presidency now.
That's what I'm saying. They're power hungry. It doesn't matter. Power. When someone is power hungry, they don't care.
They are power hungry. How? I think people are misunderstanding the Northwest. People say that the Northwest have been ruling. They have not been ruling. If you look at even from 1966 and from 1960.
No, they have more. There are more people in the Northwest. Okay, let's look at it. After Balewa is from Northeast.
Yeah.
So it's from Bauchi, so it's Northeast. Gowon is from North Central. Then Muritala is from Northwest.
Northwest now.
Muritala is from Northwest. Obasanjo from Southwest. Yes, Obasanjo from Southwest.
6 months.
Shagari is from Northwest.
Okay.
Buhari came in Northwest. Babangida is claiming Niger, that is North Central.
But that is North Central.
Then Abacha claiming Kano. Though some people are saying he's a Kanuri man, but it's claiming Kano, so that's Northwest. Abdul Salam, North Central. And then Obasanjo, then Yaradua from Northwest. Guru Jonathan, South. Then Buhari.
Oh, they have
they've had so many. They have so many.
So when did Niger become?
That's what I was Prince. I just sorry. No, that was okay.
Yeah, great.
Sorry. Good morning, everybody from here.
Good morning,
Good morning.
I think what is panning out is the first thing that you guys are not taking into consideration is that the North Central have the chairmanship position of the party, which is a very big position, that the chairmanship. And I think Tinubu is probably penciling down somebody from, I'm thinking maybe Lalong to be the secretary of the government of the Federation.
Okay.
So, which is also another big position. So the North Central here, so they also want to be, because some of them have been in the House for a long time, they are eyeing that speakership position, which they know they cannot get it. So yesterday they have a meeting with the NWC. We don't know the outcome yet, but I think if you want this speakership, then you have to lose the SGF, and which Lalong will not accept, because Lalong already was defeated as a senatorial. Lalong was defeated in the last gubernatorial election.
Yeah, you are right. And they need a Christian to balance the power.
Yeah, okay, that's a good one. Yeah.
So I think that just like every politicians are selfish. How can you be contending for the speakership position when your region have the chairmanship of the party? I think when you look at it logically, that is unfair to the other region. Given the Northwest 2 position, that means they will also lose an important position in the first 6 important position in the country. That means they are not going to be the president, they are not going to be the vice president, they are not going to be the Senate president, they are not going to be the SGF. So probably they will console them with one of the service ships. I don't know now, maybe Air Force or Navy or whatever. They are not equally good in Navy. Most top officers in Navy are probably from the South most time, maybe Yoruba or Igbo or the South. So maybe they can also console them with that one. So they are trying to find a balance, but unfortunately, some of these representatives that have been there for a long time, like Wase, who is probably the deputy speaker to Bajabia and Miller. They want to become the speaker by means, and they are following the footsteps of people like Tambua and the rest. They just want to rock the boat. But I think one way or the other, they will talk to them, and I think everything will be fine soon. Everything will be fine soon.
Yeah, so that SGF position, I think for Lalong, that's a good one. I think, and that's a good point about Adamu, right? Is from North Central, right?
Yes.
So
from Nasarawa.
Okay, so that's North Central, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, and that's actually, I think my understanding, there are 6 positions in the government that's key, and the chairman of the party is one of them, of course. So that's a good one. That's a big one also.
When you talk about position, when you remove the president and the vice president, when you remove the president, the chairman of a party is very strong. It's a big position. Everybody have to go through him to become whoever they want to be contest for.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
So
Yeah.
after you have that big position, at the same time, you also want to be the speaker of the house.
Remy, what about giving them the deputy senate president?
Unfortunately, giving them that one will also make what if you give them that one, then what do you give the Northwest?
Speakership.
They are the power broker in Nigeria.
There you go. That's what I was saying. They power hungry,
It's not going to be easy, and Tinubu has to hold that place. They gave him a lot of vote. I think it's because of them that he was able to become the president of Nigeria. It's the region that was most competitive throughout in this election.
And even though he came second, most of the states, Tinubu did very well,
and they don't have Atiku in the next 4 years.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they're looking at for the future permutation.
They have that is going to. So it must, and we know in the next 4 years the Southeast will vote the same way as usual, and we cannot have this. Even if he's contesting under his Labour Party, I don't think PDP will allow Obi to run in their party, because a lot of people they have a very big beef against him.
Remy, you think Obi will run back to PDP again?
And they want
listen, Obi has a pattern. He has a pattern now. I think, he might go to PDP or ABGA. He has a pattern of not being stable or sticking with one party all the way. You know that, right? So if he leaves LP, it's expected.
Sorry, the only party he can go is PDP. But if he goes to PDP, he knows that PDP will not present him, because a lot of people in PDP have a big beef against him. Because
You think somebody, all the wikis, they'll be waiting for you.
Of course. But the only party that can remain now is even this Labour Party. There's no guarantee they will present him for years, because before that time there are crisis upon crisis.
They will make sure that party die now before that time.
The party.
Well, it's a strategy for the next. See, right after the election, I said Tinubu's goal is to keep LP out of the north. Every part of that's the goal of Tinubu, to make sure LP does not penetrate the north.
There's no way that Labour can penetrate the north, because they don't have who are the big wig in that party apart from Osun.
Well, they did very well in Kaduna South, and in the North Central states.
Because of the Christian votes.
Yes.
That's what he did. He will continue to campaign in Christian-dominated area and where he has his ethnic national.
Did you people notice? We are looking at our saying Tinubu will do this. Let's even take Tinubu out of the thing and look at APC. Compare them with PDP and Labour Party. Don't you think those guys in APC are more politically they are more of political strategists than these other parties? Despite with all the complaint about Buhari, they still were able to come out.
Well, you're right. I tell you, man, this past election should be documented and studied in colleges, in universities. But the way Tinubu came about and won this election was quite impressive. Because with all the challenges and the opposition from all sides,
even from within the presidency.
Yes, exactly. That cash crunch thing. Yeah, I mean, it was magical, and quite frankly, let's just like even though Kiyamo may have been saying it in jest about Tinubu, about rather Peter Obi having the front seat or being invited to the inauguration, without Obi coming into the foil, into the race, I think would have been very, very difficult for Tinubu to have won. Obi really helped him big time. That's just the fact. That's what we have seen. Without Obi, I think Atiku would have cruised, and that's why Atiku was so dismissive of
Prince. That I don't really agree with you that even between Tinubu and Atiku, it's going to be a tough call, because remember, if it's between them, there's also a chance that Tinubu might have even defeated Atiku. Also, it's possible.
But it would have been much closer, though. That's what I'm saying. It would have been if he won, it would have been much closer. We were talking about like less than.
In this way, the southeastern part, some of them might vote for Tinubu. It might not have been having like 5% or 1% or 4% there.
See, Atiku has his way. He said it. He said, "When have I not gotten the nomination?" They can always pacify the people in the southeast because they pacify their leaders with money. That's why Atiku came about.
If this time it's not going to be easy like that. What I'm just trying to say that Atiku will win the southeast, but the margin of defeat will not be so huge. Like maybe it's going to be like 35 or 65 or maybe 60 to 40%. And what Tinubu needs just to be competitive in all those places. And if this thing pan out, more people in the south side will also vote for Tinubu. Because they will see that how can I will start Fulani man.
But PDP is strong in the south, though. PDP is strong in the south. We know that, right? I mean, hold on a second. If all things had remained the same, like no G5 issue, no LP is not there.
Article will win. But with this G5 and the rest, Article will not win.
That's what I'm saying. If that's what I agree. If no G5 issue, no Peter B, even Kwankwaso, no Kwankwaso. Oh man, I see. I think would have won. That's why they were quite arrogant. I would say in the way they went about things. Only they knew. They're shown in the southeast. In the southeast was so poor, really poor, that it was almost like amateurish for the most part.
Yeah, you are totally right, because it was so cocky. He thought that let's just bribe them with money. Let's bribe their leaders. They will vote for me no matter what's going to happen. But actually, this is one of the freest elections in Nigeria. compared to
I totally agree. I made a point. People that they were like before the election. I said, look, this election will be more secure than this past America's election. I said it, and I think this is probably the fierce election.
Look at the petition now. From the result, from the judgment of yesterday, it's quite clear that the beavers is very important. Nobody cares with IRF now. Nobody cares with it. Nothing. And all those ones they are saying certificate forgery or not this or something like that. Did you get the certificate from? Did the University of Chicago said Tinubu did not graduate from them? You have to prove it. That is one. And did you have the original diplomatic passport issued to Tinubu from Guinean authority in your hand? You don't have it. It's dead on arrival. So what do you want to do? If they want to, if you want to prove too much about the beavers, then we will see. Then there will be a lot of council votes in the southeast also. So you can see there's nothing to prove anymore, and that is what Obi is trying to say. They want to check their. I don't know if they want to check the application. Maybe they want to fine tune it again. Maybe they're going to drop some points. I don't know. So they don't have nothing to prove anymore from the judgment. Nothing to prove. Because how can you?
Are they allowed to amend their submission?
No, they don't need to amend, but they can drop some of their prayers.
Yes, they can drop. Okay, good. Okay.
So that is what is going to happen. That because how can you prove that this is a blah 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 or a Guinean passport? Do you have it in your hand? You don't have nothing. Does the university in Chicago said it did not go to their university? The court case in America is already foreclosed. Nobody can touch it. You can't get nothing from there. So what do you have? Only the you want to contest the election now is you have to use the beavers. And if they use the beavers, then we will know what happened in the southeast too. Why do you have 98, 94%? So you can see, for me, I always said that if Obi have accepted this election, people would have respected me more in Nigeria, and he would have regrouped very well. But unfortunately, I don't think it can get that. It cannot penetrate the north, and it cannot get the same vote because a lot of Christians were cajoled, a lot of Christians were threatened, a lot of Christians were like from their pastors. You have to vote for. If you don't vote for this man, you are not going to heaven. So many stories.
Yeah, I remember this guy. Is it the SDP candidate on Arise News said him being a Muslim, he had Christians working for him, and one of his one of his workers said that she was sorry that he was going to vote for Peter Obi because the pastor had said something about her not voting and some other stuff. So yeah, a lot of people were threatened in their parishes about voting for Peter Obi. So there was a lot of pressure on the Christian people, congregations in the country. Absolutely.
Yeah. And then I also say I always look at things this way: when there is a lot of noise coming from a particular region, they will not be coordinated, and that's what always happens to the southern part of Nigeria. Always a lot of noise every time. They are the ones that know the rules very well. They are the ones that know their rights very well. If anything happens, immediately they are reporting to United Nations. They are going to America. They are going to UK. They are going. For God's sake, why do you do this to your country? Like today, like several times, a lot of underage killing is happening in America. Have you ever seen one single American coming to Africa to protest against their government? Sometimes I don't understand the logic behind the black man mentality. So I've been abroad for several years, and I've discovered, and I've crossed, at least I've lived in 3 continents already now. And I've seen the mindset of people. They don't really care too much about your Africa. And then you just go there to report. Report to who? What can they do? They have their own problem too. So I wonder, like, for example, I've been listening to a lot of people that talking about Wale Soyinka and the rest. I was baffled that some people were saying that people can insult elders like that. you can't insult somebody that is world renowned and acclaimed, that everybody we are proud of him. We are also proud of Adishe, but unfortunately, Adishe she did not use her head. She just followed one pattern, what the narration they gave her. So everybody should be proud of if you have somebody that is world renowned and a big achievement like that. And how can a somebody of 20 years old insult or say something terrible to a person like that? He's not a politician. It's so sad, and people are coming to this stage and trying to ratify that it's okay, blah blah blah.
Yeah. Yeah, guys. I think we should be rounding off now. Is there anybody on the platform that has not spoken? I think quite everybody has spoken.
Yes.
So it's great having you guys on. We really enjoyed the moment. Let me see if we have any super chat or anything. Okay, I think Woma already did justice to all that. Thank you very much, Simba, Remy, and Prince Daddy. Tomorrow is another day. We have done the 6 hours now, so I just wish you a very nice rest. I think Simba is already daytime in your end then, so enjoy your day.
Yes, this is 7:20 here. 7:20
Okay,
here.
Prince Daddy in North America as well.
Yes. On the west coast, yes.
Okay. I'm in Canada here, so I'm sure you should be 9 o'clock or so now.
9:20 here. Are you Canada east or west?
Yeah, I'm in West. I'm 10:20. I'm just 1 hour away from you.
Oh.
I'm actually in Calgary. Yeah. So enjoy yourself. Oh, you dropped off already. Okay, thank you guys. Have a wonderful day.